Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown compilation of all of our breakdowns of House of the Dragon Season 2. Yes, we like to do this every now and again on the New Rockstars channel just to put all of our analyses in one watchable place for you, because a lot of you have given us feedback that that's how you like to watch things. But we're putting this together not just for some housekeeping purposes, but really it's fun to put all of these together and connect all the dots for the character of Alys Rivers, the woodwitch who is controlling this entire season from behind the scenes and throughout time. And I am fascinated by Gale's performance here because she, I think, is going to be a pivotal character as we look ahead to A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, which is going to be coming out, we believe, in 2025. And I believe that she could be the same witch who's a friend of Jenny of Oldstones at the great Tragedy of Summerhall. That's my theory, and I want you to think about that theory as you go back and watch all the speculation I was doing for season 2. We included everything, even some theories that probably ended up being wrong. We want to do it warts and all. So with that, enjoy our breakdowns of House of the Dragon Season 2. This is a breakdown of House of the Dragon Season 2, Episode 1, A Son for a Son. This season does away with the flowing blood and stone dials of the opening credits of last season and replaces the imagery with this woven tapestry. And in my opinion, it's a vast improvement. Tapestries like these are how royal families of the Middle Ages would document their histories, hanging them on display. There's a lot to analyze in this tapestry alone, so I'm gonna go deep into it. But if you wanna get into the opening scene of the episode, you can skip to the next chapter at this time. Okay, red dye splashes into this pale weave. We can imagine blood staining pale human hair, perhaps the son for a son slaying that happens at the end of this episode. But as gold threads weave out around this red dye, we zoom out and realize that it is depicting blood pouring down from a castle in Valyria. This is the same structure that last season's opening titles ultimately depicted in its final wide shot, a smaller model of which Viserys had in his quarters in season 1. So really this tapestry is taking us from those credits into this new extended history. And at first it seems to be showing the history of Valyria before the Doom of Valyria. The Doom of Valyria was the apocalyptic event in which the 14 flames, the chain of volcanoes on the Valyrian peninsula, all erupted at once, shattering the landmass that had lasted 5,000 years, losing all kinds of advancements in art like how to forge Valyrian steel, and killing most of the dragons and dragon riders. But the Targaryens had escaped 12 years prior, resettling on Dragonstone due to the prophetic visions of this calamity by Rhaenys Dreamer. I believe this first female figure might be the first blood sacrifice in Old Valyria committed by the blood mages to give the Valyrians command over the dragons. There is a figure behind her with a dagger or a broken sword, which might be one of the blood mages of Valyria. These were the sorcerers who practiced dark magic requiring blood sacrifices, and it was believed that they and the pyromancers could have triggered the Doom of Valyria. And in fact, that's something that Viserys even speculated in season 1. For all of this to start with the sacrifice of a woman speaks to the women who suffer the most in the series, and the possibility that Helaena might have been trying to shift that pain from women to men with her critical choice. Helaena, after all, seems to be the first female Targaryen dreamer since Rhaenys, and this whole opening sequence seems to be depicting the prophecy that Helaena muttered back in season 1, episode 7.
And turns lean, spool of green, spool of black, dragons of flesh, weaving dragons of thread.
Okay, the next part of the tapestry shows this silver-haired woman holding a sleeping or a dying figure in her arms. You know, this might actually be Rhaenys the Dreamer as the red and gold weaves curl out toward what is clearly now the Doom of Valyria. That's definitely a volcano exploding. The sky is on fire. The dragons are falling. It's hard to tell, but I think there are 7 volcano peaks on either side of the city here, which would make a total of 14, making these the 14 flames. In this image, it seems like Rhaenys is holding her dying father, Aenar, and you can actually see the island they fled to, Dragonstone, in the background behind them. Okay, next, this is clearly Aegon the Conqueror's flight west to Westeros from Dragonstone. Aegon is out front riding Balerion the Black Dread, followed by his sister wife Rhaenys riding the silver-scaled Meraxes, and then his other sister wife Visenya riding the green-scaled Vhagar. Yes, the same Vhagar currently ridden by Aemond. Beneath these 3 dragons, crossing into Blackwater Bay, are ships with sails bearing the crest of House Velaryon, fellow dragon riders who survived Valyria and aided Aegon's conquest with sea power. Next, a king being burned alive. This is King Mern the Ninth of House Gardener, the last king of the Reach, perishing in a battle called the Field of Fire. So at this point, Aegon had already burned Harrenhal, he had conquered the Stormlands, and then he moved on to the Westerlands and the Reach. Mern the Ninth marched from Highgarden and joined Loren Lannister from the Westerlands, but then Aegon and his sisters attacked with dragons and torched 5,000 men in what was later called the Field of Fire. Mern died, but Loren Lannister got away and bent the knee and was named Aegon's Warden of the West, establishing the Lannister Lannister family's dominance in the Westerlands for generations. So the tapestry here showing Mern at center, dead Gardener men on the right with their open hand sigil, and dead Lannisters on the left with their lion sigil. Vhagar's on the left, Balerion's on the right, chomping down on both flanks. Okay, next, this is Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt. You can see his white direwolf sigil on his cloak. This would be when Torrhen crossed the Trident and yielded to Aegon the Conqueror, not wanting to send his men to the same fate as those suffered at Harrenhal in the Field of Fire. To the right of Torrhen, kneeling, that is Edmund Tully, who bent the knee after Aegon and Balerion torched Harrenhal. But to the left, that is Shara Arryn. You can see the white crescent moon and the falcon sigil on her cloak for House Arryn. Sharon was Queen Regent of the Vale, and that looks like her son Ronald to her side. Shara submitted after Ronald took a fun but very scary to the mom flight on Vhagar. And there's a cool effect here that I love. The blood that was staining the weave beneath them stops and fades at their feet, showing how their decision to take the knee stopped the bloodshed. So next we see the three-headed dragon sigil of the Targaryen family. Having heraldry at all is a Westerosi custom, so Aegon just kind of had to adopt this. It looms over the city of King's Landing with an early version of the Red Keep. The Red Keep started construction during Aegon's reign, but it would not be completed until the third member of this dynasty, his son Maegor the Cruel. And that's what we see here. After 4 rebellions faced by his successor, Aenys, Maegor ended up in a bloody conflict with Aenys' heir, Prince Aegon, and took up the throne himself, married 3 black brides, lost a ton of support due to his cruelty. He did have all the architects and engineers of the Red Keep executed to keep its secrets, and Maegor the Cruel was found mysteriously dead on the Iron Throne in 48 AC, and he looked stabbed through the throat here, either by murder or maybe by the throne itself rejecting him. On either side of dead Maegor are the heads of Vermithor, that's Jaehaerys' dragon, and Silverwing, his sister wife Alysanne's dragon. And those golden and silver necks stretch down to Jaehaerys and Alysanne. Jaehaerys is holding Blackfire here. We see the sigil of the faith of the Seven at his side because, unlike his successors, Jaehaerys accepted the faith. He stayed in just one stable marriage, and due to his peace with the faith, he was known as the Great Conciliator. On the right is a pot of gold because his reign was also a very prosperous time. That is the reign that comes to an end at the start of this series, because Jaehaerys was the king we met in the opening scene of the pilot episode when he was announcing his heir at the Great Council of 101. Now we're finding ourselves in the history we have seen on the show, the Great Council of 101 at Harrenhal. We see the same lineup in the first minute of the pilot episode. To Jaehaerys' left is the High Septon. To his right is Wyam Redwine, Lord Commander of the King's Guard. On the left side is Viserys, who was the heir chosen by the council, and his wife Emma, who is currently here pregnant with Rhaenyra, though in the book Rhaenyra was 4 years old at this point. And then on the right side is Corlys Velaryon and his wife Rhaenys, who, as a child to Jaehaerys' oldest son, Aemon, who's dead at this point, Rhaenys should have been the heir if not for male primogeniture, which led to her being called the queen who never was. But in the book, Rhaenys' claim had already ended before this moment of the council, so really the choice was between Viserys and Rhaenys and Corlys' very young son, Laenor. Next we see Alicent Hightower in her fabulous green dress from season 1, episode 5, when she showed up to Rhaenyra and Laenor's wedding wearing not Targaryen red and black, but Hightower green. Then an overhead shot of the greens versus the blacks as Rhaenyra stands opposite Alicent on the other side. On the top, we see the blacks, Daemon, Rhaenys, Corlys, Jacaerys, Lucerys, and Joffrey, and then on the bottom, the greens, Helena, Aegon, Aemond One-Eye, Sir Criston Cole, and Otto Hightower. Then we see Aegon II sitting the Iron Throne wearing Aegon I's ruby crown, while Rhaenyra sits on the throne at Dragonstone wearing the crown of Viserys and Jaehaerys. We pull back from this tapestry to show a green hand beneath Aegon II releasing ravens, since Otto and Alicent this episode want to fight with diplomatic letters, while a black hand beneath Rhaenyra releases dragons, since she and Daemon aren't as afraid to use dragon power. And surrounding this are a whole bunch of famous house sigils from A Song of Ice and Fire. On the green side, you can see the sigils of House Stokeworth. That's the lamb on green, that's at the bottom there. And then moving up, the black stag on yellow, that's House Baratheon, because Boros was won over by Aemond at the end of last season. Then Hightower, obviously. Then House Lannister, because Tyland Lannister sits in the small council. And then I think at the top that might be House Peak. That's a 3 castle sigil. They're from the Reach. They do support the greens. And then on the black side of it, on the right margin from the top right corner, that's House Stark. I think it's House Stark. And then beneath that, House Arryn. That's definitely the Crescent and the Falcon. And then Velaryon, the Seahorse, of course. And then that might be House Tully, who, along with the Starks, get won over by Rhaenyra's forces this episode. And then at the bottom, yellow and black stripes with the bees, House Beesbury. Dear me. This ends with the depiction of the battle over Storm's End from the season 1 finale, Aemond atop Vhagar chomping down on Arrax as Lucerys falls to his death. But let's keep an eye on this pre-title shot in particular, because I feel like this, if not more of the opening sequence, will update every episode to reflect the latest atrocities. Okay, the episode opens with a raven flapping through the trees. Ah, that is Ramin Djawadi's theme music for House Stark as we begin this episode in the north at Winterfell. It's wild how with just a quick pan we go from the green hills and a high country lake to Winterfell on a frozen landscape. As if after the wall, Winterfell is the last thing keeping the frost at bay. Yeah, season 2 is opening with total Game of Thrones era vibes, and I have no problem with it because we hear the amazing Scottish voice of Cregan Stark.
Duty is sacrifice. It eclipses all things, even blood.
A stark thematic contrast to the decision-making of the hot-blooded Targaryens of the South, where blood begets blood and the good of the realm and a sense of duty is put aside for things like vengeance. Now, of course, Rhaenyra was inspired by a sense of duty by Viserys sharing with her Aegon's Song of Ice and Fire dream, but as of this episode, she just wants blood. Cregan is really giving this advice to Rhaenyra's son, Jace, who Rhaenyra sent here at the end of last season to ensure Starks remain loyal to her. We don't yet know if Rhaenyra shared Aegon's dream with Jace. It seems like not yet, but we begin this season hoping that Jace might lead with a sense of duty. Unfortunately, this raven we're seeing is bringing word of his brother's death. Cregan explains how Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt, established a tradition of giving 1 in 10 men from House Stark at the start of every winter to fortify the wall, along with the condemned men who normally run it. We see 3 kids running around with a direwolf pup. These kids might be Cregan's children: Brandon, Barthagen, Lyanna, or Jonel. The one with the stick, I'm thinking might be Jonel because he was called One Eye, and I wonder if he poked his eye out. As for the unlucky Stark guy who draws the black rock, Cregan's father, Rickon, had a second son we don't know much about, so this could be Cregan's younger brother. Now, Cregan in the book has a bastard half-sister, Sarah Snow, who according to Mushroom, Jace fell in love with during this visit and secretly married in the Godswood. But Archmaester Gildane denies it, and we don't see it on the show, so I don't think it happened. Cregan and Jace visit the Wall, which does not happen in the book. They just got along drinking and hunting during their time in Winterfell, and the Wall's a pretty good ways distance from Winterfell. But Jace says,
"It pleases me to think that over a century ago our ancestors treated in this very place."
You at least had the mercy not to threaten me with your dragon.
Aegon the Conqueror did not visit the Wall as far as we know. Torrhen bent the knee at the Trident. Cregan is carrying on his back Ice, the Valyrian steel sword of House Stark, which will later be carried by Ned Stark in the Game of Thrones era. And Jace reminds Cregan of House Stark's pledge to support Rhaenyra. We saw the hardy Rickon Stark begrudgingly supporting Viserys' naming of Rhaenyra as his heir during the montage at the end of the pilot episode. But Jace shrugs off Cregan needing his men to keep out snow and savages, but Cregan shuts him up with just a view.
War is coming. We cannot wage it without the support of the North.
He can't even say the word north without losing his breath. Here is a dragon rider used to flying above clouds, seeing a vast misty expanse without a clear horizon line. Cregan says that his father brought King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne to see the Wall, and that Jaehaerys stood right here and watched as his dragons refused to cross the Wall. Fire and Blood claims that Alysanne tried to take Silverwing over the Wall 3 times, and that each time Silverwing turned back and hissed at every northern gust. She actually wrote her husband, quote, "She does not like this wall." In Fire and Blood, Jaehaerys wasn't present for that particular visit. But in chapter 5 of A Feast for Crows, Sam speaks of another visit to Winterfell by both Alysanne and Jaehaerys where they did fly past the Wall. Now again, Jaehaerys' dragon was Vermithor, and we did see Daemon with Vermithor, the Bronze Fury, in the Dragonmont on Dragonstone at the end of last season, and trailer footage shows its updated elderly look as it roars at Rhaenyra, so we will see Vermithor this season. Cregan asks,
Do you think my ancestors built a 700-foot wall of ice to keep out snow and savages?
What does it keep out?
Death.
Ramin Djawadi also brings back the icy White Walker theme from Game of Thrones. If Jace does learn Aegon's dream, this conversation with Cregan and his glimpse beyond the Wall is going to give that song an even deeper weight. Now, we do not see Jace's dragon Vermax here in the north, but in Fire and Blood, Mushroom claims that Vermax laid a clutch of eggs in Winterfell that stayed in the crypts. Since it seems that Jace did not bring his dragon to the Wall, we do have to wonder where it was kept during this side trip. So who knows? Game of Thrones Legends is a match 3 RPG featuring epic team-based player versus environment and player versus player battles with collectibles and upgradable champions.
A blade is only as sharp as the one that wields it.
This is serious. I wouldn't be here if it weren't.
The battles are such a satisfying mix of matching puzzles, combos, and the special abilities each character has. It's one of those games where you get in the zone. It's super fun to mix and match allies and equip iconic weapons from the show to make your teams even stronger.
I like this position. It's quite comfortable.
Call the champions of Westeros to your side.
You can take on other players, which is super fun. I'm building grudges that will entangle my lineage for generations to come, and it is so fun.
We're not leaving you alone out there.
For every battle you will cut closer. Every victory will pierce nearer. And in time, you And your champions will become legends.
The package Game of Thrones Legends sent us was so cool to unbox. The treasures inside were so cool. Okay, all right, very nice. I'm just gonna tear into this thing, right? Whoa, look at this. Get that logo up there. That is pretty cool looking.
This is kind of a cool box. It would be, I mean,
The box is cool.
that is funky. That's fun.
Game of Thrones Legends. Wow. All right. Lots of interesting. Whoa, look at this.
Oh, cool.
Kind of an arrowhead made of obsidian or dragon glass.
dragon glass.
So this will take out like a White Walker. Ironic that it's frozen in a cube of ice.
Like it was cut out of Hard Home or something.
Right, yeah, like fossilized. That's awesome.
That's great.
So this is kind of like something that you can plug into your computer and it like lights up. I assume we should get a shot of that. This controls that, a remote for that. What else do we have in here? This snowy,
a lot of snow.
icy, opened up to the winds of winter. Some cards here.
Okay, I'll
take a look at those.
Oh, these are like character cards. Like I got a Jon Snow, a Cersei, a Sir Criston Cole. So we got both House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones cards.
Here we go. We got like kind of a fold-out poster or map showing you kind of the game play layout that you get to work with here. Very cool. A lot of fun little Easter eggs maybe in some of the layouts of these cities. This is so cool. Thank you, Game of Thrones Legends.
Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome to have in the new Rockstar studio. Want to check it out yourself? Secure your legacy. Download Game of Thrones Legends by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code to get 50 gold, 3,000 food, and a daily summon token to start your journey. Rhaenys returns to Dragonstone atop her dragon Melis. Yeah, Gevi is a High Valyrian command of good, one of the hundreds of words created by language expert David J. Peterson for this show. The dragon tamers say umbas, which means wait. When we last saw Rhaenys, she flew out from Dragonstone to block the Gullet, which is the stretch of water between Driftmark and Massey's Hook that connects Blackwater Bay to the Narrow Sea. It's the primary shipping lane from Essos and the Free Cities to get stuff to King's Landing. Daemon wants Rhaenys and their dragons to kill Vhagar and Aemond.
Make it a son for a son.
A Son for a Son is this episode's title and the chapter of Fire and Blood that this episode adapts. And perhaps what's worst about this Hammurabi mindset is article of A, as in any son for any son. It's just so wanton and blind. And as Rhaenys' eyes dart at Daemon, we hear the dragon Melis emitting this whistle-like cry in the background. It's a unique sound for the she-dragon beckoning her rider not to be pushed around by this cousin who, when it was her son who died, or so she thought, Daemon did nothing, and as far as she knows, might have even been involved in that believed death. She also brings up Laenor's sister, Lyanna, who was Daemon's one-time wife.
It was a raven that brought me news of Laena's death.
Shaming Daemon for not telling her himself, suggesting, don't you remember how stunned into silence and paralysis a loved one's death can leave you? Rhaenys says that she needed to see Lyanna's remains to believe it, and Rhaenyra will need to see Luke's remains as well. And a ruler recusing themselves to grieve and not letting that grief dictate their next move is really the wisest path. Daemon says,
If you'd have acted when you had the chance, and Luke would be alive.
He's referring to the moment Rhaenys and Melis crashed Aegon II's coronation in the Dragon Pit in season 1, a moment that was not in the book, when Rhaenys killed hundreds of commoners, but chose restraint with the Greens on the dais. A decision that I'm sure is gonna come back to haunt a lot of these characters. Daemon says,
Fly with me. It is a command.
Would that you were the king.
Yeah, this season will likely continue to explore Daemon's selfish desire for the Iron Throne, a future source of contention between him and Rhaenyra. An interesting connection between the cousins Rhaenys and Daemon. Daemon's dragon Caraxes was previously written by Rhaenys' father, Aemon, son of Jaehaerys and Alysanne, who died before he could take the throne, while Rhaenys' dragon Melis was previously written by Daemon's mother, Alyssa. So whenever they look at each other, they see the dragon that their parent rode, and that's always going to be like a point of respect between these two cousins. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra looks out at the Castle of Storm's King's End, where her son Luke clashed with Aemond atop Vhagar, she is still wearing the same clothes that she was wearing in the final shot of season 1, meaning that she rushed out on her dragon and didn't even change into riding gear, and she has not changed since then. And we have been told that season 2 begins 10 days after the end of season 1. Meanwhile, on Driftmark, Corlys Velaryon's ship, which is called the Sea Snake, also the nickname for himself, is being restored after it was damaged at the Stepstones. This was the defeat that led to his serious injury last season. The ship being restored is a metaphor for Corlys himself, a vessel bloodied and barnacled, being readied for another voyage despite probably being too weathered to actually be useful. Corlys meets with Alan of Hull, a new character this season played by Abubakar Salim. He is the one who pulled Corlys from the water, and we get a mention of his brother, who we'll learn is Adam of Hull, played by Clinton Liberty this season. We're gonna meet him later on. There's this stiff vibe between the men here, and I'm okay speculating this here because even the book leaves it uncertain. In Fire and Blood, Alan and Adam are bastards born with silver hair and Valyrian features, and their mother Marilda claimed that their father was Laenor Velaryon, but Mushroom claims that they're the bastard sons of Corlys, kept at a distance to avoid offending his wife Rhaenys. And that's certainly how this scene is being played, right? Like, this is like Ned Stark with Jon Snow. Also, Laenor on the show seems younger than Alan and Adam are here. There's more to say about Adam and his brother and something that happens in this scene, but I'm gonna save that for the spoiler dungeon. Okay, in King's Landing, soldiers from House Hightower patrol the battlements commanded by Sir Auric Cargill of the King's Guard. His twin brother, Sir Eric, serves Rhaenyra. Last season, Sir Eric was the one who took Viserys' crown to her. Yeah, the names do sound alike, and like multiple characters having the name Aegon and the idea of Daemon versus Aemond, this was George R. R. Martin's intent. Like, these families are obsessed with keeping names and recycling them through the family, making power plays with how they decide to name their kids, and these confusing homophonic parallels make a fog of an interfamily conflict and a civil war all the more bewildering. We see how they're freaked out about a dragon attack, armed up with a scorpion. This is the anti-dragon weapon that we saw used in Game of Thrones. But it turns out the dragon is Vhagar, Aemond's dragon, so they stand down. I love how, like us, these high towers struggle to tell the dragons apart from a distance, and it shows how poor the communication is because Aemond didn't even bother to tell Sir Auric that he would be taking a flight and not to get everyone so scared and worked up. In the royal nursery, Queen Helena sews what looks like a golden dragon as her brother husband, King Aegon II, marches in.
Where is Jaehaerys?
Aegon mistakes one silver-haired twin for another. This is his daughter, Jaehaera. This is setting up this whole idea of toggling between two similarly looking twins to set up the critical moment at the end of this episode with Blood and Cheese. Now, in Fire and Blood, there is a third child, a younger brother, Maelor. Maybe he's not born yet. It's possible that they wrote Maelor out of the story, even though there was a dial for Maelor in the season 1 opening credits imagery. If they wrote Maelor out of the show, that would be interesting because in the book, the Blood and Cheese moment occurs between the two boys, Jaehaerys and Maelor. The daughter, Jaehaera, is left out of it, but I think there's a specific reason for this change besides watering down the violent moment that I'll talk about later. There is another bed, could be a crib by the door that looks like it might have these hanging puppets or marionettes. There's one girl, one boy, looks like toys for the twins, Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, maybe to show both of them hanging in the balance. But if it was a third bed or a crib, it could imply that they intended to have a third kid. Helena contests Aegon taking Jaehaerys away from his lessons.
He'll be king one day. He must begin his instruction.
What if he does not want to be king?
I feel like this informs her decision to later point to Jaehaerys. She takes the boy out of the line of succession. Helena says she's afraid.
Not the dragons, the rats.
Obviously foreshadowing these characters being so distracted by a dragon attack from above that they don't think about the threat from below, the Red Keep tunnels that people like Daemon know better than anyone. Another interesting change from the book is that the show implies that Helena might be a dreamer or a green seer, someone who has visions of the future, like Daenys the Dreamer. In season 1, she predicted Aemond losing an eye and Rhaenys crashing the coronation. So what does it say that the Greens have their own prophetic dreamer on their side? Could they use Helena to stay ahead of the Blacks in ways that weren't in the book? Or are they just gonna ignore her or misinterpret her in a tragic way, the way modern Targaryens seem to misinterpret all dreams? Alicent grips the armrest as Sir Criston, to use Rhaenys' term, gorges. On her thumb, you can see some scarring from where she would be picking at them. This was her nervous tick from last season, and while it's somewhat healed over, she is still clearly picking at it given her son Aemond throwing a wrench into everything. While Sir Criston's armor pieces were cast onto the floor, his white cape of the King's Guard was delicately laid out on the table. I kind of like that when they start getting getting into it, he was like, wait, this can't get dirty. This may remind you of when Sir Criston hooked up with Rhaenyra in season 1 and he gently laid his white cape on the back of the chair because as a Knight of the King's Guard, he's supposed to be celibate. But whether he's with Rhaenyra or Alicent now, he breaks that vow constantly, and he is a hypocritical piece of shit. Alicent says,
There's a chill in the air. Summer is well and truly through.
the winter is coming that Craig Stark warned about is being felt even down in King's Landing, which means that they will be even more dependent on trade with Essos and Tothros to survive this winter in Westeros. Alicent says that she and Criston cannot do this again, but sure enough, what are they doing in the final scene when Helaena runs in? Yup, that's why Sir Criston doesn't protest this. Alicent has probably said this never again many times before. We get our first look at the rat catcher known as Cheese, played by Mark Staubert. Remember, there were shots of rats throughout the Red Keep in many moments in season 1, and they were all to set up this guy having a reason to be seen throughout the Red Keep without anyone thinking twice about it. Alicent and Sir Criston passed right by him in the shadows of the small council chamber, telling us that he has access to all of these intimate corners. We actually see the Ratcatcher Cheese in the background of Aegon's petition scene in the throne room later on in this episode, so Cheese is always lurking in the background. Aegon II's small council includes Master of Laws Jasper Wilde, aka Iron Rod, for his unyielding attitude about the law, and also probably for other reasons, Grand Maester Orwyle, Master of Coin Tyland Lannister, played by Jefferson Hall, who played Sir Hugh of the Vale in Game of Thrones, and also Chevalier in Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, and Hand of the King Otto Hightower. Otto reminds us that the Stormlands are secure since Aemond made a marriage pact with Floris Baratheon, Lord Boros' daughter. While the young Prince Jaehaerys plays with Tyland's attendance ball, Tyland mentions his brother amassing forces in the Golden Tooth, referring to his twin brother Jason, who was also played by Jefferson Hall in season 1. But remember, this yellow ball was used to crush the skull of Tyland's predecessor, Lord Beesbury. Dear me. So I think it's kind of a cursed death ball for this cursed boy to be playing with. Aegon tells Tyland to give the prince pony rides, but Alicent says enough is enough, but is sure to chastise Tyland for interrupting. She's doing the kind of thing Cersei would do to members of the small council in order to placate the brat Joffrey in Game of Thrones whenever he would act up. The discussion shifts to breaking the blockade, and Orwyle suggests to bring in the young Lord Dalton Greyjoy as Master of Ships. So Dalton Greyjoy, aka the Red Kraken, is the current 16-year-old Lord of the Iron Islands, a bloodthirsty seafarer who plays a big role in the future of the Civil War, but he hasn't yet been cast for season 2, so I think we might just hear him getting mentioned in background events. Aegon has invited his brother Aemond to the meeting, and Aemond desires a towhole in the Riverlands at Harrenhal, and Aegon agrees. He wants to fly Sunfire and Vhagar throughout the Riverlands. Alicent just gives Sir Criston a look, and Criston tells the king that he can't put himself in the middle of battle, and Alicent says that they can't move Vhagar away from King's Landing because that would leave them undefended. But then the grandpa of this family turns against the daughter to shut up all the younger generations.
Errors were made in the hours following King Viserys' death. We mustn't compound them.
So Otto is saying, before you shame Aemond for killing Luke, remember that I told you that we'd have to kill Rhaenyra and Daemon, Rhaenys, all of Team Black to cement Aegon's coronation, but you didn't listen then. Alicent passes Lord Larys Strong, Master of Whispers, who says he personally interviewed all of the Red Keep staff to ensure that they weren't loyal to Rhaenyra, but that purging did not include Cheese the Ratcatcher or any member of the City Watch. He says that he tried to talk to Alicent earlier, but she was indisposed, signaling that he knows that she must have been hooking up with Sir Criston and is now feeling jealous because, you know, they were supposed to share their foot fetish thing. So in the next scene, when Alicent sees his bathmaid crushing something into her soap, she shoos all the maids away out of paranoia because Alicent now doesn't know whether she can really trust anyone in her staff now that Larys handpicked everyone and that Larys might be jealous of her with Sir Criston. This is now the world they're living in. Constant paranoia that anyone in your staff could be trying to poison you. Rhaenyra finds fishermen south of Storm's End pulling in with their nets a severed wing of Arrax, Luke's dragon. There's a smooth visual effect with Rhaenyra dismounting Syrax. The camera stays on Syrax flying in and landing, and in the same shot, Emma Darcy, a practical shot of the actor I assume, is composited in over this visual effect of the dragon, sliding down the side of the wing and landing in the sand. Now, Emma probably was seated on like a chroma keyed mount structure, but they composited in their shadow on Syrax's wing on each of the folds of the wing, and I gotta say it's pretty solid. Rhaenyra finds with Arrax's wing Luke's red and black Targaryen flying cloak that she last saw him in when he left Dragonstone in the season 1 finale, and as she sobs, Syrax walks over and roars in agony as well. Meanwhile, Aegon enters the throne room to hear petitions, first from Gerard, who pleads that the crown has taken 10% of his sheep, which Aegon vows to return, before Otto reminds him that those sheep are to feed Sunfire and Vhagar. Aegon childishly seems to think that he can return one man's sheep without the other herders knowing, but Grandpa makes it super clear.
When the king speaks, all hear it.
And then Aegon drops his voice now like a big boy. But interesting, we see later with Blood and Cheese going through the same room, when the king says anything, there are plenty of people in the shadows who hear him. Next, we meet this smith named Hugh, who mentions high iron costs and asks to be paid up front before building scorpions, and Aegon agrees.
Our victory depends on the efforts of the small folk.
The way he pops that K on small folk seems to be his way of kind of clicking at Grandpa to back off. Notice as Hugh turns, his hair is pulled back in a ponytail and it is Valyrian platinum colored. Now, this character is Hugh Hammer. He's played by Kieran Bew, and he's going to be an important character to the events ahead, but more on him in the spoiler dungeon. Larys pulls King Aegon aside and says to be wary of his current hand, his grandfather, Otto.
I would think you would wish to be viewed differently.
Clever. Larys, sensing Alicent's distance, moves closer to the king instead to pitch himself as a possible new hand someday. I like how he pronounces think the same way he heard Aegon pronouncing folk to shut up Otto.
I would think
the small folk.
Alicent rages at her father for undermining her in front of her sons, and she brings up Aemond.
Aemond is angry. What he did, however vicious.
The caprice of youth.
Whoa, okay, so Alicent is saying that Lucerys deserved to die a violent death because he was never punished for a boy fight that took out Aemond's eye, even though Aemond at the time was like, I lost an eye, but I gained a dragon. Aemond totally came on top in that moment. Why is Alicent still so mad about this? Moments like this are why I'm convinced the show producers want us to side with Rhaenyra and paint Alicent as cold and uncaring about anyone other than her own kids. There's also this episode's changes to Blood and Cheese, but we'll get to those later. Velaryon ships intercept a white-sailed ship leaving Blackwater Bay, and Eric Cargill finds Mysaria. Mysaria would be one of the spies purged by Larys from King's Landing. Daemon, who once claimed Mysaria as the mother of his child in Dragonstone in that move against the crown, grills her now as a spy who played both sides of the family.
As long as he had gold to pay for that.
From the trailer, it sounded like this season would do away with Mysaria's odd attempted Mauritian accent, but the French sound does come back in some of the lines.
Did you think I would wither in your absence?
You only blame me because your true enemies are out of reach.
Sir Eric tells Daemon that Mysaria was not an agent of the High Towers, and that's not really fair for any of these Targaryens to be judging anyone else in their orbit who struggled to pick a side in the early days of this family dispute.
And we swore the same oath to defend the whole of the royal family. So what were we to do when they turn against one another?
It just really shows the impossible standard of absolute loyalty during these times of civil war. Rhaenyra returns to Dragonstone and she passes a room that contains a massive dragon skull. It's similar to the skull of Balerion the Black Dread that's beneath the Red Keep. But since Vhagar is still alive, for any dragon to be this big, it must be, by the process of elimination, Meraxes, the dragon of Aegon the Conqueror's sister Rhaenys, the dragon who died when a scorpion pierced her eye in the First Dornish War. And there's this awesome long tracking shot of Emma Darcy going into the room, meeting with Daemon, and then rounding the table, standing at the head of it, ignoring the updates, and finally just uttering this.
I want Aemond Targaryen.
But what's fun about this shot is, at some point they would have had to change the camera from handheld to a crane or a wire so that it could glide over the candle-covered table. And I think they hid this handoff as the camera passed Matt Smith's black tunic. And you'll notice throughout this entire scene, Rhaenyra is clutching in her hand Luke's cloak. Around this table are Daemon's daughters that he had with Lyanna from Pentos, Baela and Rhaena. And then to the right, Sir Stefan Darklyn, the Lord Commander of the Queen's Guard. And then next to him, Lord Simon Staunton of Rook's Rest. And then Sir Alfred Broom, who is a loyal knight to the House Targaryen. And then on the other side of the table to the left of Rhaenyra, that's Lord Bartimos Celtigar of Claw Isle. Bartimos Celtigar, I think, is my favorite name in this show. And then Grand Maester Gerardus, this is the maester that's assigned to Dragonstone. And then pulling back, Sir Laurent Marbrand of the Queen's Guard. Jace returns, led to Rhaenyra by his betrothed Baela, who sweetly touches his arm as she leaves, which means when he was grieving his brother, he first went to Baela for strength and comfort, just to try to steel himself before he would have to report to his queen mother. He reports that Lady Jane Eyre has pledged her support in exchange for a dragon to guard the Vale. There was more in that deal with Lady Jane that we'll get to in the spoiler section. And he reports that Kragan Stark has promised 2,000 Greybeards, but just breaks down. And this unimpeachable grief that this episode lets Rhaenyra and Jace express, it's not anger, it's just sadness at this point. It's another example of how the show, as opposed to the book, really wants us to sympathize with the blacks more than they want us to sympathize with the greens. And we see intercutting scenes of this morning, like the blacks all together holding Luke's funeral as Jace throws in one baby blanket on the fire. The youngest son Joffrey throws a toy that was probably hand-me-down from Luke. Rhaenyra throws in other clothes. Meanwhile, Alicent is the only one of the greens in the sept. She lights candles for everyone else in her life who died first, including Alary Florent, who was Alicent's late mother, Otto's wife, who died shortly before the series began, and next a candle for Viserys Targaryen, and then lastly, after like long hesitation, a candle for Lucerys Velaryon, which she just says in like a hushed whisper. It's almost like she's like, do I have to do this? I don't know, some of you may be watching it feeling like, oh, Alicent, I get where she's coming from. Not in my book. I think she's doing the bare minimum from a screenwriting perspective to give Alicent some semblance of humanity. But structurally in this episode, I appreciate how Alicent blowing out this match kind of brings us to nightfall for the rest of the episode, because it is dark from here on out. So we see Daemon sneaking back into King's Landing, bribing his way in, and he meets a City Watch gold cloak. This man is known only as Blood. Daemon used to command the City Watch and held a unique loyalty over these men. Blood escorts Daemon as if he was a prisoner to Cheese, whom Daemon has been told has gambling debts from the fighting pits. But then Daemon hires him to do the following.
You're to find and slay the Prince Aemon Targaryen.
And then when Cheese asks what if they can't find Aemond, the scene cuts away. So this is a recurring move for the producers of House of the Dragon when it comes to the character of Daemon to often leave it a mystery what exactly he said, and instead have other characters quote his more controversial historical moves secondhand. But in the book, Fire and Blood, it's reported that Mysaria, at Daemon's request, directly hired Blood and Cheese, and that the order was to kill one of Aegon's sons, either Jaehaerys or Maelor. In the book, the target was an innocent child, but the show has Daemon order to kill Aemond, and we don't see what he says as a backup option, just that later Blood says a son for a son. But whose son did Aemond say? Did they just confuse what exactly he said? What was the context of Aemond saying these words to them? We'll never really know. This is a significant change that we cannot ignore. It makes Daemon both more active, as he is giving this order himself, but also less treacherous, as he would be saying priority number one would be to kill an adult with blood on his hands for vengeance, instead of to kill an innocent who had nothing to do with it. But also it makes him equally mysterious, as the show just kind of leaves us guessing exactly what words he gave the assassins after they cut away from the scene. Meanwhile, Aemond and Sir Criston plot to invade the Crownlands, wanting to do so without having to go through Otto or Alicent, to force houses Rosby and Stokeworth, which Aemond sees as a way to take their levies and advance toward Harrenhal. And I like how they use gold and silver coins, because to use real battle map tokens would draw more suspicion, and here they just kind of look like coins tossed on a map, errantly. Aemond bemoans his mother Alicent blaming him by starting the war by killing Luke, despite her and Otto conspiring to take the throne.
Her Grace speaks with two tongues.
But Sir Criston defends Alicent here and blames Rhaenyra for corrupting Alicent into deceit, really just because he doesn't like the idea of the tongue he's tangling with could be tied with anyone else. He is so full of shit. Yes, Rhaenyra was a little deceitful, but Alicent has been making all the conspiratorial moves. He's just spurned that Rhaenyra didn't want to run away with him. But I appreciate that in this scene, they show Aemond and Sir Criston drinking wine. For non-book readers who might now be worrying, well, if both of these men are drunk, might Blood and Cheese have a better chance at slaying Aemond? But either way, it's important that they're drunk, because both of these protectors are completely useless when invaders come into this wing of the Red Keep. Cheese leads Blood through the Red Keep sewer, going straight into the throne room, and he finds Aegon drunk on the Iron Throne with his buddies.
Wait. It would always be Aegon the Strong.
My nephew's already taken that.
Yes, Aegon is mocking Jaehaerys here, because remember, Aegon and Aemond would call Jace and Luke and Joff Strongs to imply that they're the bastard sons of Harwin Strong. Blood looks up to see the new statue being erected. We saw this in the background of the earlier petition scene. This is a statue of the late King Viserys. Season 1 showed his gradual transition from living person to lifeless object. And as Blood and Cheese leave the throne room, Aegon's bud suggests the name Aegon the Dragon, to which Aegon agrees, calling himself the untamable beast. And it's ironic considering his male heir will soon be killed, and it might be the end of the throne through his specific bloodline. Cheese tells Blood that the royal quarters are off limits, monitored by a different group of rat catchers, justifying why Larys wouldn't have noticed Cheese and his staff purge, and why Blood wouldn't know which room was Aemond's and which belonged to the other members of the family. But the first room they find is the right room. This is Aemond's chamber. This is the room that we saw earlier. Cheese raises his torch to see this painting. This painting depicts Harrenhal Harrenhal when it was burned by Balerion the Black Dread during Aegon's conquest. For Aemond to look up at this mural every night informs why he's so eager to take his dragon to Harrenhal and to get there first before Daemon gets there with Caraxes. Historically, Harrenhal is the foothold to power in the Riverlands. But Blood is spotted by a chambermaid. She runs off and Blood can't find her, but he does find Cheese with a knife to Helena's throat in the nursery. So here we go. Cheese points to the two beds where Jaehaerys and Jaehaera are sleeping.
Which one's a boy?
Blood says that the woman knows, and Cheese says to make her choose. Helena points to one bed. Blood assumes that she wouldn't give up the heir that easily, but Cheese looks into her eyes and says,
No. She's telling true.
And then they go into the bed on the left, they cover Jaehaerys' mouth, and I will not show this clip because the sounds are just not anything I want to hear ever again. Helena grabs Jaehaera in a state of shock, and we follow her all the way to her mother's quarters, where Alicent is currently bedding Sir Criston.
They killed the boy.
The disassociation that Thea Saban plays this with is just so heartbreaking. She is a dreamer or a green seer, and she knew to fear the rats, so she is seeing her visions come true. So she's not entirely sure if this is present reality or a dream. She's reacting as someone trapped in a nightmare. And you'll notice that Helena had to take the same path down the steps with Jaehaera in her arms that Rhaenyra had to make with her newborn Joffrey in her arms back in episode 6 of season 1, from the nursery to Alicent's chamber. In that past episode, it felt like a tediously long walk for a woman who just delivered a child to have to walk, and pretty cruel for Alicent to have to make her do. Now it's a terrifyingly long scramble for Helena to have to make on the worst night of her life. But in the book Fire and Blood, this whole incident goes down quite differently. There are 3 children, the twins Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, and then a younger boy Maelor. Blood and Cheese sneak into these quarters planning to kill either Jaehaerys or Maelor. They grab both Helena and Alicent, and they gag Alicent, making these two women watch as they grab both the boys, and they make Helena choose which boy to kill. Helena begs to take her instead, but Blood refuses, saying it has to be a son. Helena just panics and she chooses Maelor. Cheese whispers in the young Maelor's ear, "You hear that, little boy? Your mama wants you dead." And then Blood instead beheads Jaehaerys. So that's a lot worse, obviously. And I think if the show depicted a little boy being told that his mother named him to die, followed by everyone having to watch them behead the other son, who knows, that might have just been a bit too extreme for viewers. And instead, the show found an opportunity to pose some deeper questions by the way they staged this. For one, this change removes Alicent from being an eyewitness, and it leaves Helena alone to witness it. And as a dreamer, which is something that is not in the book, it makes a dreamer's vision coming true before her eyes. Meanwhile, Alicent is guiltily engaging in sex that she said that she would never do again. And it also puts culpability on Sir Criston, because instead of patrolling these halls, he was inside the Queen's chamber the moment this happened. And by making this an extreme measure taken by Blood and Cheese, potentially going rogue beyond Daemon's orders, and by having Helena flee the room while it was happening instead of all of us lingering on it, you could say we end up with a bit less sympathy for Alicent and for the Greens than we would have if it was depicted exactly as it went down in the book. Like, you know, the camera didn't turn away from Vhagar eating Luke and Arrax. And by making this a choice between twins, it creates this dynamic of a mix-up between two identical children whose sex would be impossible to determine from their nightgowns. So you could say that it also might give all parties a bit of an out of a sincere mix-up, rather than a deliberate choice between one child or the other by name. Yet, Helena does point at Jaehaerys, the crowned prince, the heir, and Cheese, a gambling man, knows from her eyes that she's pointing with true intent. So she either hoped that they would second guess her, or she just panicked and chose to spare the girl, or maybe some part of her wanted this succession of male kings to end. But really, I just think she felt powerless because this is a destiny that she has foreseen, and she knows her choice didn't make a difference. Ultimately, by giving Aegon and Helena only one son in the show, it seems like they're doing, they remove any possible male heir from the Greens at this point. This is the side that insisted on male primogeniture in order to give the throne to Aegon instead of to Rhaenyra, so that from here on, unless Aegon and Helena have Maelor, the succession is gonna go from Aegon to his brother Aemond. So by taking a son for a son, they killed the boy. The fact that they killed the boy is an ultimate devastating blow to the Greens, and it's the latest strike in a civil war that will take more sons for more sons. Okay, let's close out with a spoiler dungeon where we theorize based on book-specific details that have not yet been revealed on the show. Okay, this chambermaid spotting blood, I think, was to establish the fact that while Cheese will escape, Blood will be caught at the gates of the gods while attempting to bring Jaehaerys' severed head to Daemon. While Cheese will be able to blend in with the other servants, Blood now has this witness who can ID him. And I think Blood telling his interrogators he said a son for a son, that's gonna be heavily scrutinized what exactly Daemon's intent was with that. Another detail, Daemon at Harrenhal. So in the book, Daemon and Caraxes have already taken Harrenhal without bloodshed, before the dance at Storm's End even, leading to victories at Burning Mill and Stonehenge. Daemon is therefore at Harrenhal during all the events of Blood and Cheese and communicates with Mysaria via Raven. Now Daemon is more directly implicated with the Blood and Cheese event, and coming episodes may show his arrival with Caraxes at Harrenhal, making it a motive for Aemond and Sir Criston to move forward with their plan. Next, Sir Criston and Aemond's plotting is totally laying the groundwork for the coming Battle of Rook's Rest. I have not seen anything beyond episode 1 before shooting this breakdown, but based on trailer footage, I think that is the big battle that the critics are referring to in episode 4, which would mean all this focus on Rhaenys and her decision not to torch Aegon and the Greens in the Dragon Pit is designed to set up this big mid-season battle with Vhagar and Sunfire in a battle with Meleys over Rook's Rest, which is going to end badly for Rhaenys. I also think the detail of Aegon wanting to give the herder back a sheep but having to backtrack because Sunfire and Vhagar need to gorge, I think is going to set up Sunfire's fate later after Rook's Rest when the dragon is wounded and grounded and just has to eat sheep in the Crownlands. The characters of Alan of Hull and Adam of Hull as Velaryon bastards are dragon seed and will become dragon riders for the Blacks. When Daemon recruits bastards with Valyrian ancestry to try to tame wild dragons in the Dragonmont and to try to ride on behalf of the Blacks. There is a shot at the port when a burst of flame goes off beside Alan that seems to foreshadow his future with fire, because specifically his brother Adam ends up bonding and riding Sea Smoke, which is Laenor's old dragon. But since Laenor is still alive in the series, we don't know what that means for Adam, like if he'll bond with a different dragon or if Laenor is still going to be in the mix. But we do see Sea Smoke in trailer footage for this season. Alan, meanwhile, seeks the wild dragon of Grey Ghost but is unable to find him, and then tries to tame Sheepstealer, but it gets very badly burned, yet considers himself lucky because Sheepstealer ate everyone else except for the future dragon rider of Nettles. But there is some speculation that the show might merge the character of Nettles with the character of Rhaena. I hope that's not the case. And speaking of dragon seed, in Fire and Blood, Hugh Hammer becomes a dragon seed, and we meet him this episode, and we get confirmation of his silver Valyrian hair. But Fire and Blood never speculates on who his father might be. He could be descended from any Targaryen king or prince in King's Landing for the past century. In the book, he starts in Dragonstone, though, so I'm curious why the show starts him as a smith for the Greens in King's Landing. Like maybe he'll betray the Greens, or maybe the Greens are going to try to make him a dragon seed for them to counter the Blacks' operation. I don't know how they would do that because only the Blacks for now have access to the wild dragons in the Dragonmont. So something's going to happen between now and then where he ends up leaving and going to Dragonstone, I assume. Now, Jace mentioned that Lady Jane Eyre wanted a dragon to protect the Vale. In Fire and Blood, Mushroom claims that Lady Jane wanted Jace to bring her to climax with his tongue in exchange for her loyalty to Rhaenyra. But either way, this leads to Rhaenyra sending Joffrey with his dragon Tyraxes to the Vale, and Joffrey brings with him Rhaena, Daemon's daughter, formerly betrothed to Luke. She's currently without a dragon, but Rhaena in Fire and Blood brings 3 dragon eggs to the Vale, praying nightly for their hatching, and we do see 3 eggs in the fire in the trailer. In the book, Rhaena ends up with the pink dragon named Morning. This is an in-depth breakdown of House of the Dragon Season 2, Episode 2. The opening tapestry imagery is the same in Episode 2 as it was in Episode 1, and I broke down literally every frame of that in last week's video. Go check it out. But series creator Ryan Condal explained his decision to change this from Season 1. The Blood River sequence from the first season had really come to an end now that the ancestry is sort of set, and now that war has erupted, they wanted to show the living history. And so they partnered with titles company Yuko, who designed this based on the Bayeux Tapestry, depicting the Norman conquest of England. Like Aegon the Conqueror, William I crossed the English Channel and established the throne of a country that lasts to this day. This episode opens in the Red Keep hours after Prince Jaehaerys' murder. A maid brings out the bloodied sheets of the young prince. While episode 1 spared us the sight of any blood, this episode leads with it. And a general trigger warning for this breakdown, while I'm going to avoid showing any extreme violence, some of the details I talk about may lead you to dwell on the events of episode 1 more than you would want to. So household staff are dragged into the halls in these early morning hours, as Aemond is later told by Sylvie,
When princes lose their temper, it is often others who suffer.
Yes, the greatest pain inflicted by the Greens after this tragedy is against their own loyal servants. A Kingsguard hands a blanket or a pillow to dogs to get the scent. This would have been from Jaehaerys's bed, and I think they must know that the boy's head was taken, so they're trying to get a scent of Jaehaerys's head itself. Sir Criston Cole sneaks through this chaos and he's not wearing his helmet. He looks pretty flushed as he was caught literally with his pants down. A boy who I assume is a chimney sweep is tripped, spilling his bucket of ashes, which match cut with Aegon smashing his father Viserys' model of Valyria, which was also destroyed in ash and in fire from erupting volcanoes. By destroying this model, Aegon is destroying his father's legacy of temperament and caution, which Otto will later warn him about. And Aegon is symbolically neglecting a duty that was carried on from Valyria and the dream of Daenys that saved this entire family lineage, a dream that later inspired his namesake Aegon the Conqueror in his dream, a dream that this Aegon does not know. Aegon screams, "I'll kill them! I'll kill them all!" Now he's sounding like his descendant, the Mad King. Burn them all! He also says, "They castrated me!" They castrated me. So remember last episode we talked about how Aegon jokingly considering the name of Aegon the Dragon would be ironic given the death of his only son and only heir, considering the Greens' claim to the throne is based on male primogeniture. Ryan Condal did confirm that they decided to exclude Aegon and Helena's second son from Fire and Blood, Maelor, from the show, at least for now. But sex and procreation are obviously still important to Aegon, as in this chamber he left up Viserys' horny orgy tapestries that we cannot show you. Blur them all! But we should note that Aegon may still have a male child. Season 1 episode 9 showed the platinum-haired Targaryen bastard in the fighting pits, but more on him in the spoiler dungeon. Aemond finds a hidden door in his wall, the wall that shows a mural of Balerion the Black Dread burning Harrenhal, and Blood and Cheese had used this secret passageway to enter the royal quarters section of the Red Keep. This would be one of many passageways built into the Red Keep by the architects who were killed by Maegor the Cruel to keep these secrets. Based on Aemond's reaction, I think he didn't even know this passageway was here the whole time he'd been in this room, and he's realizing now, well shit, they used my room to do this. I was the target. The coins he and Sir Criston had used to mark the map are gone. He finds one left over beneath the table and holds it directly in front of his one remaining eye. Coins are used to cover the eyes of the dead, as we saw with Joffrey's corpse in Game of Thrones Season 4. So Aemond is dwelling now, for the first time, on his own mortality. Ramin Djawadi's chaotic violin sobers into a familiar piano melody. This track, Ramin Djawadi composing a House of the Dragon update to his Light of the Seven from Game of Thrones, this track is called Fate of the Kingdoms. We actually first heard it in Season 1 Episode 9 over the montage of the Greens seizing power following Viserys' death. That decision to usurp was truly what started this war. Alicent tells Otto,
"His pain is ended. But what they've done to my girl."
Yeah, she's about to say, "to my girl." Alicent knows that it's Helaena, the sweet prophetic bug girl, hinted in the series to be on the spectrum, who's going to have to live with this. More on Helena's future in Fire and Blood in the spoiler dungeon, but last week I noted that this show seems to be picking a side in the Blacks versus the Greens, certainly drawing more sympathy towards Rhaenyra, but for the early scenes of this episode, focus is certainly given to the humanity and to the shame felt by Alicent.
"The gods punish us. They punish me."
As a sept-going woman, Alicent blames herself and her sins with Sir Criston, but Otto is already moving on to political tactics, saying some good may yet come of this. In the small council chamber, Aegon rages at Sir Criston. "I'm bad!" Yeah, Sir Criston technically doesn't lie. He was abed, and Aegon doesn't even realize the irony of his words, the sanctity of my family. Alicent refuses to even look at Sir Criston when this is happening. And we learned in HBO's behind the scenes video that Otto's map of Westeros that stands vertically in the small council chamber is made out of separate pieces of ivory jigsawed together to represent the separate geographical regions of Westeros. This prop is awesome. After running out of people in the small council chamber to blame, Aegon turns to his mother.
"You wished her life to be spared."
"If I may, Your Grace."
Ah, this is the moment Lord Larys Strong, despite entering this room moments earlier, and even hearing Aegon say, "Bitch, Queen of Bastards," hinting that Jace and Joff are Strongs, and thus his biological nephews, only now does Larys choose to speak up to take Aegon's rage off of Alicent. Larys reports that they caught Blood with Jaehaerys' head in a sack. Remember, Blood would have been identified by that maid who spotted him and ran off in episode 1. Otto suggests that they tell the realm that Rhaenyra did it.
"I will not be seen as Weak!
You're already seen as weak, Aegon.
Notice how the camera suddenly shifts to a low angle of Rhys Ifans to make him look like a grandfather towering over his grandson. He suggests that after the hasty coronation interrupted by Rhaenys and Meleys crashing through the dragon pit, they really need a spectacle of their own in the form of a funeral procession with Jaehaerys' body with the women in tow. Helaena sniffs the cloth for Jaehaerys, and this is what she was sewing the golden dragon into in episode 1, meaning that she was inadvertently sewing his funeral garb. Or did she know? Either way, now she's just trying to cling to the scent of her son. She's leaning against the bedpost of Jaehaerys' bed, unable to turn back to look at Jaehaerys' bed. HBO's behind the scenes video showed how Helaena graffitied all over the walls drawings of her dreams.
Helaena sees and perceives the world in a different way and cultivates different things out of day-to-day interaction than perhaps you and I would. She has graffitied her walls with her dreams, and we think it really imbued the place with a great deal of character for her.
And this includes this image of a woman on fire. More on that in the spoiler dungeon. We also learned that the set decorators had Helaena keep all of these little figurines in cages to contain insects, and also incorporated butterflies and spiders in her embroideries. Alicent says,
We've been asked to ride on a wagon behind his body.
I don't want to.
Yes, the timing of that teardrop shaken out of her eyes by sudden disgust. Helaena picks out an elephant figurine for Jaehaerys. For Lucerys' funeral, remember Joffrey threw a figurine on the fire, and later Rhaenyra will pick up a dragon figurine played with by her and Daemon's new kids, Aegon. I know, so many Aegons. He'll become Aegon the Younger, and Viserys. This dragon toy likely was a hand-me-down from Luke. It's just tragic to think how all these toys are outliving the children they were made for. Now, this funeral procession is not included in Fire and Blood. This public display as a propaganda tool to villainize Rhaenyra reminds us of the Faith militant in season 5 of Game of Thrones, forcing Cersei to do the walk of shame, shame, shame. It's always the women who have to be paraded to send these symbolic signals. Now, I am not going to show the close-up of Jaehaerys' body with his head sewed back on by the Silent Sisters. It's just not something we need to see again and to pause on. But just to verbally describe it, I did notice the head bobbing with the bumps of the carriage, and I just kind of hope that they used a VFX face map on a dummy, because the thought of the child actor having to sit in a makeup chair while these prosthetics were added and then told to lie nice and still while they bumped the cart to get the shot, I just don't like to think about it. But we do get a closer look at the green blanket Helaena wrapped him in, which Fia Saban discussed in the behind the scenes video includes an owl, which we see here. Last season we talked about the named hours of the night according to Westerosi custom, and the hour of the owl comes several hours into the night but still before dawn, which might have been right when Jaehaerys was murdered. The Gold Cloak Blood confesses Daemon's involvement and an unnamed rat catcher, and Larys brings in King Aegon to beat him with a mace. Aegon beating him to death does not happen in Fire and Blood, and Aegon's rage, when you think about it, actually causes more harm, since because they didn't take the time to bring in the 10 household rat catchers in front of Blood so that Blood could identify Cheese's face in the lineup, they had to end up executing all the rat catchers. In the Fire and Blood book, it gives additional context about Blood's interrogation, saying, quote, after 13 days of torment, Blood was at last allowed to die. Queen Alicent had commanded Larys Clubfoot to learn his true name so that she might bathe in the blood of his wife and children, but our sources do not say this occurred. The procession passes this woman. I think this might actually be the same person as Hugh's wife, named Kat, played by Alora Torchia, who we will see later this episode. Helaena kind of disassociates as she sees the petals raining down around her, and I feel like she might be having another vision, perhaps of raining ash. She ends up panicking as the small folk mob her cart as it's stuck in the mud, and they are on her side in total grief here, but trailer footage includes shots that I was surprised not to see here, showing Alicent and Helaena wearing black veils running through rioting streets, and I think Helaena might actually be foreseeing a future moment when the people of King's Landing turn on them. We go from Sir Auric heaving the carriage out of the mud to this shot of Rhaenyra learning the news with Auric's twin brother Eric out of focus behind her. This link between the twins, Auric and Eric, will be the last strand of love shared across these warring factions. Jace proposes,
Let me fly out on Vermax. Andy.
No.
Rhaenyra knows that they're now caught in a cycle of a son for a son for a son for a son, and just does not want to keep trading by escalating with dragon deployment. The Black Council hints that they don't think the other lords of Westeros will believe that Rhaenyra had nothing to do with Jaehaerys' death, and even hint that they themselves don't think that she had nothing to do with it.
But it's a lie.
Just the little shift of the eyes back to Rhaenyra. Yes, Daemon does not want to look in the eyes of the lords standing around this table who know that he might have been involved with what happened. Rhaenyra says,
On Helaena, of all people.
Yes, one commonality shared between Rhaenyra and Alicent in this episode. While all the men of both councils view the act as a crime against the crown or against Aegon or against the prince, which that's fair, Alicent's first words were how this hurts Helena, and Rhaenyra also sees it primarily as a crime against the mother. There is an empathy among mothers in this episode that the men of the episode do not understand. Then there's this long pause.
The death of Prince Lucerys was a shock and an insult.
The eye contact is so perfect. Daemon cannot help but feel Rhaenys's eyes on him, and then his eyes slowly work their way over to meet hers. Remember, as cousins who are both passed over for the crown, riding the dragons of each other's parents, these two can see through each other better than most others can. Sir Alfred Broom suggests that losing Luke may have caused Rhaenyra to overreact, but Rhaenyra takes offense as they shout over the seated Rhaenys.
Mind yourself.
I love it because she is speaking as Sir Alfred, but also she's telling Rhaenyra to keep her cool. But meanwhile, notice she has never taken her eyes off Daemon and ultimately is telling him he needs to mind himself. Rhaenyra finally looks over at Daemon, and then we jump cut to the two of them alone in Rhaenyra's chamber, where the climactic scene of this episode will later take place. Shifting these two characters to a private room away from witnesses like Grand Maester Gerardus, who would enter any conversation to the historical record. Now, in private, we always explore the juicier conversations that would not have been included in Fire and Blood. While Daemon denies telling Blood and Cheese to target a child specifically, and in episode 1, the scene cut away from Daemon before we saw exactly what he said, we do know that Blood said that he told them, quote, a son for a son, and that those are probably the exact vague words that Daemon gave. But Daemon here never admits to saying a son for a son, and chooses his words carefully with Rhaenyra now. And Rhaenyra just sees right through it. She finally realizes that she cannot trust Daemon, and that as a child she viewed that as a challenge, but now she has no time for games.
Well, have you used me?
Like Aegon, Daemon cannot communicate with words and just smashes goblets. Daemon nearly reaches up toward Rhaenyra's neck, but then retracts, and Rhaenyra flinches slightly, but she never breaks eye contact. It reminds us of the last time they had a private conversation in season 1, and he grabbed her neck to choke her, and in that moment she realized Viserys never told him the secret of Aegon's dream, and that Daemon was never seriously considered the heir. Rhaenyra recalls that before Daemon placed Viserys' crown on her head, he was leading a war council without her while she was in labor to what ended up being a stillborn. Daemon cannot even call the Iron Throne your throne to Rhaenyra. He still calls it his brother's throne, saying the quiet part out loud that Rhaenyra calls him out on. Honestly, the acting between Emma Darcy and Matt Smith represents these two actors' finest work, and I think this has to be their Emmy submissions. In a critical turning point in the conversation, Rhaenyra asks, do you accept me as your queen and ruler, or...
Do you cling even now to what you think you lost?
What I think I lost.
A few incredible things here. One, Daemon, by not answering Rhaenyra's question outright and just repeating her sentence back to her, semantically does answer the question, because he's literally saying the second one. I do still cling now to what I think I lost. Also, the composition of the shot. When Rhaenyra asks, do you accept me as your queen and ruler, she is in focus in the background, but when she says, or do you cling even now to what you think you lost, they do a focus shift in the middle of the shot to Daemon in the foreground to show how he puts his own pride over his respect for her. And then lastly, the plant decoration in the background of this room sticks out in radial strands from behind Daemon's head to make him look like he is trying to crown himself in his own mind's eye. Daemon says that Viserys chose Rhaenyra as heir just to put Daemon in his place.
He was not afraid of you, Daemon!
Rhaenyra again is hinting that Viserys was actually driven by a fear of Aegon's dream, the Song of Ice and Fire, and that he needed a successor who wouldn't tear the realm apart. And the fight ends in this quiet exchange.
You struck down a child.
It was a mistake.
Again, Daemon does not deny doing it. He just says, carefully, it was a mistake, which could mean the mistake was a miscommunication between what I actually ordered and what was carried out, or it could mean him admitting that the whole plot to send assassins into the Red Keep to begin with, and to give them this wink-wink instruction of a son for a son, that entire move was a mistake. But he never specifies which was the mistake, and that is why she just ends by calling him pathetic. Now, during this fight, on the wall behind them are High Valyrian glyphs. Language expert David J. Peterson created all of these in addition to the spoken language for Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, and he has posted specific phrases and their translations on his personal Tumblr blog. As of March 2023, he said that he had created 400 High Valyrian glyphs with a goal of eventually 700. He said each glyph is not a single letter, the way like Orbesh works, where there's like, this is A, this is B, but rather High Valyrian written words contain 3 parts: an alphabetic component, an iconic component, and a paradigmatic component, with all 3 elements used simultaneously. So think of it in terms of like, there's like a letter glyph, and then a glyph that puts it in one context, and then a glyph that puts it in a general paradigm context. And that's how they understand what these words are. So comparing these visible glyphs to the left of Daemon's head in this shot to David's various Tumblr posts, this little symbol that looks like a box with an X is associated with something being an active verb. The symbol that looks like two overlapping W's, I believe, is a glyph associated with blood, because we see it in the one for fire and blood. The two symbols above that correspond to like a third person agreement, and then to go. Actually, Gina Ippolito and I gave this our all, and this is as far as we got. You kind of have to just be a linguist to be able to understand this writing system. But on the strand of glyphs to the far left of the shot, there is this symbol, and I think that might correspond to the High Valyrian glyph of Dorana, the curved one of these, which David said means heir to the throne, female. And compared to the throne-shaped glyph on the right in this graphic that we're seeing here, the one where it's more of box-shaped and 90 degrees, that one translates to heir to the throne, male. So think about it, the whole context of this fight between Daemon and Rhaenyra is whether Viserys' heir to the throne should have been male or female. Male would have been according to custom, which would have meant Daemon, but Viserys ended up breaking up custom to give it to the female, Rhaenyra, his one child at the time. And these are the glyphs that Rhaenyra chose to decorate her chamber with. And Daemon is seeing that glyph in his eye line, which feels like a personal insult to him. Okay, moving on. Rhaenyra tells Baela,
when morning comes, take Moondancer and keep a watch on King's Landing.
So Rhaenyra refused to let Jace take Vermax to watch King's Landing, but her niece Baela? Sure! Moondancer is Baela's pale green she-dragon, which in Fire and Blood is no more than the size of a warhorse at this point, and Baela really shouldn't be riding her great distances yet. But the show is really fast-tracking these characters' development. There's more to this that I'll talk about in the spoiler dungeon. Daemon takes Caraxes out from the Dragonmont. The growl of Caraxes was given a little flapping sound in his vocal cords to mimic the sound of breathing through a deviated septum. In Fire and Blood, Daemon was already somewhere else for all of this, but the show placed him here at Dragonstone so that Rhaenyra could completely break his ego, putting the show version of Daemon on a very interesting self-reflective journey this season. Check out the conversation that they had over on the break room after show for this episode of House of the Dragon, because they explored that with a lot of interesting points. Rhaenyra plays with her two youngest sons, fathered by Daemon, Aegon, aka Aegon the Younger, and Viserys. These boys play with a toy model of Dragonstone, and Rhaenyra hands the younger son, Viserys, the dragon figurine. The older son, Aegon the Younger, actually does have a living dragon right now named Stormcloud that he has not yet ridden, we don't think. But this younger son, Viserys, really just has a dragon egg from his crib that has not hatched yet. So I wonder if Rhaenyra may be giving him this little dragon figurine as like a good omen. Rhaenyra looks at the dust wafting in the sunlight, paralleling the moment Helena did this with the petals. Really, we're seeing two mothers both grieving losing a son and still having to be queens and mothers to surviving kids. Alicent, paranoid, watches her maid pour out the last pitcher of bathwater and then like follows her out. After shooing away the bathmaids last episode out of fear that Larys may be installing spies, she's especially paranoid now after the blood and cheese incident. And then Sir Criston, after being unable to look at Jaehaerys' blood-stained mattress before, he now chooses to get upset about the mud stains on Sir Arik's white cloak.
You defy my authority, Sir Arik.
Now I know Arik and Eric are really just meant to be homophones. They're both pronounced Eric, but I just pronounce them differently just so you guys are clear. But as someone also named Eric with normal spelling, I swear to God, I can tell by the way people pronounce my name whether they think I spell it with a C or a K. It's just a thing, trust me. And I'm telling you, in this moment, Sir Criston deliberately pronounced it more like Eric than Arik, just to piss off Arik. Like he's saying, you're the same as your brother who betrayed us. Sir Arik likely knows what Sir Criston was doing that night, but at first is careful not to make it a whole thing.
I have heard, my lord.
It looks like he might have checked Criston's chest plate a little bit there. But Sir Criston was also standing so close to the bench that it was impossible for Sir Arik to pass him without bumping him. So really, I think he was baiting him. Sir Criston asks Arik where he was when Jaehaerys was murdered, but I'm pretty sure Criston knows that Sir Arik was doing his duty. He was guarding the king in the throne room, but really he is just tempting Arik into losing his temper and to come at him so that he can escalate stuff now crazily so that he can use that as a predicate to bring up this new mission. He's really catching Arik in a trap here because Sir Criston sucks. And I like how the other knights leave the area, and when an armorer knocks a crossbow, Criston pulls Arik out of earshot. It's another example in this episode of a conversation whose exact transcript is disputed in Fire and Blood, taking place in this show in a private setting with no witnesses to verify it. Sir Criston says,
"You will go to Dragonstone and strike down Rhaenyra in her own halls."
Now, in Fire and Blood, Sir Criston tells Arik to pose as his twin brother, but it's uncertain if the order was to kill Rhaenyra or to kill one of her kids. Meanwhile, Baela asks what Jace remembers of her uncle, referring to Leonor Velaryon.
He had a weakness for cake.
A sweet tooth for the Night of Kisses, maybe. Bela asks Jace about Harwin Strong, and there's this sweetness here indicating that both Bela and Jace might be cleared on the same page that Harwin is his biological father, making Jace a bastard, and they're both just okay with that. But that would also mean that Jace knows that if this war ever ends with Rhaenyra as the victor, his half-brother Aegon will probably be named heir over him. And I think we can assume from that Jace was probably not told about Aegon's dream, at least not yet. We learned that Aemond wasn't killed because he apparently had spent the night in the Street of Silk with Sylvie, the brothel madam played by Michelle Bonnard, whom Sir Criston and Aemond spoke to back in season 1 episode 9 when they were looking for Aegon.
How you've grown.
Aemond says,
I do regret that business with Luke.
We knew from Aemond saying, Vhagar, no! That Aemond on the series did not intend on it going that way. But when you go back to watch the scenes at Storm's End, remember Luke didn't really do anything to trigger Aemond's temper. Like, Aemond started that night with fire in his blood. I think Aemond only feels regret now because he was very nearly killed. He's dwelling on his own mortality. Also, we should note that of all the sex workers he could have picked in this brothel, Aemond chooses the older madam, with her hair the same color as his mother's, and he boyishly rests his head on her lap. This is a conversation that he wishes he could have with Alicent, but you know, her lap is occupied. We check in with Hugh, the Ironsmith, who requested to be paid up front by King Aegon in episode 1, and we learn that he has a family, his wife, Kat, and a sick child. The blockade in the Gullet is causing food to become scarce and prices to inflate in King's Landing. Now, Hugh having a family is not mentioned in Fire and Blood, but more about what the show might be doing with the character in the spoiler dungeon. For now, I'll just say his big old pinch of salt that he adds to his soup tells us this guy likes a bit of seasoning in his life. On Driftmark, Alan of Hull reunites with his brother Adam of Hull, played by Clinton Liberty. Corlys's ship, the Sea Snake, is being reconstructed in a drained bay that will refill with water when the dam is opened and the tide rolls in. You can actually see the water line on the seawall there. Despite the strong likelihood that Alan and Adam are Valyrian bastards, Adam does not have Corlys's silver Valyrian hair, which I find interesting. Still, Adam says,
he owes us.
Yeah, I think the implication is that Corlys is their father and they're bastards of him. The scene ends with them headed off to eat some stew, and I just think it's worth noting that the small folk of this, both them and Hugh, are slurping stew this week. Rhaenyra goes through the Dragonstone archives and finds this book entry with one page about Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives Visenya and Rhaenys. The bottom paragraph reads this: Visenya was as fierce and noble as a warrior, and Aegon himself able to wield power from sky and land in equal measures. At the hand of her Valyrian longsword, dark sister, many an enemy could be slain. She was indeed as comfortable in... and then it trails off. This passage is talking about Visenya, who rode Vhagar, so I think she's looking up information and history about the dragon Vhagar and really how dangerous it is. But also in reading Visenya's story, Rhaenyra is finding strength in history. The fact that Aegon's sister wives were as fierce as he was, and so Rhaenyra doesn't need to feel intimidated by Daemon. Rhaenyra turns the page, and the text on the right reads, despite the great success of the first conquest, Aegon had yet to succeed with his quest to conquer all 7 kingdoms. Under the leadership of the formidable Princess Miriam Martell, Dorne had fiercely resisted, proud and defiant of their land. Aegon would not be deterred so easily, thus came the First Dornish War. King Aegon had already proved himself to be a highly skilled dragon rider, having first tasted the metal of warfare in a great century of blood, a time of much chaos and destruction, known to many as the Bleeding Years. In the impending battles to come, he would wrestle towards victory, flying above the ranks of his foes upon Balerion. So let's talk about the First Dornish War. In that war, Miriam Martell, the Yellow Toad of Dorne, never yielded to Aegon and told her lords to abandon their castles, but really just to give the Targaryen lords false confidence so that the Dornish could sneak back in and retake their castles. The Century of Blood refers to a period after the doom of Valyria in which Essos was plunged into chaos as the political status quo was upended by the shattering of Valyria, and the surviving dragon lords fought each other, and then this ended with the rise of the 9 free cities as well as the rise of the Dothraki in Essos. Rhaenyra remembers Mysaria as the woman Daemon claimed he had impregnated and wanted to take as a wife when he briefly took Dragonstone back in season 1 episode 2 and took the egg laid by Dreamfire, the egg that Rhaenyra had put in the crib of her unborn baby brother Baelon. Mysaria explains how she worked her way up, stealing, selling her body, learning secrets, becoming the White Worm, and she says whether it's Daemon or Otto Hightower, they'll never take her seriously, and this just rings true for Rhaenyra. She probably feels the same way, and she asks,
how did you get that scar?
This scar was actually on Mysaria's neck throughout season 1, and the thinking is that she might have once been a slave and might have worn a slave collar around her neck that left this scarring. Adam of Hull digs for clams and crabs. The dragon Sea Smoke flies overhead. This was the dragon of Leonor Velaryon, who died in Fire and Blood but was left alive in this show, yet his dragon remains riderless.
There's this little moment with a man in King's Landing who steals food and pockets it. This is actor Tom Bennett, who we know will be playing a character named Ulf the White this season. He seems particularly judgy of Aegon's executions, but more on him in the spoiler dungeon.
Aegon ordered all of the Red Keep rat catchers to be hung in public. We're not gonna show you their hanging bodies because YouTube, but we counted 10. 10 of them! In Fire and Blood, Aegon does indeed do this, and the Red Keep replaces the rat catchers with a whole bunch of cats. While the other rat catchers are mourned by their family members, Cheese just has this poor mistreated dog. God, I hope Hugh Hammer adopts this dog. I'll watch 6 seasons of Hugh and Cheese Dog. The last pieces of Viserys' smashed model of Valyria are carted out of Aegon II's chamber, the last fragments of his father's pragmatic legacy brushed away. The only visual remembrance Aegon has of his father are Viserys' horny dragon bestiality porn artwork that we can't show you because of YouTube. Otto rages.
He's murdered innocent men!
And one guilty one.
In criminal law, there is a concept called Blackstone's ratio, coming from English jurist William Blackstone in the 1760s. It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent suffer. And since in America, we have like English common law as the basis of our judicial system, and we have this concept of innocent before proven guilty, with the burden being on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone is guilty. But truly, Aegon's rationale represents a pre-Enlightenment medieval thinking. Otto closes the doors, so it's just him and Aegon and Sir Criston, and I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but it's yet another example of the most tense moments on the show being something that would be kept unheard by the historical transcript of any other witnesses. Otto says Aegon squandered the PR advantage they gained from the funeral procession, which particularly enrages Otto because it meant that he humiliated his daughter and his granddaughter for nothing. Aegon says,
I wish to spill blood, not ink.
This is a version of a line from Fire and Blood, in which a little later than this, into the Civil War, Aegon finds Otto writing a letter and spills the ink pot into Otto's lap, declaring, "Thrones are won with swords, not quills. Spill blood, not ink." There is some great blocking in the scene where Rhys Ifans paces as he loses himself while Sir Criston stays motionless to show unwavering resolve. And Tom Glenn Carney as Aegon countercrosses closer to Sir Criston to be more in his orbit, kicking a piece of Viserys' Valyria model.
Does that diminish us in the eyes of our enemy, ill-considered, trifling?
And hearing Aegon swipe that piece on the floor makes Otto trail off his sentence and realize how good he actually had it with Viserys. But Aegon counters that Viserys is dead.
And we are the poorer for it.
And again, amazing shot composition with the 3 men forming a perfect line, Aegon in a pickle between the hand of his past and the hand of his future. But then Otto goes a step too far, out of personal ego and spite, typical of the Greens.
He was right about you.
He made me king.
Is that what you think?
So Rhys Ifans is eating it up in this scene, and as TV viewers, we like to see him score this shattering jab. It's kind of like in The Social Network when Andrew Garfield tells Timberlake,
I like sitting next to you, Sean. It makes me look so tough.
In season 1, throughout Viserys' later years, he maintained that Rhaenyra should remain his heir, even after Aegon was born. And it wasn't until Viserys' deathbed, when he was rambling about Aegon's dream, that Alicent misheard the word Aegon and thought it referred to her son. And then Otto used that as an opportunity to put Aegon on the throne, while Aegon had been hiding drunk in King's Landing. So in this moment, Otto is admitting to Aegon that Viserys saying Aegon on his deathbed was just complete bullshit, and that they used that to their advantage, and really was Otto who put him on the throne. But like Aemond going too far against Luke and Aegon going too far with the rat catchers, this was an unnecessary late hit by Otto that really just forced his grandson to dismiss him. And so he tells him to remove the badge.
I have dared, and I find it stimulating.
Last episode, Aegon struggled to decide on a moniker for himself. Should it be Aegon the Magnanimous, Aegon the Generous, Aegon the Dragon? Now he seems to be activated by the identity of Aegon the Daring, but in Fire and Blood, it's really his younger brother Daron who goes by the name Daron the Daring. Aegon says to give his hand badge to Sir Criston.
My new hand will be a steel fist.
Ooh, what the young pup king fails to remember is the old adage, the king shits and the hand wipes. So do you want a steel fist wiping ya, Aegon? Otto tosses the badge and it clangs at Sir Criston's feet, recalling Sir Barristan Selmy's forced retirement in Game of Thrones Season 1.
Here, boy. Melt it down and add it to the others.
On Otto's way out, Aegon says,
You are dismissed.
It's the kind of power move that we saw in another Aaron Sorkin script, A Few Good Men.
Read the letters. I'll expect a report when you return from Cuba.
Sure.
You're dismissed.
I
always forget that part.
Freed by Rhaenyra, Mysaria passes the arrivals to Dragonstone, including a white-cloaked Sir Auric, which causes her to do a double take because she just saw Sir Eric back in the castle. So this sets up why we had this interaction back in episode 1.
When last we met, there were 2 of you.
So Mysaria stops her guard to alert the castle, but we don't see that chain of communication from here on out in the episode, so we are just left in a state of tension, wondering if the word can get to the right people at the right time. Initially, it seems like they were going to separate Eric from Auric, Auric being the assassin, Eric being the impression, by having one of them have a helmet on. But immediately, when Sir Eric passes Sir Auric takes his helmet off because he realizes, oh, I need to have my helmet off to look like my brother. So even now, from this point, the viewer won't know for certain who's who for much of these final 10 minutes. Like, there is this shot where who we assume is Sir Auric, the assassin, passes the painted table so that we think, oh, it's like when Blood and Cheese walk through the throne room unnoticed in episode 1. But then we cut to shots of Rhaenyra stepping away from her hair being braided, and we're like, oh, stay up, stay up, stay up, don't go to bed, don't put your guard down. And actually, Rhaenyra might be looking out her window, seeing Mysaria and her guards running up toward the castle and wondering, what's that all about? But then our next shot is of Sir Auric walking? But no, that was Sir Eric, the protector, walking past the painted table, while Sir Auric, the assassin, had been hiding behind a corner during all that time, waiting. So even the editing is obscuring who is who, and it's part of what makes this sequence so tense. Auric locks Rhaenyra's back door, cutting off her escape, and then goes around to relieve Sir Laurent Marbrand at Rhaenyra's main door. And then Rhaenyra's maid says that she'll bring a draft from the maester. So like everyone drinking wine in the Red Keep in episode 1, we're like, oh great, now the target's gonna be drunk. But Sir Auric bursts into the room.
I had no choice.
I don't understand.
So I have to assume that when Sir Eric passed Auric before, Eric had been headed outside, and that is where he ran into the guards that Mysaria sent up, because Eric doesn't need any time to assess what's going on in the room here. He knows that his brother is in there. So watching this amazing scene for the first time, the duel is just so gripping because we quickly lose a sense of who is who. So let's take this play by play. So Auric lunges at Rhaenyra and Eric rushes over to block. And then from here, the music stops and then everyone just looks at each other in a state of panic. Auric starts hacking away at his brother Eric, and then their swords clash as Rhaenyra tells her maid to go find Sir Laurent. Rhaenyra crawls out of her bed and then hugs the curtains, and then Eric, the protector, has to turn back to see her to make sure that he's staying between her and his brother. Auric strikes at Eric and then cuts his leg, knocking down the protector and exposing Rhaenyra. She runs for it, but Auric lunges at her. Eric scrambles to his feet and kicks his brother into the flower pot, and Rhaenyra is now so close to all these swinging swords, she can't even get to her feet without risking getting cut. It's all so intimate and in close quarters. Now the two brothers are back at their feet, and I believe Sir Eric, the protector, is wounded in the leg, while Sir Auric, the assassin, is bleeding from the mouth. Sir Laurent finally arrives, but he's not wearing armor, and Rhaenyra tries to escape out the back door, but it's locked. Sir Laurent asks,
Which is Eric?
It's an insane thing to ask, because the way these characters' names have always been pronounced on this show, they're both Eric. Rhaenyra and we have no idea the answer to this question, but Eric, the protector, chokes Auric, the assassin, so Eric, the protector, blames Auric, the assassin, for parting them, as in this decision to come to assassinate Rhaenyra was what parted us. Before this, we were still brothers. It wasn't Eric leaving King's Landing to join the Blacks that did that. It was when they decided to hurt each other. Eric plunges his sword into his brother's chest, but now the room is crowded. Sir Laurent is there.
Your Grace.
Eric.
Forgive me.
Oh my god. So while the winning twin addresses Rhaenyra as Your Grace, Rhaenyra from that assumes that it's her protector, Sir Eric. Now in Fire and Blood, Sir Auric gets this order from Sir Criston and is disgusted by it. He prays for forgiveness. And when he enters Dragonstone, it's not Mysaria who spots him, it's his own twin brother, and they start fighting from there. The brothers do fight and kill each other, but according to Mushroom, the fight is quick and angry, but according to the singers, the fight lasted for an hour, and the brothers died in each other's arms, declaring their love for each other. So I love that it's still quick and angry, but it feels like a long time, and the brothers do die hugging each other and loving each other. In this chess match between the Greens and the Blacks, they have basically traded knights and cleared two of the best pieces off the board. But something greater was lost here, the fraternal bond between kin who actually love each other, who place above all else duty, followed by family, two values that govern neither the Greens nor the Blacks right now. Otto wants to return to Old Town.
And you have a son there, Daron.
Finally, we get a mention of Alicent's fourth child, Daron, who so far has been a no-show on the series. He has bonded with a she-dragon named Tessarion and has not yet been cast for the show, so I don't know if we'll see him this season. Alicent tells her father to go to Highgarden and to the Tyrells instead to secure the Reach. Alicent finds Aegon sobbing, but does not comfort her son. Compare that to Rhaenyra when her son Jace was crying in episode 1. The episode ends in this private moment with Alicent and Sir Criston as she slaps and shoves him, but then cannot help finish what they started at the end of last episode. I feel like Otto Hightower here, despite all the goodwill this episode gained by making me feel sympathy for the Greens, and for Alicent in particular. We're just back to this show, forcing the character back into a selfish impulse. How could an episode that opened this way end by making Rhaenyra look like a helpless victim and Alicent look like Lady Macbeth? Okay, closing out on the spoiler dungeon.
Okay, we're gonna take these book spoiler by book spoiler, starting with Tom Bennett in this episode as a character named Ulf the White, who, along with Hugh Hammer and Adam of Hull, will become dragon seed for the Blacks, Valyrian-blooded individuals recruited to ride dragons by Daemon. Ulf will bond with and ride Silverwing, the dragon of Queen Alysanne that Cragen Stark referenced was afraid to cross north of the Wall, along with Vermithor, who will end up pairing with Hugh Hammer. Like Hugh, Ulf seems to have some silver streaks in his hair to hint at his Valyrian ancestry, and like both Hugh and Adam, he seems particularly driven by food this episode, and the blockade of King's Landing and the extremity of the Greens' actions will factor into their coming defections.
In Fire and Blood, Jaehaerys' death causes Helaena to retreat from public view and to go mad, and is especially sent overboard when her surviving son Maelor dies at the Battle of Bitterbridge, leading to Helaena throwing herself from a window. But rumors went around that Rhaenyra hired Goldcloaks to murder her. I wonder if Helena's graffiti drawing of a woman on fire could be this show's plan for Helaena. Helaena might go into the dragon pit and order Dreamfire to torch her the way that Lyanna died. Okay, the boy in the fighting pits in season 1 episode 9, who we think might be Aegon's bastard, was confirmed by the show last season to be Gaemon Palehair. In Fire and Blood, Gaemon Palehair is just a kid from the Street of Silk whose mother Essie claimed was Aegon II's son, and this little kid later leads a really fun populist uprising, but it ends with his mother renouncing his paternity from Aegon II, maybe forced to renounce it, we don't know, and Gaemon ends up becoming Aegon II's ward of the crown, and then later the food tester for Aegon the Younger, Aegon III, and then the poor kid later dies of poisoning. Okay, next, that mention of Jace and the Gullet and Rhaenyra's refusal to let him take out Vermax, I think was actually setting up her fear of Jace's coming involvement at the Battle of the Gullet, which I think will be the season 2 finale battle. Okay, this line from Rhaenyra:
"When morning comes, take Moondancer and keep a watch on King's Landing."
Morning is actually the name of Baela's sister's future dragon, Rhaena's dragon, a tiny pink she-dragon named Morning that hatches from one of the 3 eggs that Rhaena will take with her to the Vale. So I think they just used the word morning there, maybe as a little wink to that. Okay, next, when Rhaenyra sends Baela and Moondancer to King's Landing, I think that might be setting up Baela to ride Moondancer in the Battle of Rook's Rest, because this series is going to start killing off twins with similar names to make it easier to follow in season 3, and I think Moondancer and Baela are going to die in the middle of the season, and that's going to send Jace off the edge and lead him to the Battle of the Gullet. Okay, next, Rhaenyra's sons will become Aegon III, Aegon the Younger, and Viserys II, both of whom will be kings in the future. Viserys will serve as Aegon III's hand, and then hand to Aegon's 2 children, the second of whom is Baelor the Blessed, and then with no male children in the line of succession, Viserys II will become king because no one will want to repeat of Rhaenyra in the Dance of the Dragons at that point. So Rhaenyra giving young Viserys a dragon figurine is ironic because his dragon egg will never hatch. Okay, next, how will Hugh Hammer get to Dragonstone to become a dragon seed for the Blacks? I think the blockade is going to worsen his sick kid's condition, and when this kid and maybe also his wife die in like a looting riot in King's Landing, Hugh is going to blame the Greens and blame Aegon and then pledge to become a smith for the Blacks. I think they just wanted to give all the dragon seed more of a backstory because they're going to end up being distinct heroes by the end of the season. I mean, think about it. People who are bastards from noble beginnings who end up getting to ride dragons, that's awesome. Okay, the mention of Marya Martell of Dorne abandoning their castles to trick the Targaryens, I think might be a clue setting up how Daemon is going to end up tricking Aemond with Harrenhal, leaving Harrenhal empty as like a fake out while they actually go down to take King's Landing. And then finally, a big spoiler here for the whole series, Rhaenyra's tension with Sir Alfred Broom on Dragonstone. Let's keep an eye on that because ultimately it's going to be Sir Alfred who betrays Rhaenyra when she flees King's Landing after the storming of the Dragon Pit and returns to Dragonstone, and I won't even say here what happens after that. This is an in-depth breakdown and analysis of House of the Dragon Season 2 Episode 3. The opening tapestry art was updated for episode 3, whereas episodes 1 and 2 went from Aegon II on the Iron Throne and Rhaenyra on the Dragonstone throne to a wider shot of their releasing ravens and dragons to the various lords of Westeros, followed by Vhagar eating Luke and Arrax. Now, after Rhaenyra, we go to this new shot of the late young Prince Jaehaerys, who was slain by blood and cheese when his body was put on display in the Green's funeral procession, surrounded here by candles, meaning the body could now be in the Sept, where Alicent and Rhaenyra in this episode episode. We learned in the episode 2 behind the scenes video from HBO that thankfully they created a prosthetic of the young actor's body out of silicone for this shot in the funeral procession sequence. But the fact that we go from Rhaenyra in the tapestry to this bloody line crossing Jaehaerys's neck reflects how many in the realm blame her for his death. That same kill line now weaves left as the rope that hangs all of the rat catchers of the Red Keep. King Aegon's overkill retribution in episode 2, which activated opponents like Ulf the White in this episode. The rope is golden, the same color the new green-themed Targaryen banners, updated from a three-headed red dragon to a gold dragon as a decision by Aegon to distinguish from Rhaenyra and the Blacks to reflect his golden dragon Sunfire, now on Hightower green. The blood from these rat catchers continues to flow onward toward the Iron Throne, showing that this blood will trigger more blood and more violence as violence begets violence. We open on a mill near the Red Fork in the Riverlands, land controlled by House Bracken. House Bracken, who support the Greens, and House Blackwood, who support the Blacks, came up in season 1. The young lords Willem Blackwood and Gerald Bracken fought for Rhaenyra's hand at Storm's End, and the historic turf war between the families was discussed by the Small Council in season 1, episode 6.
The Brackens and the Blackwoods will use any excuse to spill each other's blood.
This episode uses the Brackens versus the Blackwoods as a cautionary tale for never-ending family feuds. Like the Targaryens now at war with each other, these names are similar and easily confused, and they share ancestral kin. But that's really the point. These conflicts ultimately have their origins forgotten about, and both families end up destroyed in equal measure, as we later get this warning in this episode.
Sin begets sin. Begets sin.
But we are seeing the farmland through part of the rotating mill. Rotation that I think reflects the cyclical nature of the historic violence between families and how it's really a self-perpetuating wheel that just repeats a cycle. It's reminiscent of this family's descendant, Daenerys' line in Game of Thrones season 5.
Lannister, Targaryen, Baratheon, Stark, Tyrell. They're all just spokes on a wheel. I'm going to break the wheel.
A desire that she seemed to just forget about in the final season. Or you could say she might have been infected with the same destructive family cursed madness as all of her ancestors. Lord Samwell Blackwood demands that Sir Aaron Bracken move the boundary stones back because their livestock are encroaching on his land, and Bracken brings up the assize at Riverrun, which is a term for a medieval era court order that would have been issued by Lord Grover Tully at Riverrun, deciding where the boundary line would be between Bracken and Blackwood. Lord Grover Tully is described as a flaccid old fool later this episode, and yes, George R. R. Martin named him and its descendants Elmo, Kermit, and Oscar after Muppets. So what we are seeing here is the beginnings of the battle at the Burning Mill, which actually occurs a bit later in Fire and Blood after Daemon takes Harrenhal. Sir Aaron Bracken is a new character for the show, taking the place of Sir Amos Bracken in Fire and Blood, but Sir Amos has been cast in this season as Tim Faraday, so it just seems like the show might have different plans for Sir Amos. In Fire and Blood, Sir Amos kills Lord Blackwood in single combat, but Sir Amos ends up killed by a weirwood arrow to the eye from Lord Samwell's sister, Alysanne, aka Black Ally, and she goes on to be the second wife of Cragen Stark, who we met in the season premiere. Yes, it's a very small world. Sir Aaron calls Samwell Blackwood a babe killer, accusing the false queen Rhaenyra of Jaehaerys' murder. Blackwood accuses Bracken's uncle, who I think would be Lord Humphrey Bracken of Stonehenge, who has been cast in the season as Chris David Storer, accusing the old man of declaring for Aegon, which implies that in some parts of Westeros, the assumed position has always been that Aegon is a usurper, and Otto's line that Aegon was weak after a rushed coronation holds some truth in these outer territories, and that really both sides of this episode are undervaluing Rhaenyra's position throughout the realm. Bracken draws his sword.
You wouldn't dare.
And now Bracken himself is the one with that very same sword in his neck, which tells us that Bracken at some point must have lost control over the sword during the fight and it got turned on him. Another example of how these types of conflicts really just lead to our own destruction. The camera cranes up from the dead Bracken to a field of hundreds of corpses, and the mill is now burned and moving more slowly, this being the burning mill of the battle at the Burning Mill. But this shot is an homage to the iconic shot in Gone with the Wind of the wounded Civil War soldiers after the Battle of Atlanta, the camera pulling out to show the full breadth of the carnage in a different brother versus brother civil war. Speaking of brother versus brother, we cut directly to the fallen brothers from episode 2, Sir Arik and Sir Eric, buried together now on Dragonstone. Jace says Arik sullies Eric's grave, but Rhaenyra responds,
I cannot fault him for keeping his oath.
signaling her compassion for those from the Greens just trying to do their duty, and why Rhaenyra might be more open this episode to seeking peace with Alicent. So long as she thinks characters are doing their duty, there's always a path to peace there. You'll notice that Rhaenyra now has a cut on her cheek that she must have gotten during the scuffle with Sir Eric and Sir Arik in episode 2, but I don't remember when exactly her face would have gotten cut like this. But the fact that she was grazed at all shows how close Arik's sword really came to killing her. Rhaenys makes the point that no one ever agrees on how these conflicts begin. Was it when Jaehaerys was beheaded, or Aemond killing Luke, or Luke taking Aemond's eye? The fact that these are the three examples that she singles out, though, is kind of like the inverse of a compliment sandwich. It's kind of like a criticism sandwich, right? You start with and you end with a heinous act committed by the Blacks. And Rhaenys even omits the Greens' recent assassination attempt that led to Rhaenyra having the scar on her cheek that probably stings her as they're talking. But Rhaenys' point is that the reasons for wars just get lost over time, and ultimately everyone just remembers that both sides ended up with blood on their hands. Rhaenys mentions that Alicent did come to her in the hours after Viserys' death and worried about the bloodshed that would come from it, which gives some context to why Rhaenys didn't have Meleys kill Alicent and the Greens at the coronation. She might have been hoping that that restraint would avoid this upcoming war between kin.
There is no war so hateful to the gods as a war between kin.
It's an interesting line for the show, and we're going to talk about how these wars between kins might cause the gods to intervene in interesting ways through supernatural divine intervention in this episode in particular. Rhaenyra says that even though it may be the men around Alicent seeking bloodshed, Alicent still permitted it. Rhaenys shoots back, as you permitted the murder of a little boy in his bed. It's a bit of omniscient wisdom from Rhaenys. Both Alicent and Rhaenyra are mothers blaming each other for actions that they never wanted the immature men around them to commit. And then we get this awesome transition from an overhead shot of dirt shoveled onto Arik and Eric to a from below shot of Sir Criston Cole, suggesting that it was his stupid order that buried both these guys. Sir Criston now wears the golden hand necklace that, along with the hand pin, connotes the position of the hand of the king. His page asks,
"Is all well, Lord Hand?"
Yeah, notice how the page's words are initially muffled, as if Sir Criston is drowning underwater, and we were reminded of how Alicent seemed to be trying to drown herself for at least a moment in the bathwater last episode. After Sir Criston got on Sir Arik's case just for eating before he could have time to change his muddy cape from the young late prince's funeral procession, Sir Criston now says nothing to the new King's Guard sitting on the job in front of the whole court. Now, these two knuckleheads, and the later in Aegon's chamber, are Aegon's three drinking buddies. New to the show this season, Aegon replaced Sir Criston, Sir Arik, and Sir Eric with these three idiot friends. The blonde is Martin Rayne of House Rayne, famously destroyed by Tywin Lannister, leading to the Rains of Castamere song that uses wordplay on the word rain. The other on the steps is Eddard Waters, a bastard hedge knight. Waters is the bastard surname used in the Crown Lands. And the third we see is Leon Estermont, that's the one with the curly hair. House Estermont comes from the Stormlands. The small council meeting begins with everyone roasting Sir Criston for his dumb deployment of Sir Arik. This roasting led by Master of Laws Ironrod, who likely envies that fancy hand chair directly across from him. Alicent piles on too, but only Aemond comes to Criston's defense, shifting the conversation to the Brackens versus the Blackwoods at Burning Mill. And during all this, Aegon fiddles with Aegon the Conqueror's Valyrian steel dagger, having no idea of its importance, slinging it around kind of like a prop to look more fearsome, like the Conqueror's armor that he wears later on. And notice how directly across from him is Aemond, and it was this dagger that Alicent tried to use on Rhaenyra's sons to avenge the fact that Aemond's eye had been slashed out by Luke. Tywin Lannister says that both sides took heavy losses, so after Eric and Arik were essentially traded knights in this game of chess, Blackwood and Bracken are really just several traded pawns. Grand Maester Orwyle says that they need to appeal to Lord Grover Tully to handle the Riverlands, while Ironrod reminds us that Uncle Ormond Hightower is marching from Old Town, where Daeron and his dragon Tessarion are again mentioned. Daeron is Alicent's fourth kid who has not yet been cast for this show, and I'm wondering if HBO might be saving him for season 3 to cast as a bigger name to replace any big talent we might lose this season and next. I'm not saying who, this ain't the spoiler dungeon, but you know, this wouldn't be Hot D if we didn't have some hot deaths. Tywin Lannister disses Orwyle for having no Maester chain link for military strategy. Indeed, most of the Maester's chains are for things like sciences and academia and their version of medicine, but prior to Aegon's conquest, the center of power in Westeros was at Old Town, with the Citadel being the intelligence behind that power. During this crosstalk, Aemond flips a gold coin over his fingers. This is the same coin that he found in his room after Blood and Cheese. What was once a symbol of his own dance with death is now something he's no longer afraid to flirt with. Sir Criston proposes to lead his own small host into the Riverlands to take Harrenhal, using hosts from castles that they gain in the Crown Lands along the way. Clearly, he just wants to get the hell out of King's Landing this moment because he is terrible at the political game. Aegon proposes to join them with Sunfire, but now it is Aemond who cautions against his brother putting himself in harm's way.
It's a brave thought, but we cannot risk your loss.
The actor Ewan Mitchell does not blink once during this line, and it's something that he often restrains from doing to unsettling effect. But with one eye covered in an eye patch, it helps give him power to never even blink. Kind of like Ironrod envying the hand seat opposite him, we get the sense that Aemond might be envying the seat directly across from him. Rhaenyra talks to Mysaria after her warning saved the queen's life last episode, and notice how throughout the scene, the dragon Sea Smoke off in the distance keeps interjecting and distracting Rhaenyra.
I would think you would wish to reward me.
Mysaria gets rattled too and suggests that maybe the dragon is lonely. This would be Mysaria's first bit of counsel as part of Rhaenyra's small council, turning Rhaenyra's anxiety of a riderless dragon circling them into a possible opportunity. Now, Rhaenyra here does not go into why Sea Smoke is restless, and she just kind of says, you know, my husband's dead, and that's why the dragon is riderless, bye. But remember, in the show, Laenor is still alive, only in the book he's dead. So it kind of seems like Rhaenyra is agitated and just saying like, I'm so tired of having to pretend like Laenor's dead because it's creating this tension between myself and Daemon and Corlys and Rhaenys. And the look that she gives Mysaria suggests that, does Mysaria know that Laenor might still be alive? Rhaenyra tells Rhaena that Rhaena will accompany Joffrey to the Vale, where Joff and his young dragon Tyraxes, in exchange for an army from Rhaenyra's cousin, the Lady Jane Arryn, will help make that deal. Remember, Rhaenyra's mother was Aemma Arryn, so she is part Arryn, but Rhaena protests.
Tyraxes is better hatchling, and Stormcloud. I want you to go with them.
Stormcloud is the name of the young dragon belonging to Rhaenyra's elder son with Daemon, the silver-haired boy Aegon the Younger. In another video, I broke down all 25 dragons during the Civil War and who their riders are. I think that's just going to be a helpful video for everyone watching the show. Rhaenyra tells Rhaena that she's to take these boys, Aegon and Viserys, those are the two boys that we saw Rhaenyra playing with in episode 2, beyond the Vale to Pentos, to Prince Regio Heratis. That was the ruler of Pentos who hosted Daemon and Laena back when they had their daughters Baela and Rhaena there in season 1, episode 6. But Rhaena just remembers Pentos as
when my mother died.
And not just where her mother died, but died via self-immolation from Vhagar, the dragon that should have been Rhaena's but was taken by Aegon. And as safe as Rhaenyra says that they'll all be in Pentos, there's always the risk that that WMD could still find her there and end her the same way that that dragon ended her mother. But Rhaenyra tells Rhaena to be the mother to Aegon and to Viserys that she cannot be.
Teach them, train them. Guard them as a dragon guards her eggs.
But really, just by comparing Rhaena to a dragon at all stings, because unlike her sister Baela, a dragon still has not hatched and bonded to her. Daemon and Caraxes fly toward Harrenhal through a storm over the God's Eye Lake, over the Isle of Faces in the middle of that lake, one of the largest groves of weirwood trees remaining in Westeros, as it was a sacred site of the pact between the First Men and the Children of the Forest. And you could actually see the top branches of a few taller weirwood trees sticking up from that island. And listen closely as Caraxes flaps over these trees. Yes, you can hear a male voice crying out in the music, but what's weird about it is these vocalizations in the music are only on this shot when the dragon is flying over the Isle of Faces, which suggests to me that the old gods might be observing this war among kin unfolding, and it is a war that insults them the most and might particularly in this moment be marking Daemon. Or who knows, maybe the voice is the three-eyed raven, Bran, seeing through these trees backward through time. Because remember, in Game of Thrones, the later seasons, they imply that every weirwood tree throughout any point in Westerosi history could be seen through the eyes of Bran. There is this awesome point of view shot from Daemon behind Caraxes' neck as we approach the towers of Harrenhal, where you can see the stone is still melted from the fire of Balerion the Black Dread during Aegon's conquest. Actually, the armor and helmet Daemon wears here is fashioned to look like Balerion. So in a way, he is cosplaying as the Conqueror by retaking Harrenhal. But it's like pathetic because Harrenhal is basically unoccupied. Daemon lands Caraxes on the tallest tower and he lets the dragon let out a roar. There's hears that deviated septum wheeze from Caraxes again, Daemon landed the dragon here on the tallest tower so that the roar would be heard the loudest and furthest, but it's such a pathetic sound that undercuts the power, much like Daemon feels as he takes the castle with hardly any resistance and just kind of walks around a haunted house and himself looks pretty shaken as he does so. He enters his castle alone, the lightning illuminating the rain-soaked, misshapen stone in such a way that it creates these eerie shadows and shapes. Harrenhal is rumored to be haunted, specifically by a ghost of Harrenhal, which was actually the title of Game of Thrones Season 2, Episode 5, that ghost actually in that episode functionally being Jaqen H'ghar and the deadly favors that he did for Arya Stark. But all those deaths people thought were being caused by a ghost. In Fire and Blood, it's believed that the ghost of Harrenhal was the one who started the fire that killed Harwin Strong and Lionel Strong. But in House of the Dragon, Season 1, we learned that it was Larys Clubfoot who sent the assassins to kill his own family members. But the atmosphere of Harrenhal in these shots is just so spooky. From the melted walls to the gnarled roots of trees growing up through the stonework, the trees reclaiming this property. Part of the rumors of the castle's haunted nature come from the fact that weirwood trees were cut down to build on top of it. And now it seems like new weirwoods with faces in them might be reclaiming the castle. I mean, just look at any roots long enough, you're gonna start to see faces. It's a psychological instinct called pareidolia. But particularly in this shot of Daemon, in the distance on the background left, it's framed in such this weird way where we focus on the foreground center, this twisted tree, which, you know, causes our eyes to play all kinds of weird tricks. But in the background on the right, look in the archway over there. Doesn't it for a second look like there might be a veiled woman staring across the way at Daemon? It probably isn't a woman, but you know, just the length of these shots has us just looking everywhere for ghosts. Daemon comes upon the room where the very first scene of the series took place, the Great Council of 101, where his older brother Viserys, the first, was chosen as king. And you get a sense from him that, you know, he is desperate now to crown himself as a ruler. The burnt banners that hang bear the sigil of House Strong, the version they used in the TV series. 3 rivers, one red, one blue, one green, on a field of white, flowing from a black coat of arms displaying a white hand. These banners would be hanging and burned since Larys' assassins' attack on Lionel and Harwin. It's still under the possession of House Strong, in whatever form House Strong is right now, because in their place has taken over the aging Sir Simon Strong, played by Simon Russell Beale, a celebrated English stage actor who played the silly Dionysus in Thor Love and Thunder. Sir Simon bends the knee and pledges fealty to Rhaenyra, but in walks in this dark-haired woman. This is Alys Rivers, played by Gail Rankin, and she does not bend the knee. She just kind of stands, governed by a power beyond these petty squabbles. Earlier, it seemed like Daemon might have heard a sound behind him that caused him to turn. And the way he looks at Alys now, he seems like he might suspect it to be her. There's some familiarity. Now, Alys Rivers might be the most interesting new character this season. In Fire and Blood, she's introduced as the wet nurse of Harrenhal, a bastard sired by Lord Lionel Strong. Every contributing historian has a different take on Alys Rivers, though. Munkin says she was a serving wench interested in potions. Eustace says that she was a woods witch. Eustace, like the more boring factual of the historians. Mushroom claims Alys was actually from an older generation and served as a wet nurse to Harwin and to Larys Clubfoot, and that she was an enchantress who bathed in maiden's blood to remain youthful. And there's like an implication there that, you know, due to her impact on Sir Harwin Strong might have led to his seed being so strong that that's what led to Rhaenyra bearing 3 sons, the bastard sons that changed the fate of these families' line of succession. And that if she had an impact on Larys, that could have imbued Larys with some kind of supernatural ability and like a divine insight into all these machinations. But also think about it, if she's related to the Strong lineage, and if she fed Harwin, that would connect her to Rhaenyra's sons, Jace and Joffrey. In Fire and Blood, she actually accompanies a different character, but here on the show, they are attaching her to Daemon, and that's a new choice, a very interesting choice, and we'll get to why later. But real quick, I love woods witches and George R. R. Martin's lore, because they have been deeply important to the fate of a number of characters in Westeros. Later on in history, King Jaehaerys II will force his son Aerys and his daughter Rhaella to marry each other after he was influenced by a woods witch that was brought to court by Jenny of Oldstones. This witch prophesied that the prince that was promised would be born of the Targaryen line. Yes, Jenny of Oldstones, the same Jenny from the song. So now that House of the Dragon is motivating characters with Aegon's dream and the prince that was promised that comes up at the end of this episode, we just have to wonder if Alys Rivers might see this prophecy in Daemon's bloodline with Rhaenyra through their sons Aegon and Viserys, and that maybe even Alys Rivers, a multi-generational witch who bathes in blood to keep herself young, could have been that same woods witch generations from now who befriends Jenny of Oldstones and passes this information onto Jaehaerys II. Now, on the back of Sir Simon's chair is a figure with armor and chainmail around his head holding a helmet. I'm wondering if this could be Harren the Black or a knight from before his time, because, you know, the chair would have been constructed when Harren had just completed this castle when Balerion arrived. Still, it's just interesting that this right here is the best chair for the Lord of Harrenhal to sit in for supper, despite how burned it is. Daemon refuses to dine the venison and peas, suspecting they could be poisoned, suggesting that both Daemon and Alicent share a suspicion of the Strongs due to Larys's treachery.
Larys Clubfoot is no lord of mine.
Yes, he calls him Clubfoot to show disdain for his relative, and points out that his nephew Lionel Strong and Harwin Strong dying in a fire in a damp castle, a place where they struggle to ignite the fireplaces, is proof enough for him that it was really arson and murder. Yet it's interesting that Sir Simon doesn't account for the ghosts that Daemon later finds this night. Sir Simon calls Daemon my prince, and Daemon corrects him saying your grace, which turns everyone's heads.
I'd only assumed that as consort.
And we are reminded of the perilousness of assumption.
Indeed.
So, according to custom, Rhaenyra would be the queen through her father Viserys. He named her heir, and that Rhaenyra's husband, Daemon, should carry the royal title of Prince Consort, like Queen Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip, whom Matt Smith ironically played in the first 2 seasons of The Crown. Wives of kings are called queen consorts, husbands of queens are called prince consorts. That's just the way it works. But the designation of Your Grace is reserved for the one sitting monarch, because they have their role by divine right, a blessing from the gods. You would not normally call the prince consort Your Grace. So Daemon's correction would sound like treason to Sir Simon, as it disrespects Rhaenyra as queen, but also it defies the gods. It's like trying to leech onto that divine right that you were never supposed to receive. Now, Daemon may be trying to declare that he and Rhaenyra are equals in marriage and co-rule, similar to the way Aegon the Conqueror made his sister wife Visenya Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, but I don't think anyone called both Aegon the Conqueror and Visenya Your Grace, especially since their marriage wasn't really blessed by the faith of the Seven at that time anyway. And when Aegon the Conqueror died, the crown went to his son Aenys. It just seems like after Daemon and Rhaenyra's fight last episode, he just can't get over not having a crown himself, and he probably misses that driftwood crown that he got in the Stepstones. And now he's trying to carve his own divine right, but he's doing so in this haunted, empty castle, and by doing that, he is pissing off the gods of this world. Daemon orders to summon Lord Grover Tully, despite the man's old age.
People should obey their liege lord, whatever his condition.
I sense that Daemon might be referring to his brother Viserys in his later years, and how Alicent and Otto took advantage of his dementia to subvert his will. In the Red Keep, we follow this squire on this awesome tracking shot as he's bringing this note to Sir Criston. They're able to pull off this shot because the courtyard set was expanded in the Red Keep in their construction for season 2. This was shown in the behind the scenes video for the season 2 premiere. And I just like how the busyness of this courtyard is a direct contrast to the vacancy in the haunted Harrenhal that we just saw Daemon pathetically squatting in. We see Criston Cole got a fresh cut, and you know that didn't tip his barber. Alicent introduces her brother Sir Gawain Hightower from Oldtown, but Sir Criston might have crossed paths with him in the past. Sir Gawain appeared in the very first pilot episode of the series in The Tourney. Daemon took out Gawain's horse's leg, which is a real punk move, and messed up Gawain's face. At that point, he was played by stunt performer Will Willoughby. Now he's played by Freddie Fox. So think about it. Sir Daemon unhorsed Sir Gawain, and then Sir Criston ended up defeating Daemon. So you can imagine the ego that Gawain may have now that he sees Sir Criston. And he shades him for ascending into his father's role as Hand of the King, despite coming from what he says are humble beginnings, reminding everyone that he is a Dornishman. Sir Criston was not from Dorne in Fire and Blood, but they did make him from there in the show, which is interesting because Dorne was the one kingdom of Westeros that the Targaryens never conquered. Sir Criston asks for Alicent's favor. Now, in that tourney in the pilot episode, Daemon asked for and received young Alicent's favor, while Criston Cole got his favor from young Rhaenyra. And now it kind of seems like he's trying to correct that history and show that he wishes he had gotten Alicent's favor on that day instead of Rhaenyra's. He says
that her Lord Commander may go into battle with her blessings in his heart.
That quick little smile for Alicent that he allows and then quickly wipes away is why I think the actor Fabian Frankel deserves all the credit in the world for his performance. He's getting bullied online, and that's such bullshit. Folks, their job is to act. They are different people when they go home from work at the end of the day. And he's doing such a good job on the show, playing this walking corpse, living on borrowed time, granted to him by Alicent stopping his death in the Godswood. And now he just kind of needs these refuels of affection from Alicent in order to keep going. A crow picks at the eye socket of the still hanging Ratcatcher cheese, a literal feast for crows to pay homage to George R.R. Martin's Book 4 title, and we cannot show you the image here because YouTube, but the episode 2 behind the scenes featurette showed that they actually used a mix of dummies and seemed like pretty safe rigging for the actual actors to be in the hanging scene. Like, it actually was Mark Staubert there. But the reason we're seeing it now is much like the decision to execute the Ratcatchers, Sir Criston Cole's small host through the Crownlands toward Harrenhal is just a foolish pursuit by the Greens. Sir Criston's host exits King's Landing through, I think that is the Old Gate, because here in this shot you can see the dome-roofed dragon pit right behind it, and the Red Keep Castle is way distant on the other corner of the city in the background. The Old Gate is supposed to be on the northwestern wall of the city and follows the King's Road north into the Crownlands past Rosby and toward Harrenhal, though I will admit Blackwater Bay appears closer into the right more than it should, and in the next shot it kind of looks like they're marching south toward the Stormlands, which would be the opposite direction of where they're actually going. But from this shot we follow Rhaenys into Rhaenyra's Black Council on Dragonstone, including Sir Steffon Darklyn, Lord Simon Staunton of Rook's Rest, Sir Alfred Broom, Lord Gorman Massey of Stonedance, Lord Bartimos Celtigar of Claw Isle, Grand Maester Gerardus, and Sir Laurent Marbrand. But Daemon's seat directly to Rhaenyra's right is left empty because none of them would dare sit in it. Sir Alfred says to send all of the dragons out because, unlike the other lords, Sir Alfred is from Dragonstone. He's a knight that's loyal to the Blacks right now, and he doesn't have a home or lands or family back in the Crownlands, and thus has nothing to lose by suggesting this. But Rhaenyra pushes back.
Fear of it is in itself a weapon.
And she assumes that the Greens would be making the same calculation. So this is reflecting the concept of mutually assured destruction, which governed the geopolitics during the Cold War. The United States and the NATO powers versus the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc all had enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other several times over the moment any one of them launched an ICBM. So it forced both sides into more tactical negotiations and game theory, proxy conflicts, and economic pressures. That's why they called it the Cold War, because we never got nuclear hot, right? So in this world of Westeros, the dragons are the nukes. The economic pressures are things like the blockade of trade through the Gullet. The proxy conflicts would be the skirmishes between the Brackens and the Blackwoods. And the tactical negotiations would be what happens in this episode, Rhaenyra's Operation Sister Act, which is really a version of Grand Maester Orwyle's failed attempt in Fire and Blood to get Rhaenyra and Alicent to hear each other out. This back-channel communication is like the Moscow-Washington hotline established between the Pentagon and the Kremlin in 1963 after the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962. In pop culture, this is known as the Red Telephone. But in reality, the hotline was never a telephone line, and there were never any red phones on the White House's Resolute desk. But by saying fear alone of the dragons is enough, Rhaenyra is also remembering her father Viserys telling her in episode 1 of the series that dragons are not the actual source of power for their family, but rather the fear of the dragons and the threat of the dragons, the shadow they cast. Because in reality, none of these human beings actually have total control over these beasts. But Sir Alfred gets pretty condescending here.
The value of a sword is not within its scabbard.
And Rhaenys catches his condescension. Yet behind Sir Alfred, you can see Jace stirring. Both in this scene and in episode 2, Jace, you can see the background of the Black Council adjusting his hand on his pommel, clearly having an itchy trigger finger to unsheath this blade from its scabbard. Massey and Celtigar suggest Rhaenyra hide herself off of Dragonstone while they remain to conduct the war in her absence, completely underestimating how betrayed Rhaenyra felt when Daemon led the Black Council in her absence while she was in labor. So in a well-earned huff, she leaves, and Rhaenys reminds all these men that Rhaenyra wears the crown of Jaehaerys the Conciliator, whose reign of peace and prosperity outlasted all other Targaryen kings, including Aegon the Conqueror. While Aegon's crown, which is now worn by Aegon II, has the crimson rubies in it, the crown of Rhaenyra and Viserys' grandfather Jaehaerys bears the crests of the other great houses of Westeros. So really that is the crown of someone who wants to unite all these houses and preserve them, rather than burn them to the ground. So Rhaenys this episode must be flying back and forth on Mellies a lot, yet her hair still looks great when she has this rainy lunch date with Corlys on Driftmark. Rhaenys asks her husband to rename his heir from Joffrey, it was originally Luke, R.I.P., to Rhaena. She says it'll displease neither Rhaenyra nor the gods, which is interesting that she says this because it's the second time this episode Rhaenys has been showing concern about what the gods think about them. But rather than name a girl his heir and Lord of the Tides, Corlys would rather see their way forward. In other words,
let's go start making another one.
Back on Dragonstone, you could just barely make out the young dragon Tyraxes in his little kennel being carried by the Dragon Keepers. And again, I love how they give Tyraxes his own little cry, distinguishing it from Sea Smoke and Caraxes and Moondancer. There is briefly a second crate, which must be for Stormcloud. It's even smaller, roughly the size of a cooler or a baby crib. But then there's another container that carries 4 eggs. 1 egg's gold, 1 egg's red, 1 egg's periwinkle or gray, and then 1 is like a dark green or black color. Now, in Fire and Blood, Rhaenyra is given 3 eggs, so why is she given 4 here? Well, something happens with one of these eggs. We'll talk about it in the spoiler dungeon, but I think they wanted to have 3 left over instead of 2 left over to make those 3 leftover eggs the eggs of Daenerys Targaryen in Game of Thrones. The dark red one could be for Drogon, the green one could be for Rhaegal, the golden one could be for Viserion, which would just leave this other periwinkle one that we'll talk about in the spoiler dungeon. Now remember, Dany receives those 3 fossilized eggs as a wedding present in Game of Thrones Season 1 from Illyrio of Pentos, and Pentos is where Rhaenyra told Rhaena to take Aegon and Viserys. Now readers from the books and other George R. Martin writings have long believed that Dany's eggs were actually laid by Dreamfire, Helena's dragon, but it's looking like HBO with this show wants to establish this different link. And it makes sense, right? They know that everyone watching this show wants like more and more references to the Game of Thrones era, and that's why they started this season with Craig Stark at the wall, and why they introduced this whole idea of the Song of Ice and Fire and the prince that was promised. Helena tells her mother Alicent that as queen, she should be above the grief felt by common people, but Alicent tells her daughter that sadness is a condition of motherhood. I gotta say, I love this show's deepening of Helena as a multi-dimensional yet still tragic character. In George R. R. Martin's Fire and Blood, at this point, she just basically goes crazy, which, you know, makes sense. She's gone through the worst things imaginable. But the writers and this actor Fia Saban's takes the character in this deeper direction. She's a stilted product of royal upbringing, denied a normal life. Yet they still give Helena this inner world of prophecies and bugs. She's a bug girl. And I love that about her on the show. She's got these little cages that she fiddles with. And we learned in the episode 1 behind the scenes video, these carry spiders and beetles and all kinds of bugs. And Helena forgives her mother in the scene. But for what? She forgives her for dooming Helena into a political conflict where her children would be targets. Children that she had to bear with her brother, because that's how you maintain power in this family. Remember, Rhaenyra's original plan in season 1 was to ascend the throne as Viserys wanted for her, and then she proposed marrying Helena to her son Jace. But in that scene in the small council chamber, Alicent cut her off just because she had just had a kid and was leaking breast milk, and that did not need to be embarrassing, but she made her feel bad for that and basically used that to discount everything Rhaenyra was proposing. But think about that alternate timeline. Jace's strong genes and his upbringing singing Laenor's sea shanties and fishing. Meanwhile, Helena's in the garden, bug girling. What a marriage that could have been. They even danced together in the next episode, and it seems like a wonderful what if. Now, yes, they are first cousins, which is kind of gross, but not as gross as her having to marry her brother, Aegon. I much prefer Jace with Baela. I like their whole target practice date last episode, but from Helena's point of view, what a life that could have been. And it was a life that was taken away from her by Alicent. Meanwhile, Aegon plays dress up in the Conqueror's armor. Larys warns Aegon that some are saying that the real reason he wants to ride out to war is this.
Another is that his grace was outwitted by his counselors and persuaded to fly to war with Sir Criston.
It's the same fear Rhaenyra felt in the Black Council, being supplanted by her council and advisors. Even though Aegon was never at risk for this, Alicent and Aemond wanted him to stay. But Larys is smart enough to know that the threat of Aegon losing his power to the rest of his family is the only way to get him to stay. Larys also says,
Tales take on a life of their own, like weeds.
He's echoing the words of Rhaenys and Sir Simon in this episode, that the real truth of history is always going to take on a life of its own. So to thank him, Aegon names Lord Larys Master of Whisperers, which is what Varys was in Game of Thrones, essentially the royal chief of spycraft and intelligence. And then there's this interesting moment where Aegon seems to now be acting kingly by telling Leon and Martin and Eddard that they are now bound by a chastity vow on the King's Guard, and they can't go out fooling around in brothels anymore. Yet, later in this episode, he's totally going out partying with them anyway. So ultimately, no wisdom ever truly sticks with Aegon. And then in the Street of Silk, a dragon puppet seems to be drawn across a clothesline to drop a bag of coins to this woman, and then that woman hands off that coin pouch to another woman, which I'm just assuming is some kind of discreet transaction for sex work, or maybe just a very elaborate pickpocket operation. But as the camera follows that woman, it's really the beginning of a complicated tracking shot, and I just think they just did that to show off. Like, in addition to the camera following actors, we had this whole Rube Goldberg clothesline operation. Aren't we great at camera work and blocking, viewer? Give us our Emmys! But it is a very effective tracking shot shot when it comes to the point of view of the character of Ulf. It's kind of like Scorsese's tracking shot in Goodfellas with Henry Hill taking Karen into the restaurant through the back way in the kitchens, because this is just a guy who knows everyone. Remember, we met Ulf last episode. Ulf the White, he was the guy who saw the hanging rat catchers. Now, inside this pub, the barmaid who serves them and gets slapped on the butt is Diana from season 1. This is the servant in the Red Keep whom Aegon assaulted and then Alicent gave the moon tea to. And we should always remember that moment because it exposed Alicent's complete hypocrisy for Rhaenyra's night on the town when they were younger. Like, she doesn't hold that same standard to her own sons at all, or to herself in the amount of time she's hooking up with Sir Criston. So I just like these details to show how small of a town King's Landing actually is. Like, everyone knows each other, and Aegon has all these personal relationships scattered all over the city, like that bastard son in the fighting pit. Ulf the White claims he's the son of Balon the Brave. Balon was the father to Viserys and Daemon, the son of Jaehaerys the Conciliator, which, according to Ulf, would make him the bastard half-brother to those two. And even though he would be a bastard, he says, being the son of a king, especially after Balon died, leaving Jaehaerys I in that tough spot to choose an heir in the Great Council of 101, would make any royal bastard a threat.
A dragon seed must watch his own neck.
So the term dragon seed is a term meaning a bastard born of Valyrian descent, and it's going to be very important from this point forward. In Fire and Blood, Ulf's exact Valyrian ancestry is never truly identified, but for his father to be Balon is pretty doubtful, because Balon from a young age was close to his sister Alyssa, that would be Viserys and Daemon's mother, and when Alyssa died in childbirth with their third son, who would have been another kid named Aegon, I know, Balon's other sister, Visera, tried to seduce Balon, and still he sent her away. So he's not the kind of guy who would be sleeping around. It is possible that he sired a bastard with some random woman. It's just unlikely. And it seems like Ulf just picked a Targaryen father in the family tree who was at one point heir to the throne. The others deny Ulf based on his hair color, and then Aegon enters the pub, and Ulf goes, oof, and suddenly changes his tune. But notice how Aegon does not even notice Diana right next to him as she pours his wine. But you know, ain't that true for the king? He's not gonna remember one of the many women he probably assaulted, but she remembers, and she quickly turns away after pouring his wine. Aegon finds Aemond with Sylvie, whom Aegon says was Aemond's first, which Sylvie kind of hinted at when Aemond and Sir Criston sought Aegon at that brothel when they were looking for him back in season 1, episode 9. Rhaenyra puts away Aegon and Viserys' toys that they had been playing with last episode, including that small model of Dragonstone. The female figure that she holds in her hand might be a version of herself, you know, Queen of the Black Faction. When she puts these away, she finds the green Hightower waxed scroll that was sent by Alicent. She never read it, but now she gives it a look. And the words we see on the left side of the scroll include Rhaenyra, I write, and then lest the, and then battling all the hours, might also wish to something, and then to the mother for, and then along with the hope that something. But to the mother is probably part of a sentence like, I pray to the mother for comfort or for mercy. And this mention of the mother, one of the gods of the seven, could be what inspires Rhaenyra to meet at the statue of the mother in the Sept. Sir Gawain breaks away from Sir Criston's host to crash in a pub for the night and says that he'll meet up at first light. And on the words at first light, that's when Criston becomes aware of the shifting light around them and then looks up to see something in the glare of the sun, a dragon. Baela rides her dragon Moondancer, patrolling the crownlands around King's Landing at Rhaenyra's orders last episode. Moondancer is a pale green dragon, and the show distinguishes it by giving it these dark green stripes on its wings, its neck, and its tail fins. Baela spots a bit of light glaring off their armor on the ground below and turns into a dive, chasing them into the tree line, but she pulls up at the last second. It sounds like she might have screamed the word Vizot, which means up in High Valyrian, and then she circles above the tree line, trying to see them beneath, but being unable to, she yells, Sauvace, which means fly. Gerardus confirms that Lord Faring has reported a large host is heading up to Rosby. House Faring is another house in the Crownlands, and Lord Simon Staunton asks to return to Rook's Rest to fortify his lands. Back at Harrenhal, we see a weirwood tree initially, a weirwood tree being a representation of the old gods and the children of the forest, just kind of looking up into the castle. And then we go into Daemon's chamber where water is dripping, and even though it's no longer raining, it's just roof water making its way down from the upper levels to this chamber. And we see Daemon from overhead, which kind of feels a bit voyeuristic, almost like the gods are looking down at him, watching him here. Because as we see, This is all part of a dream that he's in. Someone tries to push into his room, but then relents, and then Daemon follows a woman's lullaby to a chamber with a roaring fire. The fact that there's a roaring fire here alone tells us it's a dream, because remember, Sir Simon said, Simon says, that such fires are rare in this damp castle. And just following a lullaby, doesn't it remind us of Daemon's creepy Valyrian lullaby at the end of season 1 as he walked through the Dragonmont to approach Vermithor? And then, surprise, Millie Alcock returns as young Rhaenyra. We haven't seen her since season 1, episode 5, before the time jump. She's now sewing the severed head of Jaehaerys back on. I'm assuming it's probably the prosthetic dummy again that we saw in the behind the scenes featurette, and she complains about having to clean up Daemon's messes. Since this is a point of view shot, we may be seeing Daemon how he always sees Rhaenyra, as a child. And now in this dream, he feels emasculated, having to be mothered by a girl who throws his guilt back in his face over the murder of Prince Jaehaerys. And if you look closely, it looks like Rhaenyra might be wearing the necklace that Daemon gave her in season 1. So he's seeing not just a girl, he's seeing the girl who he thought he had influence over before she traded out that necklace. This whole theme of having to sew things back together ties back into the opening tapestry imagery of this season, the threads of fate weaving through our lives and through our deaths. And if you think about it, the preparation for Jaehaerys' body for the funeral procession, which involved this kind of sewing, was done by the Silent Sisters, which is an order of nuns. So this might be foreshadowing Rhaenyra's disguise as a nun in the final part of this episode. But now Daemon finds himself outside beside the weirwood tree, and Alys Rivers is there watching him and says,
"You will die in this place."
So actor Gail Rankin is Scottish, but to my ear, this line sounded like it might have been an American accent, like the accent Gail Rankin uses in the show Glow.
"You will die in this place."
Or, you know, it might still just be a Scottish accent, and these words are just hitting shared vowel sounds across the different accents. And I was thinking, hey, maybe in the world of Game of Thrones, an American accent is so weird and modern and out of place that it just sounds so like supernatural and like wrong and otherworldly. But either way, with this echo, her voice has this supernatural quality, which is odd because I don't think Daemon's dreaming anymore. It seems like he's sleepwalked to the weirwood tree and he's now awake, looking out over the God's Eye Lake. Because from this point, we never see Daemon wake up after this. So weirwood trees have a link to the old gods of the Children of the Forest and the power of prophecy. The God's Eye Lake specifically would be the eye of an old forgotten god who can still peer into our souls and see our futures. And the pupil of that eye would be the Isle of Faces island, where the Children of the Forest may still be residing. In fact, the ghosts that people have heard in Harrenhal over the years may have been the whispers of the Children of the Forest echoing across the lake. So really, I think Alys Rivers is a woods witch on the show. She has a connection to the Children of the Forest and the old gods, but there's more to say here that I just have to wait for the spoiler dungeon on. Yet as Alys walks away, you hear a bit of humming, which suggests that the hummed lullaby that Daemon heard from Rhaenyra was actually all Alys's doing. She is the one who had this effect on Daemon. So Mysaria explains how Rhaenyra could sneak into King's Landing.
But most folk pay no mind to a woman who has not dressed as a queen.
Rhaenyra nods because she remembers dressing as a boy to sneak out of the Red Keep in season 1. So dressed as a septa, and with Sir Stephen in disguise as a septon, they make their way to the old sept. Now this is not the great sept that we saw in Game of Thrones, the one that exploded at the end of season 6, because that structure will not be built until the time of Baelor the Blessed, several years after this. But you could see a fountain held up by these lions, making me wonder if it was paid for by the Lannisters, but this will be the spot that will later be the pedestal where the statue of Baelor will be, I think. But Rhaenyra's sister act mission in this episode does not happen in the book Fire and Blood at all. It is, I will admit, a bit silly, but as this conflict starts heating up, I think it's important for the two leads of the show to be able to share the same space again so that they can just hear each other out without any distractions from the men of their councils. And they are back at the altar of the mother, the same place where they prayed together as younger women in season 1. And we learned that Rhaenyra has not fully gamed out what would happen after Alicent screamed, and then Rhaenyra had stabbed her, and then Rhaenyra got arrested, which I think might be Rhaenyra's honest way of showing Alicent, look, I really do just want to talk here. I have no further endgame beyond this. Yet directly behind them is a statue for the warrior, one of the other 7. So these two mothers are caught between the violence of the warrior and the mercy of the mother. Rhaenyra brings up the tourney that they watched together in the first episode of the series, and how these men are so eager to fight and to kill, and as young women they saw the futility and the danger of that bloodlust, yet they're still unable to resist trading barbs and getting that off their chests until a random septa comes to light a candle and they have to go quiet and retreat to their corners. That pause allows them to reevaluate. In a way, it seems like the mother's mercy is trying to intervene here and to help them. Rhaenyra claims Viserys maintained her as the heir on his last day alive, but Alicent claims with a projected certainty, he changed his mind, Rhaenyra. He changed his mind, and she adds,
I swear this to you, on the memory of my mother.
A callback to Rhaenyra's swear in the Godswood of King's Landing when Alicent asked her if she had slept with Daemon.
I swear this to you, upon the memory of my mother.
Rhaenyra used that moment to shame Alicent, even hinting that the accusation was treason. And sure enough, over the years, Rhaenyra ended up siring 2 kids with Daemon. So Alicent is signaling that she remembers that false swear and that sin against the gods. Yet, after things calm down for a beat, Alicent reveals,
But he spoke Aegon's name. He said he was the prince that was promised to unite the realm.
there it is. Rhaenyra knows now that all of Alicent's certainty was really grounded in a misinterpretation. Viserys was not naming his new heir. He was talking about his ancestral fear from Aegon the Conqueror of the threat from the north that would destroy the realm unless the Targaryens sat the Iron Throne.
He spoke to you of the Song of Ice and Fire, about Aegon the Conqueror.
And Alicent just kind of responds, the Conqueror? Which signals to Rhaenyra that for Alicent to make that mistake, it would mean that Viserys had never told her that story and that Viserys had never considered Aegon the rightful heir. Another septa lights a candle, interrupting this moment, and like the bell of a boxing ring, they are back to being opponents and Alicent leaves. There is an overhead shot of this circular altar, which matches the frame of the overhead shot of the circular table at Harrenhal, because both Daemon and Rhaenyra are left coming up empty in these side quests to force foes in Westeros to submit to them without bloodshed. And both of these shortcomings happen upon sacred ground in the eyes of the gods, looking down at them. For Rhaenyra, it's the new gods in the Sept. For Daemon, it's the old gods before the weirwood tree outside Harrenhal, looking out the God's Eye Lake. And we come back to Rhaenys's warning in this episode.
There is no war so hateful to the gods as a war between kin.
The gods have punished the Brackens and the Blackwoods in equal measure, and we'll see next episode these gods work in mysterious ways. We end as always in the spoiler dungeon, where we will be discussing some spoilery plot details from the book Fire and Blood for upcoming episodes, and be warned, we're going to talk about some major deaths. Now, before we get into the spoiler dungeon, please support us by grabbing a House of the Dragon inspired shirt design that we have at nerdriot.shop, like this one. I love it. I've been wearing it all the time. Also, big announcement, Nerd Riot is doing a 4th of July sale starting today, Monday, July 1st. They're going big with 30% off site-wide. It's gonna be the biggest sale until the holidays this year, and it's gonna last through the end of July 4th weekend. So be sure to take advantage of this and support new Rockstars by grabbing something at nerdriot.shop. Okay, spoiler 1. The Battle of Rook's Rest is coming next episode, episode 4. The host led by Sir Criston up into the Crownlands is headed up toward Lord Simon Staunton's home of Rook's Rest. Now, in Fire and Blood, Aemond plots with Sir Criston to lure out one of the Black Dragons into this fight with Vhagar. But here in episode 3, it at least seems like Aemond and Vhagar were going to sit out, and it wasn't until the brotherly contest between Aegon and Aemond in the small council chamber, followed by Larys telling Aegon that he was at risk of Aemond stealing his glory, followed by Aegon humiliating Aemond in the brothel, that will really lead to both brothers and their dragons charging into this battle and leading to a 2-on-1 dragon fight. Meanwhile, all of Rhaenys's hand-wringing that the gods will punish the wars of kin versus kin, and that she and Corlys don't have enough time to produce another heir. All of these are really setting up her and Melly's death next episode, and it's gonna suck. Okay, spoiler 2. Rhaena, Joffrey, Aegon, Viserys, the Vale, Pentos, and these eggs. In Fire and Blood, Rhaena and Joffrey do go to the Vale and join Lady Jane, but Aegon and Viserys do not go with them to the Vale. They stay on Dragonstone a little longer, and then they're sent in a separate voyage via boat to Essos, but their ship is attacked by the Triarchy, and young Aegon narrowly escapes clutching Stormcloud, while Viserys goes on a wild journey and washes up somewhere else, but both of these kids end up surviving and coming back into power in the future. So this 4th periwinkle egg in the clutch will most likely hatch into Rhaenyra's dragon Morning in the Vale. I assume that the other 3 eggs will become Dany's eggs. I'm just wondering how those eggs and these 2 younger boys will end up in Pentos if Rhaena doesn't go with them and stays in the Vale. Rhaenyra ordered her to accompany them to be a mother to them in Pentos. And these boys cannot die because both will eventually become kings in the years after the Civil War. It actually makes me wonder if on their current voyage from Dragonstone to the Vale, that could be where the group gets attacked by the Triarchy and separated. And then Aegon and Viserys will be thought to be lost, but actually survive it, and that Rhaena will save one of these eggs, and that the other 3 will plunge into the waters of the Narrow Sea or Blackwater Bay. And then years from now, they'll be found and end up in the hands of Illyrio and Pentos, and that Joff and Rhaena will just end up in the Vale that way. Okay, spoiler 3. Let's talk about Ulf the White, a man who doesn't mind talking shit about the Greens and proclaiming Rhaenyra and Jace's rightful line of succession, who also claims Valyrian descent and uses the term dragon seed, yes, he will be one of the bastards recruited by the Blacks to bond with dragons on Dragonstone, along with Adam of Hull and Hugh Hammer. Ulf will pair with the dragon Silverwing, the dragon of Queen Alysanne, while Hugh Hammer will ride Vermithor. But notice how quick Ulf was to shout, "All hail King Aegon!" It shows that he won't always be as steadfastly loyal to the Blacks. Okay, spoiler 4, let's talk about Alys Rivers and Daemon. Daemon does not have a relationship with Alys Rivers in Fire and Blood. She actually becomes the bedmate and partner to Aemond during his time in Harrenhal. But Aegon's abrupt separation of Aemond from Sylvie seems to be leading Aemond to seek someone new, and that new someone is going to be Alys Rivers. But it's interesting how the show gives us this episode between Alys and Daemon, which really just seems to be to rattle the character of Daemon with this fear of the future, which brings us back to this line.
You will die in this place.
So yes, book readers will know that later on in Fire and Blood, in this war will be the battle above the God's Eye, where Daemon on Caraxes and Aemond on Vhagar collide over the God's Eye Lake beside Harrenhal, and according to Fire and Blood, both dragons and both men crash into the lake and die. However, while the corpse of Vhagar is found, with the armored corpse of Aemond still on him, and that Caraxes crawled out of the water but died beside the castle, Daemon's body is never found, and some believe that he might have survived and run off with the dragon rider of Nettles. Now, Alys Rivers is the one who tells him that he's going to die here. She will be a witness to this battle. She's there at Harrenhal, pregnant with Aemond's child when that battle happens. And I think there's always been some fascinating parallelism among Aemond's Sapphire Eye and the God's Eye Lake, and the way that he dies by Daemon driving Darksister into his eye socket. And now the eyes of the Weirwood tree's faces bleeding, being used to look into the future by the Woods Witch of Alys Rivers. So tying Daemon into this prophecy in the show makes him yet another victim of the power of dreams in this Targaryen family. Helene is a victim of prophecies. Rhaenyra is a victim of prophecies. All of them are victims of misinterpreting dreams, right? And now that Daemon has been told a possible future for him on the show, could that give him an advantage that the character did not have in the book? Like, might Daemon take some extra care or take some extra risks so that he could make it out of that battle alive? As the wildest rumors of the book speculate, and it's similar to Rhaenor being left alive on the show in secret, because think about it that way, HBO could continue to keep Matt Smith in the cast. He is arguably their biggest star, because otherwise losing Matt Smith and what's probably going to be the big battle of season 3 is just going to make it really hard for HBO to continue the series after that. This is a breakdown of House of the Dragon season 2 episode 4, The Red Dragon and the Gold. Okay, no changes to the opening tapestry in the title sequence. It may be that only publicly known spectacles make the tapestry, since only events with witnesses would be reflected in the historical record. So we saw Jaehaerys' public funeral procession, not his closed door murder. We saw the hanging rat catchers that were in the public, not Eric versus Auric that was in Rhaenyra's chamber. So Rhaenyra's meeting with Alicent in the Sept last episode was secret, but I'm sure next week the Battle of Rook's Rest will appear here. The episode opens with Daemon in another dream. Daemon the Dreamer, we'll soon have to start calling him, in the throne room of the Red Keep. The power of dreams is at the heart of this series, and while Rhaenyra in this episode shares Aegon's dream with Jace, the Song of Ice and Fire, Daemon is tortured with dreams in the haunted Harrenhal from the Woods Witch Alys Rivers, who has the power of the Old Gods and the Children of the Forest, who view all of these men on the continent of Westeros as invaders, occupiers, and pretenders. Perhaps none more so than Daemon Targaryen. He passes under a statue of a past king. In the season 2 premiere, we saw a new statue of his brother Viserys being set up on the other side of the room, but we know from concept art that all 5 of the past kings have been carved into these columns, and this one closest to the door is Aegon the Conqueror. So in his dream, Daemon is being watched by the founder of this dynasty, whose own dream of the future eluded Daemon because he was never considered heir to the throne. Millie Alcock returns once again as young Rhaenyra from the first half of season 1, now recreating Rhaenyra and Daemon's Iron Throne scene from the pilot episode. But whereas the two spoke in clear High Valyrian to each other back then, now Daemon struggles to hear these muffled words, similar to an experience we might have in a dream, until Rhaenyra gets closer to him and says,
Stop.
His struggle to understand her Valyrian mirrors Aegon II's struggle to keep up with his brother Aemond's Valyrian later. Like, if you cannot speak the language, not only is it a symbolic reflection of your weakening grip on your ancestral rule, functionally it also makes you a weaker dragon rider, because you can only communicate with dragons through High Valyrian. Rhaenyra wears the crown of Viserys and Jaehaerys I, which Rhaenyra did not wear in season 1 until after Viserys had died and the role was played by Emma Darcy. So in Daemon's eyes, the child looks like a cosplaying pretender, prematurely wearing the crown that isn't yet hers. Rhaenyra is also wearing the same black outfit that adult Rhaenyra was wearing in the season 1 finale in the scene when Daemon choked her and he realized that Viserys never told him whatever that prophecy was that Rhaenyra knows, and therefore he was never seriously considered the heir. And it's just fascinating that every time Daemon has a dream, he sees Rhaenyra only as her younger self. Like every time he looks at her, even when he's awake, this is what he sees. Daemon draws Dark Sister and decapitates her, yet when he walked up through this room, he had no sword or scabbard at his hip. I thought he might have actually drawn one of those melted swords in the nest surrounding the throne, but no, it just kind of appears out of nowhere, as things often do in dreams. It's similar to his killing of Vaemond Velaryon after Vaemond called Rhaenyra a whore and her sons bastards, and the decapitation that continues to haunt Daemon, that of Prince Jaehaerys. That's why Rhaenyra continues to taunt him even as a severed head, referencing his son for a son command to Blood and Cheese, and his want to have cleared Rhaenyra out of the way of his succession to the throne. The crown clatters on the floor. Now, the last time it fell on the floor like this, it was during Viserys' weak march to the throne, and in that moment, Daemon helped his brother by placing that fallen crown back on his head. So in this moment in the dream, he feels that by challenging Rhaenyra, he is subverting his late brother's wishes. But Rhaenyra's head continues to talk, saying,
"There's been a raven."
Now, Sir Simon Strong's voice mixes in. Remember, a raven approaching Winterfell was the opening image of this season. So really, there are only ever tidings of bad news. While this raven was received by Sir Simon, it was actually Rhaenyra who sent it. So in a way, the dream version of Rhaenyra is like, dude, check your voicemail. But there is this crazy effect as Daemon sits up in bed. Blood all over his hand in one shot, and the reverse shot from the side, his right hand is now clean and unbloodied. So as he awakens, fragments of the dream are staying with him. This blood would be from decapitating Rhaenyra, or maybe just him picking up that severed head and a part of the dream that we did not see. Now, when we last saw Daemon in episode 3, he had experienced another dream with young Rhaenyra in Harrenhal, and apparently sleepwalked all the way to the weirwood tree outside, though we were left unsure if that moment with Alys Rivers was also part of the dream or not. We learned that a fortnight has passed between episodes 3 and 4, fortnight being roughly 2 weeks, so I think we can assume that Daemon has had a dream like this every night. In the morning light, we can see that Daemon's bed looks like roots. We learn later from Alys Rivers that this bed was made out of the wood from a heart tree, which is a name given to weirwood trees with the carved faces. They are considered sacred, as it is said that no man can lie in front of a heart tree. So really, all these visions are showing Daemon a kind of emotional truth. These trees were felled in order to build the castle of Harrenhal on this ground, contributing to the castle's cursed and haunted reputation. Sir Simon reports that houses Rosby and Stokeworth have surrendered to Sir Criston Cole's host and added to his army.
Both houses cited that sad business with the usurper's son.
That pause before sad business with the usurper's son shows that Sir Simon is picking his words carefully around Daemon, who most lords in this realm assume had something to do with it. Sir Simon continues,
"Even if you can raise a host of rivermen."
So Daemon hears this black goat bleat before seeing it, and Sir Simon does not react to the goat. So Daemon might be hallucinating this goat. The goat is positioned perfectly amidst, I counted 7 logs. So in our world's Christian tradition, obviously the goat has a specific connotation as a form of the devil, but 7 logs could be referring to the new gods, the faith of the 7, but also in A Song of Ice and Fire, the black goat is the primary god worshipped in the free city of Qohor, demanding a daily blood sacrifice. And the faceless men consider the black goat one of the faces of the many-faced god. Or, you know, maybe this goat is just some livestock wandering into this dilapidated castle. But we'll see in a second how there's this weird connection with animals and Daemon that might be connected. We meet the young Oscar Tully.
My prince, my grace, your grace.
Clearly, Sir Simon has tried to counsel this young lord on the complex way the king consort, not the prince consort, wants to be addressed. Oscar Tully is the grandson of the aging Lord Grover Tully, and yes, all the lords in this family tree, including Oscar's father Elmo and his brother Kermit, were named by George R. R. Martin after Muppets. You know, I got some comments from people saying that Elmo, Oscar, and Grover are Sesame Street characters, not Muppets. Oh, you fools! All of Jim Henson's original creations, including Kermit and Big Bird, are considered Muppets. They're all Muppets, including everyone on Sesame Street. In fact, Kermit used to appear on Sesame Street. So, you know, maybe Google things before you comment. Okay, Oscar says his father is dead, so HBO has functionally merged the father, son, and brother into one character so they wouldn't have to name anyone Elmo or Kermit, which is a damn shame if you ask me, because this kid is more of a Kermit or an Elmo than a Grouch who lives in a trash can. Poor Oscar doesn't know where to stand, so Daemon just kind of has to sit while being
being awkwardly close to him, and Oscar struggles to sit due to the size of what I assume is the House Tully ancestral sword. George R. R. Martin, by the way, never gave the Tullys one in the text. Daemon tells Oscar to smother his grandfather to expedite his death so that the kid can speak for House Tully and raise an army for Daemon. The kid is shocked, so Daemon asks which of the River Lords declared for Aegon.
House Bracken that declared green, Your Grace.
Who could remember?
Yes, Daemon is recalling Rhaenyra's words in episode 3. Over time, these kind of family feud back and forths become so common that we don't even remember who is who and how it all started. Daemon demands to summon the Blackwoods, and one of those sleeping dogs watches him go. So I actually think between this dog and the goat, both of these animals might be Alys Rivers warging into them to spy on Daemon. She is a woods witch and a green seer, so why can't she also be a warg who can see through animals? Now, Alys Rivers does say later on,
I'm a barn owl, cursed to live in human form.
Yeah, Daemon thinks she's joking there, but I don't think she ever lies. So everyone in Driftmark bows in respect to Rhaenys, which by the end of this episode carries different meaning, considering every step she takes in this episode is really part of a funeral march. She meets Alan of Hull.
Milady.
Princess, if we're holding to formalities.
Like Daemon with Your Grace, she insists on a royal title that gets her closer to the crown. Whereas Catelyn Stark and other highborn ladies would view their husbands' bastards as humiliations, Rhaenys will not punish Alan for the sins of the father.
Your mother must have been very beautiful.
You get a sense that she sees a bit of Rhaenyra in Alan's eyes. She just seems eager to connect with any family that she can. Meanwhile, Alicent toys with one of Viserys' dragon figurines from his model set of Valyria, and this figurine must not have been destroyed when Aegon wrecked it a few episodes back. Due to his finger cut from the Iron Throne, Viserys had dropped one of these figurines, which was a bad omen, but Alicent had it repaired as a gift. And that, I think, is the one she's holding now, but she also drops it, foreshadowing the fate of her son Aegon and his dragon Sunfire in this episode. Orwyle brings Alicent moon tea. This is tea from season 1, brewed by the Maesters as a kind of crude and painful morning after pill. Bland tea, we call it. Viserys had ordered this made after Rhaenyra had hooked up with Sir Criston. Viserys thought that she had done it with Daemon, but that actually did not happen. And this was reported by Larys to Alicent, which caused her to clutch her pearls in outrage, which only became so hypocritical when Alicent had this made for the serving girl Diana after Aegon had assaulted her. And this is the same girl who just showed up last episode having to serve Aegon in the pub. And Orwyle here says,
Do report if the recipient has need of any remedy.
That pause indicates that Orwyle knows it is for her. So like Rhaenyra, Alicent is likely pregnant with Sir Criston's child and does not want it. Alicent asks Orwyle if he thinks Viserys wanted Aegon to succeed him, and Orwyle smartly stays out of it. But he probably has his opinions, because we did see a younger version of him helping put maggots in Viserys' back wound. And back at that time, I always thought that Orwyle and his successor might have been part of a conspiracy. Because let's not forget, the Maesters all come from the Citadel in Old Town, as do the Hightowers. Right now, the Maesters seem to be pro-green, because I think it is they who are spreading the propaganda that Rhaenyra and Daemon plotted the murder of Jaehaerys. Even Gerardus seemed convinced of that over on the Black Council. I just do think there's something to this theory that maybe the Maesters are part of a deep state controlling all these events, and that could even include what gets entered into the historical record of Fire and Blood and what would get dismissed as gossip. In the Black Council, while Baela reports the progress of Sir Criston's growing army, you can see Sir Alfred Broom finish his wine and then pour himself another round, clearly not taking these kids seriously. He says Baela should have burned them, and Baela's like, why don't you use your dragon to do that? Oh wait! On the painted table throughout the scene, you can see that the marker figurine of the Hightower Lighthouse, the very tall one, is in the lower left, indicating the largest army of the Greens marching up through the Crownlands. The tall figurine that looks like a cross with the wreath top to the right of Sir Alfred in this shot represents the Queen, Rhaenyra, and she's on the side of the table with various Velaryon seahorses, probably because they don't know where she is. The pommel of Sir Alfred's sword leans against the table right next to it, which might be his way of trying to stand taller than the Rhaenyra marker. Meanwhile, as always, Jace's trigger finger fondles the pommel of his sword as he clocks his disrespect from Sir Alfred in this scene. Lord Gorman Massey seems a bit drunk as well when he says,
if I know the Riverlands, he has more disentangling ahead of him than the end of a Lyseni orgy.
Lyseni, as in coming from the free city of Lys, or Lys. But Rhaenyra's rising star of Mysaria comes from Lys, so Lord Massey, maybe watch your tongue, because later this episode we see Mysaria is snooping around the shadows of this room probably all the time. Sir Alfred says,
this council is rudderless.
I'm doing my best to steer it, Sir Alfred.
Rudderless. And it's almost like that's the word Corlys was waiting for, because now the Lord of the Tides himself appears. In Fire and Blood, Corlys and Rhaenys take control of the Black Council much earlier when Rhaenyra was out looking for Luke's remains. And since Rhaenyra never did her secret Sister Act mission to King's Landing in the book, their leadership comes here. You may have caught that Sir Alfred referred to Daemon as the King Consort, which tells us that Daemon's preferred title of King Consort, as opposed to the traditional custom of Prince Consort as the husband to the Queen, was something that he had discussed with the Black Council in the past, probably as far back as when Daemon led the council while Rhaenyra was in labor. In Duskendale, we see Sir Criston's forces having defeated House Darkland outside their castle that's called Dunfort. House Darkland is the home of Sir Steffan Darkland, Rhaenyra's Kingsguard, which is why he's so despondent later when he learns of this attack. The House Darkland shields bear their sigil, the 7 white escutcheons on red, matched with the fusilli black and gold. Joining Sir Criston's forces are the shields of House Rosby, that's the 3 red chevronels on ermine, and House Stokeworth, the white lamb on green. They drag Lord Gunther Darkland to the beheading stone, and he calls Sir Criston Kingmaker. Criston the Kingmaker is now his moniker after his support of Aegon after Viserys' death, and while Sir Criston was proud of the title, it is now being hurled in his face as an insult, akin to Jaime Lannister being called King Slayer. The camera stays on Sir Criston, tracking to the right as he wipes off his sword and tosses the rag on the ground. We can't show you the beheading part because YouTube, but I always like it when there's a complex stunt or a slightly complicated VFX thing, or maybe the head falling off could have been a dummy, but either way, just slightly more complicated than usual, and then they keep the camera rolling to capture some additional action. In this case, it just makes the violence feel more real, and in the case of Sir Criston, a character note, because for him it's just something as routine as signing some paperwork and then getting on with your day. He's all business, and this is beheading someone. He didn't even pause to let it sink in. Sir Criston's horse is also covered in the armor of the Kingsguard, and that includes a headpiece with a 7-pointed star and a spike, which I know was a common feature in horses' armor from the Middle Ages, but I love that it makes his horse look like a unicorn, like you know he wishes he could be. Sir Criston tells Gwaine Hightower to follow the coast northeast toward Rook's Rest, which would be just across the bay from Driftmark and Dragonstone. And the camera stays on Gwaine during the transition, giving us this fun overlap between the scenes.
You. I told you we should have sent our dragons.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like Gwaine for a second was thinking this insult at Sir Criston. So Aegon II is furious that Daemon was allowed to capture Harrenhal, but Lord Larys Strong cleverly says, "The castle is more crippled than I am, your grace," and then goes on to say,
It's like to drive Daemon to madness as he attempts to make use of it, which is beyond his faculties.
The use of the words madness and faculties are telling, as they indicate that Larys knows of the castle's haunted nature, especially when it's occupied by the woods witch Alys Rivers. It's almost as if driving Daemon insane with spooky dreams was part of Larys's plan, because Alys Rivers is, after all, a bastard half-sister to Larys. They both share a father in Lionel Strong, and in Fire and Blood, she served as a wet nurse to Larys. I'm not sure if that's the case on the show, because, you know, the actors are roughly the same age, but the character of Alys Rivers is 400 years old, confirmed by Gail Rankin. So Alys might have taught Larys some of her witchcraft, and they could be working together to subvert Daemon. Aemond reveals that Sir Criston has already turned to Rook's Rest, since it's the home of Lord Staunton, and this move would weaken Rhaenyra's small council, but also it would cut off Dragonstone by land. And he moves the pieces on the map board and then just turns his back when Aegon boyishly tries to move them back. Aegon is realizing that Aemond and Cole were plotting without his authority, and Aemond now switches to High Valyrian. While at first he shifts to their native language, it seems, to spare the king some embarrassment, he actually quickly dresses him down and insults him for making his lick-spittle friends Knights of the King's Guard. And even though Sir Leon Estermont doesn't know High Valyrian, he knows that they are talking about him, and he shifts uncomfortably. This is also a power play by Aemond, because he knows Aegon's High Valyrian is not as good as his is, so Lannister, Orwyle, and Ironrod all hilariously slow turn in unison back to Aegon, knowing that it would be his turn to respond, and this is how Aemond does it. Pathetic. You can actually pinpoint the second Aegon's authority over this room dies. And now, from the little I have learned about language expert David J. Peterson's construction of the High Valyrian language, it is extremely complicated, with each term being composed of an alphabetic, iconic, and paradigmatic component. It is intentionally dense because it was originally the way the snobs of Valyria preserved their culture and kept their secrets. The Targaryens now maintain it as the language of the ruling class, and it is one way that they are able to protect their power and keep non-family from getting in between them. It's kind of like The Godfather when Sollozzo starts speaking to Michael in Italian. So Aegon
Aegon does know the term for first person singular, I, and then the word for war, but then struggles with the middle part, the active verb in the sentence. So Aegon, in response, is just like, which is him registering both that the king's really just done as a ruler in this room, and that Aegon would not be as effective commanding his dragon in combat, which we see come back at the end of this episode. So Alicent warms up stones and wraps them in a cloth, which is an old school home treatment that women used to use for pain, but also parallels the way the Targaryens keep their dragon eggs warm in fires and in hot coals. She tells Larys,
indulgence was my sin.
And she says that she ate too much lamprey pie, lamprey being an eel-like fish, but Larys says that it is a sin to deny one's appetites.
It will make us fully alive as mortal men.
He's signaling to Alicent that he knows what she's been doing with Sir Criston, and he's referring to his own appetite of feet. He's describing these appetites as a way that men prove that they're immortal. And given this possible connection between Larys and Alys Rivers, could Larys be like a forever young immortal who adopts kinks to pose as a mortal? Like Kenneth the Page?
Ken, you don't want to be a page forever. Who said I've been alive forever?
Larys brings up Sir Criston swearing his sword to Alicent, which is one way to put it, and he notes Alicent having poured through the history texts. She is likely trying to find any mention of Aegon's dream, the Song of Ice and Fire, but it would not be written down anywhere in any book. It was actually hidden by pyromancers in the dagger Aegon now carries at his side. And she says,
the voices of history guided Viserys.
After her conversation with Rhaenyra in the Sept, she realized that voices she thought were a bit of madness echoing in Viserys' mind on his deathbed are actually voices she wished that she heard. Now, it is possible from just seeing her research alone that Larys assumes Alicent is worried about Viserys' true intentions, but let's not forget those couple rogue septas who kept dropping in the light candles at the altar of the mother. They might have spotted and recognized Rhaenyra at Alicent's side, which could mean that that meeting might have made it to the Master of Whisperers, and that's what he's hinting that he knows in this scene. Alicent admits
the significance of Viserys' intentions died with him.
So we learn that Alicent isn't doing this research with a plan to change anything. She's just admitted where things are now, and she's just kind of searching her own conscience. I appreciate that Larys closes the book right on this line, losing whatever Alicent's place was, but signaling that it's too late for these voices of history to help them change anything now. As rainwater drips into Daemon's room, he sees torchlight passing outside along with some footsteps. With those steps, we hear the shouts of men in battle, a battle that comes this episode in Rook's Rest, past battles at maybe the Stepstones or Burning Mill in the Riverlands, or could this be a war to come? He draws Dark Sister and follows the stranger. Could it actually be the stranger of the new gods representing death? But that stranger eventually turns around, and it is himself, Daemon, with an eye patch. Yes, looking like his nephew, Aemond. This eye patch is over the same eye, but I think it might be a different eye patch because there's a little reflective portion on the strap just to the left of the patch. The light also catches on this doppelganger scabbard, and we see the golden three-headed Targaryen dragon. So this might be Aemond's sword, Aemond's body, but with Matt Smith's face. But the way this figure walked was pretty similar to the stride Ewan Mitchell uses as Aemond. So Daemon and Aemond are obviously parallel characters. Aemond admires his uncle's boldness. The son for son exchange was Daemon avenging Aemond's overstep with an overstep of his own. Their names are even anagrams of each other. Daemon leads with the D, and Aemond brings it up the rear. That kind of sounds like phrasing, but you know, really Daemon is sexually frustrated while Aemond just has a particular type. I think Daemon is really worried about being supplanted by his nephew Aemond in this conflict as the most brash member of the family. As eye patch Daemon turns, we hear this high-pitched sound. It's almost like a tea kettle, or perhaps the high-pitched scream or the wheeze of a dragon. There is more to everything here with this dream, but we're gonna have to save it for the spoiler dungeon. So Daemon wakes up from this sleepwalking to find himself in the lair of Alys Rivers. Or was he even sleepwalking or just following a vision while he was awake? We'll never know. As Alys in this scene, Gail Rankin's Scottish accent is now full baby reindeer now that she gets more speaking lines.
So what are you then, some kind of maester?
I inherited the duties after the last one fled in the night.
So only men are allowed to be trained as maesters at the Citadel, yet arguably she has more influence as a woods witch, which is on full display in the scene as she mortars ingredients that are being weighed on scales that look like bloody animal tissue, and even at one point she licks her fingers. Blah. Daemon asks if she's strong, which she corrects to Rivers, the bastard name of people born in the Riverlands, but technically she's the bastard daughter of Lionel Strong, and she does bear some resemblance to Larys. And she says,
Black hadn't felled the grove of weirwood trees that grew on these lands.
Yes, referring to Harren the Black, who drained the resources of the Riverlands and the Iron Islands to complete the construction of Harrenhal, but was almost immediately after burned by Aegon the Conqueror and Balerion the Black Dread. Alys is really referring to the children of the forest and the old gods whose whispers can be heard through the trees, wood that was used to make Daemon's bed that he is currently sleeping in. Alys says that she's a barn owl cursed to live in human form, which again, I do not think is a complete joke. I think she might just be telling him that she is a warg spying on him through animals. I theorize that Alys Rivers could be the same woods witch whom Jenny of Oldstones brings to court and tells Jaehaerys II that he must marry off his son and daughter together to bring about the prince that was promised through their lineage. HBO released their first image of Duncan the Tall in their upcoming A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms series following Duncan Egg, and the egg of that series becomes Aegon V, whose son Duncan the Small is the one who marries Jenny of Oldstones, the one who brings that woods witch to court, and this is before Aegon V, aka Egg, and Duncan the Small, and several others die in the fire at Summerhall. I really like Gail Rankin on the show, and I think it'd be really cool to cast her also on that Duncan Egg show as the same witch involved in Egg's fiery death at the end of that series. Gail Rankin confirmed to Entertainment Weekly, this person can tell the future. Basically, she's someone who has all of this power, who has been alive potentially 400 years. So basically, she could be just one witch living throughout all of Westeros' history. Alys asks Daemon,
Do you now plan to make your own claim?
and she touches her womb on this line, almost as if to say, do you plan to make this claim with me? She gives Daemon the sleeping draft, which is interesting parallelism in this episode. Alicent drinking the moon tea, Daemon drinking this stuff. But we get this insane transition. We never saw Daemon decide to take that sip. Like, he was just looking at it and then bam, some time has passed and he's already been gulping it down, which tells us that that potion made him forget whatever Alys did or said to make him take that sip. It is so cool to show the passage of time this way. And from here forward, whether it's nighttime or daytime, Daemon is just going to be living a constant dream where he has no idea what reality is. He now finds himself chatting with Sir Willem Blackwood. We last saw Willem Blackwood back in season 1, episode 4, when he was in line to propose his hand in marriage for Rhaenyra at Storm's End and was mocked by Jarrell Bracken, and the boys dueled, and Willem Blackwood stabbed at Jarrell Bracken, and young Willem puked. But Sir Willem remembers this day.
I once vied for Queen Rhaenyra's hand. I always liked her spirit.
It was Rhaenyra who told Sir Criston to let the two boys fight it out at Storm's End, and her decision to not intervene in that feud between River Lords gave Willem the win that led him to becoming a knight for his family now. But Daemon now sees the ghost of his past wife, Laena, who died after a difficult labor and ordered Vhagar to burn her. Nana Blondell returns for this cameo, and she is wearing the same dress and jewelry that she was wearing when they lived on Pentos in season 1, episode 6. So after Lady Laena and young Rhaenyra, will Daemon next see the ghost of Rhea Royce, who was briefly his wife in the Vale before he killed her? Or is Alys Rivers just taking the form of every woman in Daemon's life to try to mock him for his sexual frustration? We edit from Daemon's madness to the attendance ball spitting on Aegon II's plate, never quite finding its place. It's an interesting jump cut that makes it look like this ball is just Daemon's madness manifest, but really Aegon is feeling the same impatience that Daemon does and not quite wanting to just sit and stay patiently in place. The Green Council is talking about the shrinking resources from Vhagar's sheep diet and the blockade, and then Tywin Lannister says this if you listen closely.
Blacksmith's armors and towns for equipment has only grown apace with Sir Criston's army.
What was that? Blacksmith? Yeah, he's referring to Hugh Hammer. And I'm guessing the crown is not gonna pay up for Hugh's iron work and is gonna piss off the hammer. During this meeting, Larys turns down wine. Now, always pay attention when characters at these councils do or do not drink. They turn down wine when they want to stay alert to the discussion at hand. Alicent shames Aegon for removing its father's history books, still pouring through the documents to try to find something about the Song of Ice and Fire. But really what she is looking for is right in front of her, Aegon's dagger, which this scene gives a close-up of as the king is grabbing the first empty wine pitcher. And I love when Aegon tells Martin and Leon and Eddard to bounce. Martin and Leon bump into each other like dopes. They've probably been drinking all day, and that's why that wine pitcher is empty. In the woods around Rook's Rest, Sir Criston's forces set up camp as if preparing for a siege. But why are they really chopping these trees down? Especially since they would need that tree cover to hide from Baela and Moondancer? We learn later that Sir Criston kept an ace in the hole with Aemond and Vhagar hiding nearby. So Criston needed to clear a landing site for Vhagar. But Sir Criston tells Gwyn Hightower to charge in and attack by day.
Dragonstone and their dragons are just across the bay.
And that is why Sir Criston tells Gwyn Hightower to charge in and attack by day, because he wants to draw in one of these dragons just across the bay from Driftmark and Dragonstone. And Gwyn says,
What, grown tired of living, have you?
Sir Criston doesn't respond here, but remember, he was gonna unalive himself in the Godswood when Alicent stopped him, and ever since, he has felt like he's been living on borrowed time, and probably has felt tired of living. Rhaenyra and Sir Stefan return to Dragonstone, still hilariously wearing their septa and septed outfits, not taking time to change. But outside, and coming through the windows of Dragonstone earlier in this episode, notice these little plumes of smoke. Just a reminder that Dragonstone is a volcanic island, and the Dragonmont cave beneath them is filled with loose dragons who literally fume and blow smoke. It's just worth remembering that Rhaenyra's side of this conflict is lousy with dragons. They have so many dragons. The problem is they just don't have a lot of dragon riders. And after grilling his mother for sneaking into King's Landing, Jace now just grumbles.
We stand at the ready.
This is what Daemon said to Rhaenyra back in episode 1 of the season when she returned after some time away looking for Luke.
Your counsel stands at the ready, Your Grace.
This also might be Jace saying, I'm another hot-blooded Targaryen boy with my own dragon, so keep me in the loop, Your Grace. As Sir Alfred warns her that they are being dared to rescue Rook's Rest, Jace stresses,
We need to send a dragon.
Another little puff of smoke wafts behind Rhaenyra on this line, like somewhere the dragons beneath them are like, release us. Rhaenys steps forward to volunteer herself and Meleys. And there's just one little look between Rhaenys and Corlys. This would be the last time this husband and wife see each other. And really it's just because she's so confident that she'll be able to burn all of Criston Cole's forces unchallenged and return safely. King Aegon tries to pour himself another round in his glass, but he finds the pitcher empty. If only they kept those flagons full. The broken yellow shards of the pitcher foreshadow the broken golden body of Sunfire in the final shot of this episode. Rhaenyra summons Jace in front of the skull of Meraxes, which is the dragon of Aegon the Conqueror's sister wife, Rhaenys, the older Rhaenys. And it's here where Rhaenyra tells her son about Aegon's dream, the Song of Ice and Fire, which is some pretty cool parallelism because her father Viserys told her about this in front of the skull of Aegon the First dragon, Balerion, in King's Landing. Meanwhile, in the dragon pit, Aegon drunkenly greets his dragon, Sunfire, who has certainly grown on that healthy diet of sheep since we last saw Sunfire in season 1. As Sunfire flaps out of the dragon pit's domed roofs over King's Landing, we see how its scales glitter in the sunlight. Rhaenyra explains to Jace that this decision to deploy what's essentially a nuclear weapon on Westeros is motivated not just for a crown, but by Aegon's dream. And in these moments, we see why the HBO series introduced this concept, because otherwise a lot of these characters would just be petty war criminals. Remember, this season opened with Jace at the wall, with Cregan Stark looking into the distant north. So unlike Rhaenyra, Jace actually knows what the ice part of the Song of Ice and Fire feels like. Onto the Battle of Rook's Rest. The camera starts in the sky, as if worried about an approaching dragon, but then looks down to follow the combined forces of Darkland and Rosby and Stokeworth in the first wave as they approach the Stauntons at the castle. Basically pawns being felled by arrows. The arrows land in the soldiers in front of us and in the grass at our feet, so that we feel like we are a fellow soldier just being pushed up this hill behind them. Up on the battlements, row after row of archers make these arrows a non-stop volley. I just like how despite this battle being remembered as a dance of dragons, these soldiers didn't know that that would be happening and were prepared to hold out as long as they could in a true siege. But Meleys is spotted. Gwaine freaks out, clearly not filled in by Sir Criston on the true plan, and Sir Criston tells 2 archers with the flaming arrows to release the signal. It's kind of like the surprise we felt by one flaming arrow at the Battle of Blackwater in Game of Thrones. Now, why didn't Sir Criston tell Gwaine that this would be happening? Well, for one, he hates Gwaine for all of his dismissive comments about him being a Dornishman, and 2, Criston likely wanted Gwaine to lead one of those flanks of soldiers to keep Meleys' attention divided on the ground. He was totally prepared to kill off Alicent's brother here. Rhaenys rides Meleys wearing her own battle armor, and as they fly toward Rook's Rest from the bluff, our point of view sees the castle bobbing up and down, which is just a reminder that when they're on Dragonback, it's not like a smooth view of the ground below that you would see. It would be like a chaotic undulation that would make it really hard to get a sense of the battle and where you're actually pointed. Lord Staunton looks as terrified as the rest until Meleys flies right overhead past him, and he can kind of see its red color, and you can see him doing some mental work like, wait, are there any red dragons on the other side? No, there's a couple red dragons and they're all on our side. Okay, whew. And Meleys sprays Sir Criston's forces with fire. But really, up until that moment, I think Staunton worried that it could have been one of the Green's dragons. It just shows how chaotic these battles are when dragons get in the mix. Sir Criston's planted hornsman blows again, and in the tree stirs a massive green shape, Vhagar. He's so large, and it matches the flora that it takes us a moment to realize this is even an animal. It's similar to the way Steven Spielberg revealed the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. Wait, what's moving behind those trees? Oh wait, the entire tree line itself is moving. It's a giant reptile. Aemond is about to take off, but he sees Aegon and Sunfire flying overhead, and he tells Vhagar umbas, meaning wait. So in Fire and Blood, Aemond with Vhagar and Aegon with Sunfire are both planned to be at Rook's Rest as part of this surprise attack plan. They were going to lure in a dragon and have a 2-on-1 fight, but this HBO series creates this wedge between the brothers so that Aegon arrives uninvited and Aemond hangs back, letting his brother, the king, face death. At first I wondered, hey, maybe Aemond is just worried he wouldn't be able to stop Vhagar from attacking his brother's dragon after what happened with Luke. And Aemond screamed no then, and he's still gonna be a nice, likable, understandable character at the end of all this. But nope, Aemond just wants his brother, the king, to die, we find out. But for now, Vhagar grumpily exhales through her nostrils and blows back all the ferns. Anytime they can make a visual effect interact with a physical environment, it helps sell the illusion, so I love this shot. As Aegon rides Sunfire, he's high enough that you can see other castles in the distance behind him. These might be Duskendale and Stokeworth and Rosby, but he didn't expect to find an enemy dragon here, Meleys. But still, he tells Sunfire forward. And he says forward in the common language, which is a bad sign because Sunfire is basically entering this dance of dragons under his own command. But Sir Criston Cole uses the sighting of Sunfire as a way to rally specifically the Hightowers and Targaryen garrison, saying that the Seven have graced them with this divine purpose. Think about it, none of these men would have ever fought on the ground under dragons. It's been 80 years of peace. So for them, their terror upon seeing the Red Queen, Meleys, being met with the king himself on the glittering golden Sunfire, that could feel like a gift from the gods to balance the scales. But Rhaenys smiles, which is a fun way of adapting this line from Fire and Blood. Princess Rhaenys made no attempt to flee. With a glad cry and a crack of her whip, she turned Meleys toward the foe. But it also sets up a contrast to a similar moment later when Rhaenys has to turn back to face Vhagar, even when she knows it means her death, because she knows that Meleys is too wounded to flap away, and Vhagar would be able to chase her down, so she might as well face him face to face. But for now, just facing Sunfire, Rhaenys orders Engos, which means attack, while Aegon really just knows the one command none of us need a subtitle for, Dracarys, which is super dumb. It's like choosing Charizard while you're facing the Elite Four and using Flamethrower every time instead of mixing in a slash every now and then. So Rhaenys knows that at this close of range, fire is something that won't hurt the dragon if she can fly quickly enough through it. But the claws and jaws of a dragon in close quarters is far more brutal. So Meleys is known as the fastest dragon and basically just zips through all this fire and then plunges her claws into Sunfire's belly, releasing some smoke and a dark fluid that burns the men on the ground. And this answers a big question that we've wondered about for years about the dragons in A Song of Ice and Fire, and really the dragons in all of fiction. How physically do dragons produce fire that they emit from their mouths? Many have speculated that, like some insects and reptiles in our world, they can spew a kind of acid fluid that could either ignite when it hits oxygen or maybe be sparked by something in the dragon's teeth or in their gullet. This shot shows that these dragons must have glands connected to their lungs that contain this fluid, and that fluid is kind of like hot oil that would burn people to the touch. So Meleys attacks again, and I love how each time one of these dragons strikes, we see it from the point of view of the attacked dragon's rider, completely caught by surprise. Lord Staunton looks satisfied for a moment, but it's a false victory because he sees something else in the trees that terrifies him. Patched, hole-filled wings of an even bigger dragon. The way we see only Vhagar's wings over the tree line evokes Jaws, like the fin of the shark cresting up through the waves. The fact that these wings have holes in them tells Lord Staunton everything he needs to know. This is one of the old dragons, one of the 3 that conquered Westeros. For every one of these holes is a battle that this dragon has fought and survived. These shots do such a good job conveying the scale and the contrast of how big Vhagar is compared to the other 2 dragons in the battle, because it takes forever for his head to his tail to cross the frame from the point of view of the Rook's Rest battlements, and then from Sir Criston's point of view on the ground, he can see every curve of Vhagar's body, whereas when these characters on the ground looked up at Sunfire or Meleys, from the ground you could just see their wings. But no, we see all of Vhagar, and I think in this moment Sir Criston is putting together that Aemond must have waited on purpose. Rhaenys looks over in horror at Vhagar, giving Sunfire an opening to get in 1 point, biting off one of Meleys' horns. Oh, good for you. Aegon hangs on for dear life from his saddle.
Thank the gods! Dracarys!
Oh my god, it reminds us of the Stepstones in season 1 when there was that one soldier on Daemon's side of the conflict who thanked the gods for the arrival of Daemon and Caraxes, but then this guy was immediately crushed by Caraxes. One of Sunfire's wings has caught fire and the dragon falls. You can hear the shock in all the soldiers' voices on the ground to see the king's glittering dragon falling and then landing with an explosion of flame like a crashing airship. But this is just an animal, so this fire would be erupting from Sunfire's own flammable lung fluid. So by ordering Dracarys, Aemond knew what he was doing to both Rhaenys and to his brother. And in this moment, he became more of a kinslayer and a kingslayer than he ever was in Fire and Blood. Aemond leaves this episode of House of the Dragon's undisputed villain. Rhaenys has the chance to flee this battle, but she turns back to see Vhagar and realizes that she really has no choice.
Angos Velis.
And she says this so softly, not needing to shout it at her dragon, soft enough for Meleys to hear this command. Rhaenys tightens her harness and tries to use Meleys' speed to the best of her ability. Meanwhile, Aemond turns Vhagar, tugging on the netting that covers Vhagar's belly, since this dragon is just too big for single rope harnesses. From below, we see the size comparison of the two dragons, and we know Meleys is outmatched, but Rhaenys smartly pilots the dragon beneath Vhagar and snatches one of Vhagar's claws, which is smart because it redirects where Vhagar would be able to point her flame or her jaws, and also distract one of Vhagar's two claws that Vhagar could use to swipe at the she-dragon. Meleys tries to claw at Vhagar's belly, which worked on Sunfire, but Vhagar's scales are just too thick. Both dragons attack each other with their claws, looking like two birds fighting midair with their talons, and their fire breath is definitely igniting outside of their mouths here, which is interesting because before we saw the fire welling up from inside Vhagar's throat. They both crash to the ground, knocking Sir Criston off his horse. Then the slow motion shot of Vhagar's massive feet knocking over and crushing fleeing soldiers. These are all forces who were serving Sir Criston and technically the Greens, so it's just a pointless loss. Rhaenys flees over the battlefield thinking Sir Criston's forces are routed, but then Vhagar pops up from behind Rook's Rest and closes her jaws around them. Vhagar crushes Meleys' neck, the burning black oil smoking out of the wound, and the Red Queen turns her golden eyes back to Rhaenys so these two ladies can get one last look at each other. Rhaenys lets go of the reins, a sad slow motion fall, kind of like Dumbledore and Half-Blood Prince or Hans Gruber and Die Hard, and they both plunge into the castle in a fiery heap, opening up the walls so that the forces of the Greens can pour into the courtyard. Now, when Aemond felled Arrax and Luke in the season 1 finale, he had a look of fear and shock on his face. Now he looks down at Rhaenys and Meleys in smug pride. Sir Criston awakens amid the ash and the embers to find one soldier who has been cooked inside of his armor into ash, like victims of a nuclear blast. Surely this must leave Sir Criston with a bit of shock over the carnage both of these sides are capable of. He finds Aemond with his sword raised over the body of Sunfire. Was it to finish off the King Aegon, or was it just to sheathe the sword? I assume it was to kill Aegon, because when Sir Criston asks where the king is, Aemond points with Aegon's dagger forward. So Aemond knew where his brother was, and if Aemond did have a sword drawn to finish off his brother, that would suggest to me that the king currently is still alive, just very badly wounded. So Aemond has the dagger now, and this dagger had just been laying upon hot, flaming ground. Since this episode focused so much on Aemond's expertise in High Valyrian, could Aemond on this series discover the pyromancer's secret message in the blade? Will Aemond learn the Song of Ice and Fire? Sunfire still breathes, but the camera doesn't linger long enough on Aegon to tell us conclusively if he is alive or dead in the shot. But again, based off of the fact that Aemond looks like he was moving forward to finish the job, I think Aegon is still alive. Sir Criston falls in defeat as sunlight streams through the smoke on this flaming disaster that Sir Criston technically wrought. So think about it, over the body of Sunfire are sun and fire. In the trading of chess pieces that has really been the season, after the trading of knights in Sir Eric and Sir Auric, now we traded a rook, which would be represented by Rhaenys and Meleys, who crashed or rested upon Rook's Rest. Potentially it could be a trade for a king, and normally in chess, when you chessmate the king, that's game over, but as long as the king is breathing, even if he is in the corner, the remaining pieces on the board can do far more damage than a king ever really could, because a king is not an attack piece. The most powerful pieces on a chessboard are the queens. Okay, we move on to the spoiler dungeon, where we will get into some spoilers for what happens next to these characters according to the book Fire and Blood. Okay, so in Fire and Blood, Aegon II is still alive, but barely. All three dragons and all three riders really come crashing down together, and only Vhagar with Aemond are able to fly away from the mess. Sunfire loses a wing and is permanently grounded. Aegon is extremely wounded and it takes a year for him to recover, so Aemond rules as King Regent. So what Alicent told Aegon to do this episode?
Do simply what is needed of you. Nothing
That's really what awaits him for the next year. The changes made to the movements of this battle make it a more gripping series of twists than really what it's described as in Fire and Blood. Like, now we get to see Aemond's treachery and his willingness to kill his own brother, and we get more tragedy out of Eve's best final moments on this series. And as really, truly one of the best actors in the cast, we're really gonna miss her. But why would this episode end by making us think that Aegon might be dead? Well, it's more dramatic that way for non-book readers. I highly doubt that the show would change the narrative by killing off Aegon here. There's just so much that needs to happen ahead that requires Aegon II to be alive, and they're not gonna make Aemond king, like King, because of what's ahead for his character, which brings us to spoiler number 2, Daemon's Aemond dream at Harrenhal. The war cries that Daemon hears that might indicate his battle with Aemond at the God's Eye Lake, which I assume is going to be a big battle in season 3. Daemon might even be foreseeing his own stabbing of Aemond in his other eye with Dark Sister, as both Vhagar and Caraxes plunge into the God's Eye Lake. That high-pitched sound could even be the wheeze of the deviated septumed Caraxes when he dies in that fight. Or this eye patch Daemon could be the actual form Daemon takes in disguise if this show plans to keep him alive, since Fire and Blood suggested that his body was never found. Really, I think it's equally plausible that Matt Smith's character will actually die in that battle. Of course, Aemond will come to Harrenhal himself and find a lover in Alys Rivers, so really it should be him who is here with Alys at Harrenhal at this point in the story. We could just be glimpsing into the alternate reality of the book. Which brings us to Aemond with Alys Rivers. If Aemond does learn the Song of Ice and Fire from the Valyrian Steel Dagger, since upcoming episodes are going to see him at Harrenhal joining Alys Rivers, if Alys Rivers is that same Woods Witch who tells Jaehaerys II about the prince that was promised, Aemond could be the one who tells the witch about it from the dagger. So spoiler number 4, the sowing of the seeds. With this defeat, the Blacks are now going to have to resort to the recruitment of dragon seed to bond with all their spare dragons. That's going to include Alan and Adam of Hull, whom Rhaenys in this episode told Corlys should be made proper Velaryons.
Alan's past is no fault of his. He saved his lord's life. He should be raised up and honored, not hidden beneath the tides.
But we know from Fire and Blood that Corlys is going to be furious with Rhaenyra, telling her it should have been you. Still, the smoke coming up all over Dragonstone in this episode, I think that is coming from the current unclaimed dragons in the Dragonmont below. Vermithor, Silverwing, Sheepstealer, Seasmoke, the Cannibal, Grey Ghost, all the rest, signaling that they are ready to be claimed by new dragon seed like Adam of Hull, Ulf the White, Nettles, and Hugh Hammer. This is a breakdown of House of the Dragon Season 2, Episode 5. Okay, no updates to the opening credit tapestry for this episode, which is a bit surprising given the epic game changer of the Battle of Rook's Rest, but maybe there's just not enough green thread to capture the size of Vhagar. But we open the episode on Driftmark, the castle of High Tide. They used the real-world tidal island of St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall for this island, but it looks like the tide is higher in this shot, befitting Corlys' mental state, isolated in grief ever since the death of his wife, Rhaenys. The sun looks as though it's dropping beneath the castle. As with Rhaenys' death, so sets Corlys' hopes to produce a new heir like he wanted to do, as Baela and Rhaena are focused elsewhere, and deep down he knows that Jace and Joff don't really carry his blood, but Rhaenys did encourage him to make his bastards Alan and Adam of Hull proper Velaryons. In the Hall of Nine, Corlys trudges up to the Driftwood throne, which is said to have been gifted to the Velaryons by the Merling King, god of the Narrow Sea, but the blocking reminds us of Daemon and his dream at the beginning of episode 4, walking up to the Iron Throne. From Dragonstone, Rhaenyra seems to grieve along with Corlys, looking west, hoping that the raven she received was wrong and maybe Rhaenys and Meleys might appear on that horizon, but no. In King's Landing, Cat picks out some citrus fruit that's the least rotten among the bunch, an indicator of the scarce food because of the blockade by Team Black and the Gullet. And of course, Cat is the wife of Hugh Hammer. Hey, I don't like the guy that much, but I do love saying his name. Sir Criston has returned from Rook's Rest, carting the severed head of the dragon Meleys. Flies buzz around the rotting neck, and you can see the spine bone and all the meat. The smoke continues to spew from parts of it, as when Vhagar chomped down on this part of the neck, it released the glands of hot oil that these dragons use to produce their fire breath. Following the dragon cart are the banners of the houses Sir Criston forced to bend the knee: House Rosby, House Staunton, House Darklyn, and House Stokeworth. But it's the dead dragon who draws the attention.
Mark my words, this is a black omen. Rhaenyra will answer this. This is an
abomination.
Yes, the commoners frown, shake their heads, even give reverent bows, you'll notice, and one of them even said it's a black omen, not just a dark omen, but an omen of the blacks coming to get revenge. Sir Criston had hoped that by parading Meleys' head in the city, using a crier to claim it was King Aegon who slayed Meleys, even though it was definitely Vhagar, that maybe that would rally the commoners into thinking the blacks weren't all that powerful, and show them that the dragon that killed hundreds of them in King Aegon's coronation in the dragon pit was finally avenged. Instead, these commoners just see this as a dark omen, and they assume Rhaenyra, whom the Greens put all that effort into telling everyone was a vengeful psycho who ordered to kill the young Prince Jaehaerys, that woman will surely get vengeance for this. Now, this person beside Hugh says,
I thought the dragons was gods.
Yes, this proof of fallibility cuts both ways. Sure, one of Rhaenyra's dragons could die, but then, therefore, so could Vhagar. Hugh says,
It's just meat.
As if the destiny of all dragons is to just be eaten by other dragons. Alicent sees another cart covered in rags, knowing that this would be her wounded son, Aegon II. And we're also reminded of the tiny little boxes that they kept Joffrey's dragon Tyraxes in and Aegon the Younger's dragon Stormcloud in when they were leaving Dragonstone in episode 3. But this box is just so small to be containing a king. Alicent sees Aegon's dagger on Aemond's hip and knows from that alone that her firstborn son must be close to death. This box is carried into the Red Keep like pallbearers carrying a casket into a funeral. They pass Helena, who's wearing black, but not because she's allegiant to the blacks. Really, she's probably just still in mourning for her son Jaehaerys, but she may also be assuming her brother husband is also Dunzo. This moment reminds me of when Aegon and Helena passed each other on the steps in episode 2, and Aegon said nothing to comfort her in that moment, and now she has no words for her gravely wounded husband. As they unbox Aegon, his 3 idiot lickspittle Kingsguard buddies, Sir Leon Estermont, Sir Eddard Waters, and Sir Martin Rain, watch helplessly with their helmets on now. They're trying to be very all business and not remind everyone that they were appointed by this guy who's about to die and that everyone else hates them. And then Alicent enters and you can see some silent sisters standing off on the side. This is an order of women belonging to the Faith of Seven. They're not septas technically. They're considered wives to the stranger who take vows of silence and handle the bodies of deceased nobles. And in fact, it was probably them who actually sewed Jaehaerys' head back on his shoulders to present the body for the funeral procession. Grand Maester Orwyle is back in his medical garb.
His grace remains with us. For the moment.
For the moment? Yes, Aegon is so wounded that he could die any second. This would be the second time Alicent would be standing over the potential deathbed of a Targaryen king whose body is decaying in front of her, of course after Aegon's father, Viserys. But this young king isn't even in a state to mumble something on his deathbed that could alter the course of history. We see a series of scary iron tools, and Orwyle pries Aegon's Valyrian steel armor off his chest, and the flesh sticks from being melted to it. Yeah, we can't show you that because of YouTube, but Aegon, you'll notice, does not scream because he's so in shock and near death that he just has no energy to make any sound. Assistants prepare these various remedies, wet lettuce or cabbage leaves, and then another aide burns incense, probably associated with the Silent Sisters. That incense smoke cannot be that helpful, but this is medieval folk medicine, folks. And back in those days, they did think that layering cabbage on injuries would reduce swelling, but unless they were to swap out those leaves regularly, the produce would rot and fester the wound. There is a motif in this episode of rotting corpses in food. These cabbage leaves, the rotten citrus fruit that Cat has to pick from, yet the fresh lemon slice used to just wash Sir Criston's sword. Like, that lemon looked as juicy and as good as any lemon I've ever seen. Also, Hugh Hammer calling Meleys' severed head meat, and Rhaenyra shooing away Elinda asking if supper would be taken to her quarters, and then Lady Jane asking Rhaena if she would join for supper. Even the imagery of peeling the armor off Aegon is kind of like an eggshell to a hard-boiled egg. Hard-boiled Aegon! And this is all pointing to the same conclusion, that hunger is really the driving factor in a country ravaged by war like this, and the people of Westeros are ready to devour each other. Aemond, who had ordered his dragon Vhagar to give Aegon these wounds, now returns to the scene of the crime like any good arsonist to remind Alicent that someone's now going to have to rule in his place. Sir Criston polishes his sword with that salty lemon. Apparently, people still do use lemon juice and salt to clean their knives and antique swords. The lemon juice helps prevent and remove rust. The salt is gently abrasive and wouldn't leave scratches. Sir Criston reports on Rook's Rest.
I left a meager garrison behind to protect it, and the king's dragon. Sunfire was long in the dying.
Now, to be clear to the non-book readers, the dragon Sunfire is still alive, but Sunfire is grounded after damage to one of his wings. But Sir Criston refuses to say exactly what fell the king, which indicates to Alicent that it wasn't Rhaenys or Melis, because if it were, Criston would have no problem saying so. So Alicent then asks what was Aemond's part in this, and Sir Criston further confirms her worries by saying, I couldn't say. As in, it was so twisted that I cannot even speak it out loud. Sir Alfred Broom, meanwhile, knocks Lord Staunton's piece off the painted table, replacing it with a Hightower piece, and snaps that their best hope for an army is Daemon, who left them after a marital spat.
It is merely that the gentler sex, heretofore, has not been much privy to the strategies of battle or their execution.
Oh my god. And their execution, Sir Alfred, by saying that, he's insulting Rhaenys for failing to execute at the Battle of Rook's Rest, when she was surprised. No one expected there to be one dragon waiting for her, let alone two. So yeah, Rhaenyra points out that since Westeros has only seen peace for the past 80 years, Sir Alfred isn't any more battle-tested than she is. All of these characters are sweet summer children. Rhaenyra mentions Maidenpool and Crackclaw Point, both of which are houses on the peninsula north of them leading into the Riverlands, but her council erupts into bickering over answering for Rook's Rest or attacking King's Landing while Vhagar is weak, and they just kind of reach a stalemate. But there's this cool edit where we cut from the painted table to Baela seated, so that if we were to go back and forth from one shot to the other, it kind of looks like Baela should be seated next to Sir Laurent at the table. But where's Baela instead? She's in the Dragonstone Archives, the chamber that's right before the Skull of Meraxes that leads to the Dragon Launchpad area, I'm calling it. In the final scene of this episode, we will learn that those archives contain Targaryen descendants and future dragon riders, and that will provide Rhaenyra with the answer that she needs back at the painted table. Meanwhile, Daemon sits atop Caraxes to meet Lord Amos Bracken, played by Tim Faraday. Amos Bracken is the head of House Bracken now. He's the son of late Humphrey Bracken. In Fire and Blood, Amos Bracken slays Samwell Blackwood in a duel at the Trident back when Rhaenyra was on her tour seeking a suitor, a scene that the HBO series changed to take place at Storm's End, where it was Willem Blackwood versus Jarrell Bracken, and in that duel they actually changed it so that Blackwood wins, not Bracken. But this whole meeting in the Riverlands does not occur in Fire and Blood. Amos Bracken at this point in history was dead after the Battle of Burning Mill, but Daemon bringing Sir Willem to his side for this is a big tactical mistake, because with a Blackwood present, there's no way Amos Bracken would submit.
I would sooner be the Lord of Bones and Cinders than bend my knee before some heathen Blackwood c***.
Oh, and these poor horses, by the way, they cannot stay calm in the presence of a dragon, but since Caraxes would have been a visual effect, the production and stunt writers would have had to freak out these horses in other ways. These horses deserve their own Emmy category. Bracken asks Sir Willem if his brother's head kept when it was sent back to him, and I'm guessing that might have been Davos Blackwood, the angry young Blackwood who confronted Aaron Bracken at the beginning of episode 3, The Burning Mill. There's no Davos Blackwood character in Fire and Blood, but we know Aaron Bracken was stabbed in the head with his own sword, and we don't know what happened to Davos Blackwood during that battle. Daemon is not interested in these two families' spat, and he demands that Bracken bend the knee to me. Not to the queen, but to Daemon himself. Bracken chooses fire and turns away. We get this great shot of Caraxes lowering his massive head behind Bracken and his horse, and for a moment we think that they and we are about to be engulfed in fire, but no. This is kind of like when Vhagar sadly lowered her head after Aemond told her to wait last episode and she sighed impatiently into the bushes. Afterward, Daemon says,
I did not think they would be so eager to die.
The castle behind them, I'm pretty sure, is Stonehenge, home of House Bracken, as Daemon would have come to this castle to threaten the family, and they probably just rode out to greet him. And you know, back up in that castle, they're just looking out the windows at them still shitting their pants. But this conflict between the Blackwood and the Brackens actually dates back to the Age of Heroes. The Blackwoods were believed to have come from the north, driven out by the Starks, and they worshipped the old gods. But when the Andals arrived in Westeros, the Brackens, who were local horse breeding lords of the Riverlands, began worshipping the new gods, the Seven, and that religious divide was a big part of the two families hating each other. Of course, there was, turf disputes. Both families had kings that claimed to rule over the Riverlands before Aegon's conquest, and there's plenty of marriages and breeding across the families, and that the blood of both families runs on the other side. But I bring up the religious point because of all the religions in Westeros that we've learned about, we have seen evidence of the power of the old gods through the Weirwood trees, the Children of the Forest, the Three-Eyed Raven, etc. Evidence of the power of the Red God, R'hllor, the Lord of Light, that's the monotheistic religion of Essos, through the sorcery of characters like Melisandre, and evidence of the power of the Many-Faced God through the workings of Jaqen H'ghar, and the fact that Arya basically becomes a super ninja by the end of Game of Thrones. But the faith of the Seven,
I believe, is one religion in Westeros that has yet to have any real magic to it. So far, it just seems like a man-made institution designed to control people's decisions and self-perpetuate its power. Time and time again, the faith of the Seven makes people fanatical and stubborn and ultimately self-destructive. So not to pick a side in Blackwoods versus Brackens, because both Hatfields and McCoys here are stubborn and petty and meant to just be a thematic analog to the wanton fighting for the Targaryen factions, but I believe it says something that the Greens, whom the Brackens support, are, through Alicent, more devout to the Seven, while the Blacks, who are truer Dragon Lords we've seen so far in my opinion, seem to have a better understanding of the bullshit of the world, but are also more superstitious of dragon power, of dreams, and, in Daemon's case, of spooky tree magic in the Riverlands. Daemon suggests to try more persuading, and he pauses for a long time until Willem says,
"But every man has a weakness."
Yeah, Daemon is hinting, hey, commit some more crimes, will ya? This is what he did with Blood and Cheese. He just remained vague and let his proxies assume that he means to do the most heinous thing. And he whispers to Sir Willem that there are things the crown cannot be seen doing, and Sir Willem is like, got it! And he doesn't even look at Daemon, he just glares past him directly at Stonehenge, thinking, ooh, I'm gonna be so evil. Okay, onto the bloody gate that sits outside the Eyrie, the Keep of the Vale, the seat of House Arryn. We last saw it in Game of Thrones when Sansa Stark took over with the help of Littlefinger when he pushed Lysa Arryn out the moon door, and then Peter Baelish later convinced young Robin Arryn to deploy his forces to help Sansa and Jon Snow retake Winterfell from Ramsay Bolton in the Battle of the Bastards. Lady Jane Arryn now says,
over the centuries, many and more armies have broken themselves against my bloody gate.
Okay, so the entrance is called the Bloody Gate, but the way she says my bloody gate, we just have to talk about this, folks, because when Jace visited Lady Jane, a meeting that was discussed on the show but never shown, the deal was made that Lady Jane Arryn would commit to Arryn forces, helping the Blacks, in exchange for protection from a dragon at the Vale. But in Fire and Blood, the initial offer from Lady Jane to Jace was that if he could make her climax with his tongue, she would help him out. That obviously was omitted from the show, but now Jane's saying, many an army have broken themselves against my bloody gate. I think that's gotta be some kind of interesting reference by the writers, especially when she continues to say this.
The Eyrie itself is impregnable.
But getting away from this mushroom talk, I love the Eyrie as a location. Because of everywhere we've seen in Westeros, it seems like it's most fantastical and Tolkien-esque, right? It's a castle in the clouds. And I don't know how they would construct the main hall out of stone with a moon door that could open to a pit below. So now seeing the castle in its glory, long before Lysa Arryn would let it become run down into a shabby Grey Gardens state, it's just something that I've always dreamed of seeing, and I love seeing it here. Lady Jane now feels shortchanged. The Eyrie can still be attacked from the sky, and actually, she may be remembering how it was Vhagar the dragon herself who was flown by Aegon the Conqueror's sister Visenya that landed in the courtyard of the Eyrie, and Shara Arryn ran out to find her son King Ronald Arryn sitting on Visenya's knee and begging for a ride on that draggy dragon. So Shara in this moment bent the knee, and Ronald rode Vhagar 3 times around the summit of the Giant's Lance. And that's why in the opening tapestry art of every episode we see Shara Arryn bending the knee alongside Torrhen Stark. So put yourself in the place of Lady Jane here. That same green giant creature is still alive now. She would have grown up hearing stories about that thing. And now Jane knows that Vhagar was just deployed in warfare and he felled Rhaenyra's grandmother. So why wouldn't that dragon come for another member of the Black faction and 2 of their young dragons? Rhaenyra vents to Mysaria about how despite Viserys breaking custom to name a female heir, he still raised her in the traditional female roles of knowing every lord from Storm's End to the twins. Though she shouldn't undersell that virtue, because Daemon had to ask repeatedly in past episodes about the difference between Brackens and Blackwoods, while Rhaenyra, back in season 1 episode 6, schooled the small council on the Bracken-Blackwood conflict. And if Daemon knew the River Lords better, he could be doing what Jace has been doing successfully this episode at places like the Twins. Rhaenyra says that she was not taught this though.
The difference between hilt and foible.
But the fact that Rhaenyra even knows what a foible is shows that she knows far more about swordsmanship than most people do. The hilt refers to the general region of the sword that you hold, the grip, the pommel that's on the end of it, and the crossguard. The foible, which is where we derive the English word of feeble, is the weakest region of the blade, and it's actually the upper half of it leading up to the point. Because when you swing a sword, all the force is concentrated in the middle section as you're approaching the hilt. That's what you want to hit your target with. That's referred to as the forte, or the strong, because your hand and the wrist are really the fulcrums of this lever that your arm is forming with the weapon. The fact that Rhaenyra knows it's not the pointy end that matters, I think we can look at as a feminine focus away from the tip. Yes, she's wiser and stronger than she thinks at the end of the day. Rhaenyra says Daemon doesn't respect her either, and Alinda cuts in.
And Daemon as well.
Shall your evening meal be served here, Your Grace?
Not now.
Oh, poor Alinda. She's not wrong to encourage Rhaenyra to eat in the archives. It is where all the answers are. Rhaenyra bemoans being a supplicant to Daemon and walks towards the skull of Meraxes, which was the dragon ridden by Aegon the Conqueror's sister wife Rhaenys, the wife who had to stand and fly at the side of a man. Mysaria counsels Rhaenyra that parading Melly's head through the streets was a mistake, that the commoners in King's Landing saw it as a bad omen, which they could actually use to their advantage here.
To the discontented, rumors are feed.
Yes, to come back to the food motif of this episode and the concept of panem et circenses, which is Latin for bread and circuses, or really just like food and games, coming from the Roman poet Juvenal, who said that the way to appease the populace of the people of Rome is to just keep them fed and distract them with games, which is why they had gladiator combat. That's also why in Hunger Games they call it panem, and that is your daily recommended dose of thinking about the Roman Empire. Mysaria is saying that when people are starving, they end up being more susceptible to gossip and to superstition and to propaganda, and that's going to be what they use here. Rhaenyra and Baela recall the story of when Rhaenys claimed Melys when she snuck into the dragon pit.
My father was furious. His own mother's dragon, the fastest beast ever known, and she'd have none of him.
So Baela is referring to Alyssa, mother to Daemon and to Viserys, who rode Melys before Rhaenys did. Daemon would then claim Caraxes, who was a dragon of Rhaenys' father, Aemon, who was Alyssa and Balon's brother. And we will meet Alyssa, or a form of her, in a bit. Ugh. But it's interesting to learn that Melys refused to bond with Daemon initially, instead choosing another female rider, while Daemon felt that his mother's dragon should have gone to him but was taken from him, which reminds us of how Baela and Rhaena felt after their mother's she-dragon Vhagar should have gone to one of them, but Aemond cut in line to claim Vhagar instead. The choices of these beasts, or maybe even just their whims or their instincts, or their affinity for one silver-haired kid over another, have enormous impact on the way history unfolds. I like details like this because it's something that we never really got in Fire and Blood. This scene began with Rhaenyra holding up the box containing the hand of the queen pin, but Rhaenyra recognized that Baela wanted to reminisce about her grandmother for a bit, so she sets the box down, but now she picks it back up when she sees that she can pivot to asking Baela to help her with Corlys. And in this shot, Rhaenyra suddenly looks forward into the fire to say that she doesn't want to stand alone, and then we cut to Daemon. And I love this edit because in the second to last scene of the episode, we'll do a reverse edit where we cut from Daemon back to Rhaenyra over a fireplace. But now Daemon is in the cold moonlight in a sex dream with some mystery silver-haired vixen. The pale wood of the weirwood tree bed frame fills the background, as this would be another haunting vision given to him by the old gods in this wood.
My favorite son.
Yuck! So this is Alyssa Targaryen, mother to Daemon and Viserys. And I suppose Daemon was so physically close to her, seeing the silver hair from behind, lost in the haze of the dream, flattered by her compliments, that he did not realize at first that this was his own mommy. Hey, people confusing one family member for another is a recurring theme on this show, but also this recontextualizes Daemon's type for silver-haired women, particularly ones he's related to, with his appetite for Rhaenyra. This guy's got an Oedipus complex. And it makes us rethink about Mysaria's line to him all the way back in the pilot episode.
I could bring in another. Could even arrange one with Silveria.
Was his reaction really about Rhaenyra or really about his own mother? Alyssa died in childbirth to a third son, a brother to Viserys and Daemon, who would have been named Aegon. Daemon sees blood from his hand on Alyssa's neck, blood that is not on his hand when he looks at it, reminding us of the blood on his hand that he woke up with in episode 4, but it was not on his hand when he looked at it again. Now Daemon finds himself in the middle of a meal, food again coming back this episode, right? As the chunk of a way too rare piece of duck meat drops blood into the white sauce on his plate. Maybe it was undercooked because it's hard to build fires in the hearts of Harrenhal, but Daemon just saw Alys Rivers handling bloody animal tissue, so I can imagine him not being hungry for duck or for goose or for anything. Like, why do they need both types of fatty bird meat? And we get back-to-back point of view shots of Sir Simon and then his other relatives staring directly into camera, and behind Sir Simon, Alys is eyeing Daemon suspiciously as she pours wine. Both this episode and last episode, when Daemon woke up from a dream, he was in the middle of a meal, and I think we can assume both times that he was being drugged by Alys's cocktail. Sir Simon says that Harrenhal repairs are moving along slowly.
The roof alone has needed tending since the reign of Aenys.
So Aenys was the son of Aegon the Conqueror and the second ruler of this dynasty. He died in 42 AC. Events are now taking place in 129 AC, so it's been about 90 years there. The Wailing Tower is one of the 5 melted towers of this castle, so named for a wailing sound formed by the wind blowing through the cracks, and it's believed to be haunted by the cries of Harren the Black and his sons, even though they were actually burned in a different tower, the Kingspire Tower. We might have heard those wails in the dream as Daemon was hooking up with his mom. And those could also be the same screams that Daemon has been hearing outside of his door every night. Sir Simon says that the bats have made the corridors filled with
the quantity of their
shit.
Yeah, and on this line, that other strong relative looks up at the ceiling at a flapping bat. Daemon orders to levy everyone from antlers to high heart for smiths and for food, but Sir Simon says that since Larys depleted the family coffers after Lionel Strong's death, Larys affords them only a small amount to cover their food, and I think Larys even offers that much really just to keep Alys Rivers on the payroll, to conduct her witchcraft and to keep the castle extra spooky for an extra drugged up Daemon. There's a mural on the wall depicting weirwood trees and their white trunks and their red leaves beside the God's Eye Lake. These were the trees that were chopped down to build Harrenhal, and after Sir Simon pushed Daemon for funding, Daemon says,
"What would you call the husband of the queen?"
Oh, the king.
There it is then.
Consort.
Daemon says that the last bit is unnecessary. He's totally moving the goalposts after his earlier corrections to Sir Simon to call him Your Grace. He's saying, if you're going to insist on funding, I am going to insist on a semantic crown. While it was a swirled mix of white and red that irked Daemon on his plate, now it's a swirled mix of white and black on Alicent's that irks her attendance ball in the Green Small Council. Aegon's attendance ball just sits lonely in the table center, unclaimed. As Orwell says,
"A king's fate lies with the gods now."
After discussing the old gods versus the new gods, we are left wondering which of these gods are really going to be the effective ones in this world. Alicent pitches herself as regent, but encounters the same sexist bullshit from Ironrod that Rhaenyra got from Sir Alfred. They said that she was a good peacetime regent, but now it needs to go to Aegon's heir, Prince Aemond, which brings up the writer's decision this season to omit Aegon and Helena's second son from the book, Maelor, from the HBO series. Perhaps they just wanted to simplify this debate and clear Aemond's path to become Prince Regent, but really Otto and Alicent pushing that Viserys' heir had to be Aegon according to male primogeniture. Alicent's really made her own bed here, because now the council has no problem shutting down a more deserving woman, and this includes Larys, who says that it needs to be Aemond, but he quickly deflects.
But the hand speaks with the king's voice, Sir Criston. What say you?
I love the focus shift from Larys to Criston in this glance occurring behind Alicent's back. Criston avoids eye contact with Larys and with Alicent. He can feel all the eyes on him for his relationship with Alicent and how awkward it is now for him to betray her. Aemond, who literally has said nothing this entire scene, now just springs up the moment Sir Criston says his name, and Dwight shoots control over the room, snatching Aegon's ball out of the frame from its position in front of Alicent and plops it into its place. And then immediately just goes to work. He asks the room about their standing in the Riverlands, and he turns to look at Sir Criston, who uncomfortably looks away because Sir Criston is still disgusted with the war crimes Aemond committed on the battlefield, and Aemond knows that he's disgusted with him and is just testing him with his look. The camera pushes in on Alicent as she hyperventilates, feeling the weight of her choices as decisions now are just getting made around her by the men at the table, literally taking away her voice in this room. Orwell warns about the small folk in King's Landing growing hungry due to the blockade, and Aemond's solution is to close the gates and lock everyone in. Why would that be a good idea, Aemond? Well, if you think about it, he knows that if all the small folk were to flee King's Landing and just leave the nobles in the Red Keep, that would make a much easier target for Rhaenyra to burn because it would mean less collateral damage, and she could welcome everyone back into the city. So really, he is locking these people in as human shields. I mentioned Hunger Games earlier. It is kind of like President Snow bringing all the kids in front of his mansion. On Aemond's orders, they finally cut down the bodies of the rat catchers, and Jesus, poor doggo, has been waiting here the whole time. It has been 3 weeks at least, folks, and while I assume it's just loyalty, it's also possible that this dog is just starving and living off the chunks of flesh that fall off these bodies. There's been a lot of chatter online about how long it would take a dog or a cat to start eating its owner after the person died and no one found the body, something that is increasingly a concern because, you know, just a lot of people are becoming cat people and dog people with fur babies. And you know, there's not any actual statistical data on this because how would you even conduct that? But anecdotally, EMTs have reported that dogs tend to be protective of their owners' bodies, but then after the weeks go by and the body begins to putrefy, all bets were off because the scent changes and the dog no longer recognizes the body as their owner. Just remember that when your dog wags their tail at you, it's not your smile, it's your stink. Now, the workers carting these bodies away cover their noses, and one bows his head when he passes the Lord Hand Criston, but I also think he might just be gagging from the insane smell. And while Alicent covers her nose, Criston doesn't even flinch because he has no soul. And because his olfactory glands were nuked after smelling burning flesh at Rook's Rest, and his nasal passages are probably clogged with human ash. Alicent rips Sir Criston for picking Aemond over her.
You know what he is.
what he has somehow become.
Somehow. She holds Kristen and his secret plotting with Aemond responsible for Aemond's barbarism and not, you know, all the shit Alicent allowed him to get away with since he was a kid. All the scripted comebacks Alicent probably wished she could have said at the small council table, now she flings in Sir Kristen's face.
Has your loyalty faded, or does it flourish only at night and flee the sunrise like a moth?
Like a moth. She's accidentally invoking the phrase like a moth to a flame, and flame, for Kristen, fire bad.
Their armor melted. There were men walking, they were on fire. We have given the war to the dragons.
Wow, the fear that Fabian Frankel brings to this moment. He's kind of like J. Robert Oppenheimer telling President Truman, I feel like I have blood on my hands. And now it makes sense why he instinctively paraded Melly's head through the city, because for him, this would be a kind of form of relief, disarmament, right? One less nuclear weapon out there. Shouldn't we all celebrate that? Sir Kristen says he wanted to spare Alicent from the soul-crushing weight of the decisions that lay before them now.
I did not give you leave to speak my name.
The way Daemon policed Sir Simon on how to address him, so too now does Alicent to Kristen. Hugh and Kat bring their sick daughter through a crowd of people to the gate, but the gold cloaks close it off. An overhead shot shows how packed with extras they got for this scene, but you can make out Hugh's silver hair, which in this instance really just makes him stand out. Out here in the daylight, their daughter looks particularly pale. Kat's earlier line about feeding the mouths of ghosts is happening before their eyes. The crowd demands, "You want me?" The hunger motif returns. Trapping them in here has turned them into rats in a cage. Too bad you killed off all the rat catchers. Jace's dragon Vermax perches over the twins, the seat of House Frey, seen in Game of Thrones during the Red Wedding episode and in the season 7 premiere when Arya got her revenge on House Frey. Jace taps his fingers on his knee. Now we've been pointing out all season how his hands always fidgets and he calms himself by placing them on his pommel. There might be something more to this, like Alicent's finger picking, or like in Saving Private Ryan, Captain Miller's hand trimmer. Jace is so filled with anxiety over being forced to stand down that he cannot calm his Targaryen blood. We as viewers have a natural anxiety anytime we go to the twins because Jace is currently the closest thing we have to Robb Stark on this show. Lord Frey nibbles on some bread and they drink. Bread and salt are the historical symbols of hospitality, and it was that assumption of hospitality that Walder Frey violates. Once again, food is being used as a way to leverage power. Their table is a large door piled on stone blocks. They hold this meeting in the exact center of the bridge, like prisoner transfers on neutral ground of bridges like the DMZ in Korea, or the Bridge of Spies in that Spielberg movie. But the twins is the only crossing point of the Green Fork of the Trident for miles, making them a critical passageway for any army moving north or south. That's why Robb Stark needed them in Game of Thrones, and that's why Jace needs them to secure Cregan Stark's army of Greybeards making their way south. The Freys, meanwhile, just fear Vhagar, more than Vermax looking down at them, because the dragon Vermax is plainly younger and less battle-tested. Like Lady Jane, what they fear is not any dragon, it's the largest, most senile dragons with the craziest riders. And at that point, that means Vhagar with Aemond and Caraxes with Daemon. And Jace senses that and he promises his protection and the protection of Daemon and Caraxes. But the Freys, no strangers to looking gift dragons in the mouth, ask Jace if Daemon actually said that or not. The Freys reveal that they want Harrenhal, and Jace downs his cup, holding it out for a refill, a symbolic gesture that he trusts them and he's open to a deal. But Jace says that for that, Rhaenyra will need
bent knees.
Bees? Compare this to how Daemon asked for bent knees in the Riverlands by demanding Aemys Bracken bend the knee just to him, not to Rhaenyra. But Jace says just bent knees, presumably to Rhaenyra, the rightful queen. Daemon chops wood at Harrenhal. He hears screams that come right upon him swinging the axe, as if he is the executioner to the war crimes that are being committed at this moment. Alys Rivers is watching him from above. She's clearly sending these sounds into his mind. The sound of Bracken women being taken away and killed at Stonehenge by the Blackwoods. Alys says,
"You're born to wield a sword, but not so much an axe."
Yeah, she's dissing his woodsman skills, but also in a way, she's saying, you're a lord, not an executioner. Act like a king. Also, she's saying, woodsmen in these parts of the country cut down weirwood trees. Are you sure you want to declare war on those trees? You sure about that? Alys confirms that she knows about the war crimes being committed at Stonehenge at this moment.
There's news then.
What I hear in the wind.
So news in this world is brought by ravens, and ravens always bring bad news. Remember, the first shot of this season was a raven bringing bad news. But as a woods witch, she doesn't need ravens and scrolls. The trees tell her the truth that she needs. I speculated last week that she could be a warg. And to be clear, I'm not saying that Alys is a shapeshifter, that she became an owl. Wargs are not shapeshifters. Wargs are just people who can use animals to see through their eyes. Daemon hears the screams again as Alys shames him about the women and children being taken away, husbands coming home to find their doors unlatched. Daemon accepts that war is just a terrible thing. And it's just interesting to hear Alys talk. As a potentially 400-year-old witch, she speaks with a kind of authorial judgment on these events and these characters, someone removed from history looking back upon it, telling these men what they need to be told. And that includes what all the women on the show wish they were saying to the stubborn men in their lives. In this case, it's calling out Daemon for acting without Rhaenyra's consent and forcing him to confess what he really plans to do. And finally, we hear it for the man of few words.
Rhaenyra is welcome to join me there and take her place by my side, ruling together.
Alys says it's a pity that he never knew his mother, confirming she knew what he was dreaming about. Daemon gets the news that the Blackwoods have overwhelmed the Brackens at Stonehenge, and he holds out his axe and it's kind of like high five gesture. Corlys tells Baela,
"My castle is a tomb, empty, haunted."
We're kind of reminded of the way Gandalf talked about Minas Tirith to Pippin in Return of the King.
Kings made tombs more splendid than the houses of the living, and counted the old names of their descent dearer than the names of their sons.
And now Corlys is the childless lord, sitting in his aged hall, musing on heraldry, asking questions of the stars. Baela says that all of his quest to Yiti and Ashai, his countless treasures, were all for her, for Rhaenys, which is also reflective of Looking Glass's Brandy, You're a Fine Girl, which James Gunn featured in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, unpacked by the character Ego. It's a story of a sailor who sings, "Brandy, you're a fine girl, what a good wife you would be, but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea." Corlys has wasted so much of his life on the sea, away from his wife, and Baela is using that to argue that his adventures as a seafarer really surrendered his right to be the sole mourner of Rhaenys, because Rhaenys was also a Targaryen princess and a dragon rider who also meant a lot to dragon lords. Baela says that Rhaenys dying in dragonfire and Laena dying in dragonfire is how she wishes to die someday. Corlys, impressed by her words, offers to make her his heir, but she responds,
"I am blood and fire. Driftmark must pass to salt and sea."
So I believe Corlys in this moment must be hearing this as, well, I guess who's more salt and sea in my life now than those two whole boys? Daemon lies awake at night hearing the screams of Bracken men. Sir Simon wakes him at the hour of the wolf, and wolf would be around 4 a.m., the darkest part of the night. And I think it's interesting that it's the hour of the wolf, because is this scene that follows a dream, or is it something that actually happens? Because we see these rain-soaked river lords standing beneath the mural of the weirwood trees that I pointed out before, making them kind of like the voices of the old gods themselves, to shame Daemon for the barbarity of the Blackwoods' actions, saying that they were done so under Targaryen banners of red and black, even after he instructed Sir Willem not to connect them to him. Ghost Laena appears again, distracting Daemon, and one of these lords steps forward and says,
"We should have expected nothing more from a man who ordered the slaughter of a child in his mother's arms."
I truly thought that Daemon was gonna pull out Dark Sister and slaughter these lords, but he just says, it's a lie! And he lets them get away with saying this, even as the woman steps forward to say,
"The Riverlands are an ancient place, watched closely by the eyes of old gods and new."
Yeah, I'm wondering if Daemon might be so sleep deprived and delirious that he's just not sure if this is a shame dream or not, and that kind of paralyzes him in inaction. And we cut from Daemon with his hand resting on the hearth to Rhaenyra doing the same on Dragonstone, as if these two are looking into the same fire, their thoughts dwelling upon each other. We see Rhaenyra's handmaid Elinda making it to King's Landing, telling a Goldcloak that she was sent with a message from Azaria, and she makes her way to Diana. Elinda and Diana were both maids in the Red Keep in season 1. Elinda was actually the one who summoned Rhaenyra to come to Alicent just after Joffrey was born in season 1, episode 6. And Diana, of course, was the girl Aegon assaulted, whom Alicent gave the moon tea to, and Diana just resurfaced at the pub this season unnoticed by Aegon. I think Elinda's mission may be to track down anyone with dirt on Alicent and Aegon and the Greens. Now, I don't think the people of King's Landing are so puritanical and virtuous that they're gonna care that much that the king slept around and his mom forced a moon tea abortion. The commoners are way more worried about meat right now. But I do think that Diana might know about the bastards that Aegon does have, including that little old Game On Palehair, the kid from the fighting pits in season 1, episode 9. And those kids could be used to cause a stir over Aegon and Aemond and Alicent's claim to power. That kid does end up leading some political drama later on in the history of this conflict that I've talked about in past spoiler dungeons, but I don't know if it's something that would come up until a bit later on in this conflict, maybe a future season. Aemond faces the Iron Throne with a look of desire that matched Daemon's in his dream in season 2, episode 4. His sister Helena appears behind him asking,
"Was it worth the price?"
Just the sound mix of the scene, the lightning clashes, and the blocking of it, it kind of makes this scene feel like the kind of dreams and visions that Daemon has been experiencing in Harrenhal. But in place of Alys Rivers as the woman asking the piercing question, now it's Aemond's sister Helaena, who is also a dreamer with visions of the future. Whereas Alicent stayed at her husband Viserys' side throughout all of his pained utterances, drawing wildly incorrect interpretations from the babbling, now she refuses to do the same with her son Aegon, but what she misses now is just the simplest truth that cuts so deep. It is so heartbreaking to hear him say mummy. And for the first time, I feel bad for Aegon, but I also feel kind of bad for Alicent, because I think what might help her the most right now is for one of the men in her life to actually need her and to express love. Rhaenyra ends this episode reading an old text about Visenya, sister to Aegon the Conqueror, first rider of Vhagar, and the first wielder of Dark Sister, she notes, because Rhaenyra is seeking insight for how to defeat both Aemond, who rides Vhagar, and her husband, Daemon, who wields Dark Sister. Both Alicent and Rhaenyra have been digging through history texts these 2 episodes seeking answers, while Jace is right to point out that it's not really the ancient history that will serve her in this time, because there's no precedent for what she's going through. It's more recent genealogy records on the higher shelves. Jace says that they have no shortage of dragons.
We have Vermithor and Silverwing.
Yes, we have actually seen Vermithor and Silverwing in the opening tapestry visuals of every episode. They are the bronze and silver colored dragons ridden by Jaehaerys I, aka Jaehaerys the Conciliator, and by his wife, Queen Alysanne. These were the dragons Cregan Stark referenced in episode 1 of the season, the dragons who refused to fly north of the wall. Vermithor was the massive dragon that Daemon sang the Valyrian lullaby to back in the season 1 finale. So Jace proposes to find the descendants of Targaryens who married into other families, like Malister and Tully, and Rhaenyra says the blood would be thin and dragons would only accept dragon lords according to the histories, but Jace says,
Valyrian histories, written to gild us in glory.
Yeah, Jace has a point. Fully Valyrian-blooded nobles like Aemond and Rhaena struggled to bond with dragons, so maybe the whole nobility requirement is bullshit, and these dragons are just picking people who smell good, like our dogs who refuse not to eat us. This episode ends in a kind of silly mustache-twirling vibe, where the scrolls and scrolls stacked right in front of Meraxes contain the answers of their true descendants and possible riders. Rhaenyra says,
"It's a mad sword."
As if to say, it's just so mad that it might work. And then Jace is thinking, don't we all go a little mad sometimes, mother? And Rhaenyra's like, if we win this, our line might give us a mad king and a mad queen. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. On to the spoiler dungeon, where we're gonna spoil some plot details from Fire and Blood and what's coming in episodes 6, 7, and 8, and maybe even season 3. So yes, it's a kind of silly place to end this episode. But next episode will show us the sowing of the seeds and establish the dragon seeds, a term first uttered by Ulf the White this season. And these dragon seeds who are connected to the Valyrian bloodlines include Adam and Alan of Hull, and Ulf the White, and Hugh Hammer. Hugh is gonna ride Vermithor, so I guess that kid is just gonna croak and his wife will leave him and he's gonna get dragged to Dragonstone. Ulf is gonna ride Silverwing, and in fact, maybe it was even Diana overheard him talking about his lineage, and she's gonna be like, you know what, I think there's a Valyrian in the pub that I work at. And Adam of Hull is gonna ride Seasmoke, but Alan of Hull is gonna get burned very badly by Sheep Stealer. I don't think they've cast anyone for Nettles this season, unfortunately, but based on this episode's slow pacing, I'm just not sure how much of this process they're gonna get through this season. But maybe we will end the season with some people on Dragonback and the Battle of the Gullet and Jace's death. Maybe even Baela's death too, the way she was talking about how she wants to die this episode, but that would also mean curtailing everything with Baela that happens with her life after this point. Spoiler 2, Kat tells Hugh Hammer we should make for Tumbleton. And Tumbleton is an interesting city to mention because that will become the site of a major battle, probably in season 3, because that's gonna be the battle where Hugh and Ulf first unleash their dragons and ambush the Blacks. Yep, that's right. Hugh and Ulf are freaking traitors, and that's why I don't like Hugh that much. The town of Tumbleton is gonna get burned to the ground in that battle, and Hugh is not gonna be very happy about it. Daemon tells Alys that she should pray she never meets Aemond One-Eye, which is kind of fun because in Fire and Blood, Aemond is gonna come to Harrenhal, and Aemond will take Alys as his lover, even siring a child with her, but I don't know if that's gonna happen on the show, because given Alys's moral stances and pacifism this episode, is she gonna approve of a guy like Aemond? Are they gonna give Alys Rivers more agency on this show? Is she gonna play like a bigger role talking down to all these guys? Spoiler 4, Rhaenyra says to Sir Alfred Broom that he would never accept Aegon's claim to the throne, and there's a very pregnant pause in that scene, and he can't really look her in the eyes, but then he says, "Not while I live, your grace," which is, fun for him to say, because this guy is going to end up betraying Rhaenyra when the Greens come to Dragonstone. This is a breakdown of House of the Dragon Season 2, Episode 6. We now get some changes to the opening tapestry imagery after Vhagar eating Arrax and Luke above Shipbreaker Bay, and the death of young Prince Jaehaerys and the hanging of the Ratcatchers. We arrive at the aftermath of the Battle of Rook's Rest from Episode 4. We start by seeing two figures who are bloody and on fire beside the tail of a dragon. These could be any of the soldiers from the defending Stauntons, the Blacks, or Sir Criston's combined coalition, the Hightowers, the Rosbys. But then onto two others who are also bloody and dismembered, one from each side as well, and then a wide shot of Sunfire on the left, Meleys on the right, Vhagar flying above, and someone in the middle raising this sword above the head. Sunfire is woven with colors closer to his description of the book, golden scales, but bright pink membranes. The pink didn't really come through in the CGI render on the show. At first I thought the figure in the middle might be Aemond, standing over the charred body of his brother Aegon, raising his sword to finish the job, as Sir Criston witnessed. But we must remember these tapestries do not show history exactly as it happened, but rather the legend that would get entered into the historical record based on whatever biased source decides to weave this tapestry. And according to legend and the propaganda that was spread about this battle by the Greens, King Aegon was the hero of the battle. They said it was a clash between Sunfire and Meleys that Aegon, through the grace of the gods, walked away from, and that Vhagar just kind of kept her distance. So I think this part of the tapestry is showing King Aegon raising his sword Blackfire over the corpse of Rhaenys beside her felled dragon Meleys, as Vhagar is just patrolling from afar, even cut off by the frame, suggesting that these weavers were told to downplay Vhagar in the record of this event. And the head of Meleys oozes black fluid through the broken bodies from both sides toward the Iron Throne. This fluid could be the hot oil that the dragons use to produce their flames, which we saw bleeding from Meleys' neck in Episode 4 as Vhagar bit it, also spilling from Sunfire to burn the soldiers on the ground. But the way this blackness spreads toward the throne reminds me of the spreading influence of the Black faction in this episode in particular, as bastards like Adam of Hull successfully bond with dragons, proving to be a stronger path to power than the official ancestry. The spilling black ink stains of this tapestry, while messier, are a more accurate reflection of how history and reality really unfold. So we open on the forces of House Lannister galloping up to the Golden Tooth. The Golden Tooth is a seat of House Lefford, with a sigil of this yellow triangle and a golden sun against a blue sky. They are sworn to House Lannister, and in Season 1, Episode 9, we learn that they swore allegiance to King Aegon II and the Greens. The Golden Tooth overlooks a passage between the Westerlands and the Riverlands, so strategically, you could say it's kind of similar to what the twins were to Jace in Episode 5, as the link from the north to the Riverlands needed for the Starks to get through. Though we should note that the Golden Tooth is really like a watchtower over the road. It's far less of a practical bottleneck, because you literally have to walk through the castles of the twins and the bridge to get over that river. But if you listen closer to the music, it's a familiar tune. Yes, that is the melody of the Reigns of Castamere, the Lannister song, though we should note that that song would not be composed yet at this point in history, not until like 130 years after this point in Westerosi history, when Tywin Lannister, yes, that Tywin from the Game of Thrones era, obliterated House Rhaen, which was then immortalized in this song. We should note that the Green's Kingsguard, Martin Rhaen, comes from this family, and I think the mob licks at Lickspittle. So maybe we could say that the Reigns of Castamere music is playing for him. Jefferson Hall, who has played the snobby yet more cautious Master of Coin, Tylan Lannister on the Green Council, also plays his twin Jason Lannister, the snobby but more assertive brother. We saw both brothers last season together in the Hunt episode and at Rhaenyra's wedding to Laenor. The gate to the Golden Tooth is marked by these two boulders carved to look like two big old teeth painted to be gold, but the paint is chipping because they aren't that rich here at this castle. Lord Humphrey Lefford rides out to greet Jason Lannister, promising 500 of his own knights to join Jason's 1,000 knights. Plus he says 7,000 more archers and men-at-arms. Lord Humphrey notices the lions in cages, which is definitely something the Lannisters love to do. Kind of like, you know, LSU bringing tigers to football games. But in this context, it's kind of like the Lannisters are pretending to be Targaryens by having their own hulking family beasts at their sides. But the way dragons have been drains on resources in this season, Lord Humphrey is worried about the same with these lions and with all 8,000 of these men. He suggests, hey, why don't we, you know, move this party to Harrenhal? But Jason says to tell King's Landing that they aren't going anywhere until Aemond and Vhagar Vhagar arrive to protect them. Yes, like Lady Jane at the Vale and the phrase at the Twins, no one in Westeros wants to move or commit to anything ever since Rook's Rest, and they want to be sure any dragons in the skies are protecting them. Now, this message was supposed to go to Tyland Lannister, but now we see it being read by Prince Regent Aemond, meaning that Tyland reported this to Aemond verbally, and Aemond was like, he said, what? Let me see that letter. And now Aemond is reading it himself, taking particular umbrage at the words, with haste. Tyland avoids eye contact here, sitting in the same Master of Coin seat formerly occupied by Lyman Dear Me Beesbury, who was offed via attendance ball, a decision that also comes back to haunt the Greens in this episode. Alicent tries to advise.
Your irritations are justified, Aemond, but it does seem...
I have a task for you as well.
Yes, Aemond fully ignores his mother and calls Tyland Sir Tyland. As he is a knight, he's not the lord of his family, but calling him this does put Tyland in his place as a knight to be deployed on tasks and not like a department head to report updates to him. Aemond wants to bypass the blockade and the gullet by forming an alliance with the Triarchy. The Triarchy, remember, is a sort of pirate fleet formed by an alliance of the free cities Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh. This fleet was led at the time by Kragus the Crab Feeder in season 1, but they were defeated by Daemon on Caraxes, Leonor on Seasmoke, and Corlys's fleet in the Stepstones. Alicent asks about the Greyjoys instead.
The Red Kraken waits.
And Ironrod suggests to offer Alicent to this kid in marriage. So the Red Kraken is Dalton Greyjoy, who was referenced by Orwell in the first episode of this season. He's a 16-year-old killer who carries a Valyrian steel sword that he calls Nightfall that he ripped off the corpse of a Corsair, and he tires of women quickly. The character has not been cast for this season, so I don't think we're going to see him maybe until season 3, or maybe we're just going to hear about his exploits from other characters in scenes like this. Alicent shoots down Ironrod's idea.
Out of the question.
Yeah, notice how Ironrod's eyes dart over to Kristen in this moment. Aemond circles the table in a game of duck, duck, goose where no one wants to be called on. And then when Kristen agrees with Alicent that they shouldn't invite the Triarchy into their waters, Aemond now sits on the table beside Kristen in this kind of Bill Lumbergh type of way, and he turns his back to the rest of them, and he speaks quietly, ordering Kristen to march back up through the Riverlands to Harrenhal.
We lost much at Rook's Rest.
And Sir Kristen gives Aemond this specific cutting look, indicating, I saw how far you went with your brother, the king. But Aemond, just sitting in this way, is trying to appeal to Sir Kristen as they were back when they were in Aemond's chamber in season 2, episode 1, placing coins on the map, charting their takeover of the Riverlands. And he uses this softer, almost apologetic tone, as if to say, look, bro, I know I overstepped, and I forced us to retreat to King's Landing to return the wounded king, but come on, man, let's just finish what we started here. So he says that they're gonna try to come at Harrenhal to come from the west with Jason Lannister's forces and the east with Sir Kristen's forces, and then join with Vhagar when the time is ripe. What a word to use in an episode where everyone is starving. And he says he welcomes the challenge from his uncle Daemon if he dares to face him. We're gonna talk more about all these troop movements down in the spoiler dungeon. But whereas Aegon would scream and shout at these small council meetings, Ewan Mitchell reduces Aemon's lines to just this icy whisper, especially with his mother.
Father's dead. Aegon is...
And by doing this, he contrasts Alicent's description of his actions as bold and reckless and immature, so that she really knows that his dismissal of her from the small council is not the result of a temper tantrum. He has calculated this. He says that he wants his mother to focus on more domestic concerns, which he pauses before saying, it's not just a sexist, diminishing thing to say to his mother. I think he's also referring to what's really going on with her and Sir Kristen. But she holds his face to get a good look at his scar. I think Alicent's issue is that she sees him as the boy who was mocked with the pink dread pig, who struggled during sparring sessions, whose eye was slashed out. But while her first son will always be a mama's boy who cries mommy, Aemond has, to use Maester Aemond's words from Game of Thrones, killed the boy and let the man rise. He sees all temperance as a weakness. Aemond understands that this is now a dance of dragons, really a battle of gods, not a battle among those who pray to gods. I'm not saying he's right, this is just how he views all of this. And yes, I love to point out that this is a quiet exchange with no witnesses, as this isn't really a characterization for Alicent that's described anywhere in Fire and Blood. At this point in history, she's really just sidelined from the story, so I love that we get these little character moments from her. Corlys joins the Black Council's painted table, and he pauses for a moment beside the part of the table that Rhaenys used to occupy, and then he fastens the Hand of the Queen pin, and Rhaenyra just kind of gives him a nod, but she sees this pin, and relief washes over her face. But she doesn't say anything, it's just kind of like, hey, glad you could make it, moving on. In Fire and Blood, they have it out over Rhaenys' death. He actually eventually screams at her, "It should have been you!" But they bring in Sir Stephen Darklyn, whose home at the Dunfort was just sacked in episode 4, and in Fire and Blood, it is Sir Stephen, not Sir Eric, who brings Viserys' crown to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra says that they need dragon riders for Vermithor, Silverwing, and Seasmoke, and she does not mention any other dragons, but there are several more options in the Dragonmont and just generally around Dragonstone in Fire and Blood, which I break down in this video, but this line makes it seem like these are the only 3 unclaimed dragons on Dragonstone that we're gonna see in this season. We do get a hint at a 4th one in the Vale area. But a reminder that Seasmoke was Corlys and Rhaenys' son Leonor's dragon, Vermithor was the bronze dragon that was previously written by Jaehaerys I, aka Jaehaerys the Conciliator, and Silverwing was the dragon of his wife, Alysanne, both of which we have been seeing in the opening tapestry art. Sir Stephen brings up Rhaena as a possible rider, reminding us that she is still currently without a dragon in the Vale, at least for now, but Rhaenyra suggests that Sir Stephen be their rider, and my favorite named character, Bartimos Celtigar, looks up suspiciously, just priming that face for a slap later. Rhaenyra produces a scroll, one of the genealogical records from the shelves at the end of episode 5, and she says that Sir Stephen's grandmother's grandmother, Arianna, was born a Targaryen princess. So this whole idea of Arianna Darklyn or an Arianna Targaryen is not in the book. They made it up for the show. And it seems like they added this ancestry to try to justify the disastrous attempt to bond Stephen with Seasmoke in Fire and Blood. I mean, we would be talking about at least 6 generations back. That's about as many generations as we are into this Targaryen dynasty on Westeros. Like, Aegon the Conqueror was Daemon's grandfather's grandfather. So Rhaenyra would be reaching further back in genealogical ancestry history than like Eddard Stark in his ardent research into the Baratheon and Lannister lines to prove that Joffrey was a bastard. So at most, Sir Stephen is like 164th Valyrian blooded, which would not be enough to qualify him for any Valyrian scholarships. Obviously, the smarter move would just be to track down more recently born bastards. But for now, Rhaenyra is making the mistake of assuming dragons care about noble-born Valyrians, because she was raised by Viserys to care about proper lineages and legal heirs to stay in accordance with Aegon the Conqueror's Song of Ice and Fire. But she missed the part where Viserys told her that dragon power itself is an illusion. Time and time again, these things have been wild beasts guided by other instincts. Sir Stephen is also a victim of this superstition.
I am but a man. The dragons are gods.
The small folk in King's Landing also consider the dragons gods, and they saw beheaded Meleys as a bad omen. But remember, Hugh Hammer saw Meleys as just meat. I think everyone is better off seeing these creatures as they are. Daemon the Dreamer finds himself in another vision inside the Red Keep, but this time instead of young Rhaenyra on the throne, it is Paddy Considine returning as his brother Viserys I.
Did you say it? The heir for a day.
This is a recreation of their fight back in the very first episode of the series. After Viserys' wife Aemma died in childbirth with baby Balon, Daemon was out drinking with the Gold Cloaks, but the scene cut away from him before we saw whether or not he actually said the words heir for a day. That rumor of him saying Balon was heir for a day was reported by Otto Hightower, but Daemon never fully denied it in his fight with Viserys. And clearly he is guilty for his brother dying thinking he did say it. And that fight was where Viserys decided to name a new heir, Rhaenyra. So we could even say that fateful decision to say heir for a day, or even just to deny it to his brother, was really what led to the conflict now. But whereas that previous version of the scene was lit with warm color tones and torchlight, this version of the scene is colder and bluer. Viserys was mourning in the previous version of the scene. Now he leans forward in accusatory rage. That scene ended with Viserys leaning back on the Iron Throne and cutting his finger, which was, remember, the first of 1,000 cuts as his body would erode throughout the season. Now when he leans back in the throne, he doesn't wince in pain for being cut. He just kind of takes off his crown in anger, because the ghost version of Viserys can never die. Viserys holding Blackfire now makes him look like the judgment of the entire family is weighing upon Daemon. He is locked in the throne room, but he can never himself ascend the throne. It's a form of hell torturing him with the various sins he has committed throughout the series, but never owned up to, because the HBO series editing conveniently would cut away from whatever he really said. This is totally Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, right? Ghosts of Daemon past and present are haunting him. Actually, Sir Simon reminds me of the ghost of Christmas Present, with his jolly stature and his constant feasting. I guess that could make Alys Rivers as the ghost of Christmas Future. Some of you pointed out how in episode 5, when Sir Simon came in to report the news from Stonehenge, Alys walked behind Sir Simon and disappeared out of frame. Now, I think that was just kind of a trick of the eye, where one actor just walks back further and further away from the camera, perfectly blocked by a foreground subject, kind of like that woman vanishing behind Scarlett Johansson on the red carpet in that Glitch of the Matrix video that always goes around. Some have even thought that Alys might have been completely in Daemon's imagination, but in this episode, Sir Simon mentions their healer, and Lara Strong references her in a scene we're definitely going to talk about later. But Damon's reaction to this spooky phenomena makes him closely to Shakespeare's Macbeth, right? He's haunted by the ghost of Banquo and floating daggers while seeking the counsel of witch figures who lead him down paths of poetic justice. Damon snarls at Sir Simon.
Perhaps the culprit has been tampering with my peace.
Yeah, he says peace as in P-E-A-C-E, but when they first met, Damon did think that the Strongs were poisoning his peas, P-E-A-S. Damon hurries out to Caraxes past the Harrenhal Godswood, and the dragon is directly facing the Weirwood tree. So these two crimson supernatural representations of gods are just spending all night trying to figure each other out. Damon passes Alys, who stands in this garden, head raised, eyes closed. I wonder if in this moment she could be using her warg abilities to see through the eyes of an animal. Maybe even that owl who flaps up to her later. Or maybe just doing what she hinted at last episode, sensing her news from the wind and communicating through the branches of the Weirwood tree. Damon finally realizes he's been drugged, but Alys speculates.
Ghost of Harren the Black moaning his curses from Kingspire Tower?
Drivel! All of it!
Caraxes cries at this last suggestion, implying he might agree with it. Maybe after spending all night gossing with that magic tree. Now, if Alys is 400 years old, was Alys there to see Harren the Black die when Balerion torched the Kingspire Tower? Have all the ghost stories about Harrenhal over the years come from her drugging the occupants and making sure the Weirwood trees continue to grow through the castle? Alys says,
There are older things in this world than you or I or living memory.
This might be my favorite line of the series so far. The older things than you or I or living memory refers to the godly forces that control the nature of Westeros. This season we've seen how these old gods are using Alys as a mouthpiece, and they're trying to steer Damon back to a sense of conscience. Similarly, the dragons answer to natural forces and instincts beyond our understanding, and they do not care about our current laws or our politics. At this point in Damon's path, he has allowed the undergrowth of the densest terrain of Weirwoods to take root in him and to reveal in him as yet another chess piece. Eric and Arik were knights. Rhaenys was a rook. Damon wants to have the power of a queen, but he has the limited movement of a king. And now this bishop, Alys, with a glimpse into the divine, is offering him a clearer, long-range diagonal view of the board. Because whereas most chess pieces are only able to look like one space or multiple spaces ahead of or to their side, only bishops and the queen are able to see diagonally, and depending on where you are in the board, that can be the longest distance across the board. Alys says that maybe Viserys gave the crown to Rhaenyra because those who strive for it are the least suited to wear it, and that Viserys didn't want the crown himself. We actually saw that decision at the Great Council of 101 in this same location at Harrenhal in the opening scene of the series, and she says that it's not a prize to be won, but a burden to bear. Caraxes is totally hooting in the background for all of this, and it's just a clue that this also applies to the right to ride a dragon. Those who pursue it too thirstily as a prize, like Sir Stefan does, get burned, while those who don't expect it, Adam of Hull and Rhaena, are going to be saddled with that burden. And yes, the owl flaps up to Alys and she feeds it some rodent guts that she'd been carrying loose in her pocket. This probably was the owl that she was talking about back in episode 4.
I'm a barn owl, cursed to live in human form.
So Alys promises that the winds will shift in 3 days' time, and what's required of Damon is to do nothing, similar to what Alicent told Aegon he would have to do as a good king, and what Aemond tells Alicent she has to do now. At the Dragonmont, we hear the Dragon Keepers sing. Ooh, this is the same Valyrian lullaby that Daemon was singing back in the season 1 finale to Vermithor. The series language expert David J. Peterson said that this song is called Haros Bartosi. The words were written by Ty Michael, who's George R. R. Martin's assistant and a consultant to House of the Dragon, and David J. Peterson translated the lyrics to Valyrian. The words translate to fire breather, winged leader, but 2 heads to a 3rd sing, from my voice the fires have spoken, and the price has been paid with blood magic, with words of flame, with clear eyes, to bind the 3, to you I sing, as one we gather, and with 3 heads we shall fly as we were destined, beautifully, freely. Ooh, there is all kinds of meaning that we can derive from this. With 3 heads, of course, refers to the Targaryen sigil, the 3-headed dragon, representing the dragons ridden by Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys. Balerion, Vhagar, and Meraxes respectively. But this is also reflected in the Game of Thrones era, the prophecy that Daenerys repeats: the dragon has 3 heads. The lyric of "the fires have spoken and the price has been paid with blood magic with words of flame and clear eyes," referring to the doom of Valyria. The fires have spoken being the 14 flames that erupted and destroyed Valyria. The price has been paid with blood magic, referring to the blood mages who first used human sacrifices to bind the dragons to humans, which we see as the very first depiction of the opening tapestry. Clear eyes, referring to Coach Eric Taylor, but also to Daenerys the Dreamer, who foresaw the doom of Valyria so this family could escape to Dragonstone and exist to the present day. And now it's Rhaenyra trying to keep those clear eyes with Aegon's dream, her entire motivation for waging this war and trying to expand their dragon power, as she's now doing. Now, Daemon did sing this song to calm Vermithor, but we're still waiting to see what happened in that scene. Was Daemon secretly bonding with Vermithor, which could totally alter Rhaenyra's plans to bond another rider to Vermithor in coming episodes? Or was that just meant to show that Rhaenyra's faction has access to bigger dragons than we had seen throughout season 1? But either way, they're now using this song to calm Seasmoke, Laenor's dragon, whom we saw on the Stepstones in season 1 and has been circling Dragonstone and flying over Adam of Hull on Driftmark ever since. As Sir Stephen waits for Seasmoke, he whispers the Valyrian commands these dragon keepers had taught him, including the word Delhires, which means obey. He kind of sounds like Indiana Jones right before the first test in Last Crusade.
Penitent man will pass. Penitent man will pass.
But wind blows the Dragon Keeper's torch. The winds are shifting, as Alys Rivers would say, and we stare at the smoke in the cave, trying to make out any figure through the gloom. But then from this darkness appears Seasmoke. One of the keepers says, Likiri, which means calm. This actually was the magic word that Aemond said to Vhagar to get her to let him mount her on Driftmark in episode 7 of last season. Sir Stephen just exclaims, gods, which comes out kind of like just an expression of someone who follows the faith of the 7, right? Like 7 hells. But it also describes exactly how Sir Stephen sees this dragon, which he believes is an actual god. The female dragon keeper tells Sir Stephen to not show fear, and she shouts, and he repeats the word ribas, which translates to a listen form of obey. Like, you listen to me and obey. Seasmoke lowers his head and Sir Stephen approaches, but then he turns to look at Seasmoke, who turns his head back to Sir Stephen and flips open his eyelids. I think that was the first mistake. The second was Stephen relaxing his posture as Seasmoke was watching him and speaking in the common language this.
I've done it.
Shifting from Valyrian to what the dragon would hear as the ugly language makes this man sound like a pest, and she gives him a big fat Dracarys. It's awful to see this happen to Sir Stephen, who has only ever been a good and loyal knight. I think this underlies the mistake of overvaluing legal ancestry in the laws of man and not fully appreciating the outlook of dragons who occupy a state of nature. Stephen tries to stop, drop, and roll, but the other dragon keeper is totally ready for this and goes right for a knife to end his own pain. I assume all the dragon keepers have knives like this, ready to go in case this happens. I am fascinated by these dragon keepers, their robes, their whoopsie knives, and what I assume are their choir rehearsals, because all of them were singing on key, the same melody, no one attempting to do a harmony like you hear in your church choirs, and none of them were flat, like they know the importance of a good sounding lullaby to these dragons. But we leave Seasmoke's rejection of Stephen and transition to Adam of Hull, tying knots in Driftmark as he watches his brother Alan approached by Corlys. Alan says that the blockade will be challenged by lions or krakens, referring to Lannisters or Greyjoys coming from the west coast of the continent, showing how the Velaryons are assuming Alicent's and Orwell's plans to pursue naval support from the west coast, so Aemond was right to think about the Triarchy. Alan is covering his head with his wrap, and it's because, we will see later, he is not bald naturally, he shaves his head to hide any silver Valyrian hair that he would be growing. He doesn't want people to know he's Corlys' son, worried that they'll think his achievements are the result of special treatment. But now there's this interesting scene in the pub with Ulf the White, Diana, the former maid in the Red Keep whom Aegon assaulted and Alicent gave the moon tea to, and Sylvie, the madam from the brothel that Aemond likes to hook up with. So remember, Mysaria sent Elinda to King's Landing to meet with Diana, and now it seems like that plan was to get all these people talking. And Sylvie is part of this gossip campaign to get everyone real pissed off the Greens over the food situation. Maybe to even do this with Ulf within earshot, as I'm sure he's told plenty of people that he was the bastard son of Balon, father to Viserys and Daemon. Sylvie says extra loud,
"They're banqueting every night at the castle."
That can't be true.
Diana's response sounds a bit scripted, right? Like they rehearsed this. Sylvie claims that her girls were brought to the Red Keep, feasting and merriment for Aemond with racks of lamb, mince pies, honey cakes, beef, and gravy. But we know this isn't true true, Sylvie would know that Aemond only has one type of sex worker he likes to get with, and that's her. And he's definitely not the kind of royal who likes having big parties. Ulf brings up Viserys, and Sylvie says,
But he's gone now, and his rightful heir denied her seat.
this would be a dangerous thing for Sylvie to say out loud in King's Landing to a stranger, so Diana must have heard him before when he called Rhaenyra the rightful heir, before suddenly changing his tune when Aegon walked in. Rhaenyra cast Bartimos Celtigar in an Australian family drama.
It is my fault, I think, that you have forgotten to fear me.
So Bartimos was going on and on about appealing to Lord Mouton to retake Rook's Rest. Later, she will actually tell Jace that she did send word to Lord Wallace Mouton to proceed, so she wasn't fully tuning out Bartimos. She just didn't like his tone and his use of the word spectacle to describe Rhaenyra sending in Rhaenys and Meleys, because Bartimos originally joined the chorus of those at the table begging her to deploy dragons. It wasn't just for show, it was a practical strategy that just did not work out for them. As Rhaenyra lamented to Mysaria about not being raised male and knowing the difference between hilt and foible, now she wields swords that have been laid out for her, and the pommel of this sword has dragon wings, similar to the Balerion wings on the hilt of Dark Sister. Mysaria reports that their Goss train has left the station.
I need someone to blame.
Yeah, that kind of sounded like Syrax in the background. Rhaenyra's dragon, like the dragon is now excited to hear that King's Landing is turning pro Rhaenyra. Hugh Hammer's wife, Kat, was one of the last in line before the food ran out. Hightower men cart sheep past.
Got enough sheep for your dragons then?
So he must know that these sheep are headed for Vagar in Dreamfire, because the cart would be headed toward the Dragon Pit in King's Landing instead of toward the Red Keep. But that's even more insulting, that this isn't going to one of Aemond's big sex parties, but instead just to feed the beasts. You'll notice the small council chamber is far less crowded now. It's just Aemond and Larys and Ironrod. Alicent was removed. Orwyle is tending to Aegon. Sir Tyland is figuring out how to break the blockade in the Gullet by probably reaching out to the Triarchy. And Sir Criston is readying his host to march north to Harrenhal. Larys thinks Aemond is offering him the role of hand to the king, but it's a cruel fake out by Aemond, who orders Larys to just fetch Grandpa Otto instead. But just as Aemond moves to consolidate his power, Orwyle enters.
His Grace the King has regained consciousness this morning.
And suddenly Aemond is very nervous, and he looks over at Larys and he's like, I bet you're real happy about this. And then he sees Orwyle grab an attendance ball and thinks, hey, this thing I've been playing with in my hands all meeting as like kind of a stress ball, I might actually be able to use this. So Aemond gets Aegon alone and he asks him what he remembers. Aegon says nothing, but just to make sure that this king ain't gonna snitch, Aemond presses the king's attendance ball into his wound. Why would a spherical marble ball and not one of those scary iron chisels that we saw last episode be used to hurt him? Well, this would be one item he can afford to be seen having in his hand, even if the idiotic Sir Leon Estermont is right over by the door and doesn't seem to bat an eye at this scary psycho leading over the king. Aegon's wounds are rough in this episode, and it kind of looks like some scar tissue maybe like gluing over one of his eyes, which if it does make it so that he can only see out of one eye, it kind of sets him up to have this interesting parallel with his one-eyed brother. Rhaena and Joffrey walk past some bleating sheep off screen until they come upon the burnt sheep bones and several sheep carcasses burnt to a crisp. She later watches the young boys Aegon the Younger and Viserys, these are Rhaenyra's sons with Daemon, play with Aegon's hatchling dragon Stormcloud, who is real small, like smaller than he would be at this point in the book, which is important they'll get to later. But Lady Jane reports that the three of them have been welcomed by Prince Reggio of Pentos, who we saw dining with Daemon and Laena in season 1 episode 6 when they lived in Pentos. Rhaena calls out Lady Jane though.
There is a large dragon in the Vale.
Lady Jane says that the dragon was ranging more broadly for food.
It is large, but alas wild.
Alas.
After Ironrod on the small council chamber, another use of the word alas to just indicate, I know there's more you're not saying out loud. Lady Jane says that the ship called the Gay Abandon will take them to Pentos, and that is the name of the ship that takes Aegon the Younger and Viserys toward Pentos in Fire and Blood. But we have more to discuss about this particular voyage and this mystery wild dragon and how it likes to steal sheep in the spoiler dungeon. So we learned that the final stroke of Rhaenyra and Mysaria's plan was to send unmanned boats with food and Rhaenyra's red and black banners. In every possible way, it's an inverse to what the Greens are providing the small folk. Instead of weapons of fire from above who drain the food supply, these are peaceful vessels from the water below that provide food and hope. Orwyle tells Alicent that Aegon sleeps most of the day now, but Aegon might actually be sleeping because Aemond scared the shit out of him and out of Orwyle. And now Orwyle is like, hey, why don't you take quite a bit of milk of the poppy? Because if you start to recover too fast and become too alert, Aemon's gonna come in here and make you eat your attendance ball. Orwyle reports,
House Beesbury has raised arms against the High Tower host.
Again, Lyman, dear me, Beesbury had his skull crushed in by one of these attendance balls, and his house hasn't forgiven the Greens for that. Orwyle says, retribution for their lord's demise. And he looks at Aegon before the word demise, remembering how it was one of those deadly, deadly attendance balls that caused it. And he's just as worried about one of them hurting Aegon. Gwaine and Alicent haven't heard from their father, Otto. At this point in Fire and Blood, Otto actually did not leave King's Landing after Aegon replaced him with Sir Criston, but his brother, Lord Ormond, whom we met in season 1, episode 3, leads a host of men from Old Town, but runs into Alan Beesbury and Alan Tarley, the Alan's Alliance. And Ormond ends up writing to Otto saying, wow, we need your dragons. So Alicent asks about her fourth child, Darren, who's been warding in Old Town, and Gwaine leads by saying that he's a stalwart, adept in his lute and his sword, popular with the ladies, but then he senses what his sister is really asking about.
He's kind.
Kindness is a quality I found lacking in his brothers.
After raising her boys to be everything else, she forgot to teach them how to be kind, but I also think she was not capable of doing so. She has never really shown true kindness, in my opinion, just kind of ambition and obedience to her father. Really, the kindness in that marriage came from Viserys. Viserys was actually the kinder of the two. Alicent finds her daughter Helena playing with her bugs.
This one stopped singing.
Another possibly prophetic bug moment from Helena. Why would you ever describe a cricket as singing? That could be a clue, because in this era of Westeros, a song also refers to the way you would recount history. Basically, the stories of ages past. We refer to those as songs. So what really ended here is someone who would be passing that history on. But the fact that these crickets are in cages could just be a reference to a silenced dragon in a cage, but I also think it could be a silenced person. Maybe Aegon's current silence, or the silence of their son Jaehaerys. But again, more on this in the spoiler dungeon. Alicent says,
I thought we might light a candle for Aegon and all our lost souls.
Alicent cannot bring herself to say Jaehaerys' name, but I think she also wants to light a candle for all the family that she's lost, either through death or these new personal beefs. Hugh Hammer finds his dog. I think this is Cheese's dog. And didn't I pray to the gods in episode 2 that Hugh Hammer and Cheese Dog could become best friends? Then again, Hugh probably just wanted to eat this thing. Rhaenyra's food boats have caused a Black Friday rush that spreads to the sept. The candles that Alicent and Helena light flicker in the wind from the door being thrown open, reminding us of the foreboding wind that blew the Dragon Keeper's torch. And again, Alys Rivers' winds are changing, and Alicent's prayer is interrupted. The senior Kingsguard, who I think is Sir Rickard Thorne, just based on the seniority and the fact that he's the only one on the Westeros Wikia who seemed to have an actor cast for the role, he has to instruct all the other Kingsguard to mind their corners, because these others are the idiotic lickspittle of Sir Leon, Sir Martin, and Sir Eddard, Aegon's drinking buddies. One town he calls Alicent the Queen of Fishes and food fights some sashimi right in Sir Criston's second favorite kissing spot, and Helena falls behind and Alicent trips. Helena covers her ears as a defense mechanism, and we saw this mannerism from Pia Saban back in season 1. Now this random guy comes up, and initially we don't know if he's attacking or trying to help Alicent with her footing, but he says, my queen, and everyone else in this mob is saying, Queen of Fishes, long live Queen Rhaenyra, I hate your freaking guts. So I'm pretty sure this guy was just a nice helping hand to Alicent, but then one of these Sir Lickspittles, Sir Leon Estermont, chops the guy's arm off. Alicent orders to sheathe their swords, and then there's this brief shot where the three Sir Lickspittles stooge into each other again. Alicent and Helena are pressed into a very, very scary trellis with pointed knobs. Probably for like hanging garments or other items for sale, but just, you know, remember this. Alicent and Helena make it to the wheelhouse, but Sir Leon Estermont gets tackled by the crowd as Sir Eddard Waters and Sir Martin Rain panic over him. I'm impressed that this mob knew which of these three idiots was the one who cut the arm off, despite all three knights dressed the same and helmeted. This crowd is good at, like, you know, the 3-card Monty game, I'm sure. Only Sir Rickard makes it to the wheelhouse, and then all three Sir Lickspittles are left behind, including Sir Martin Rain. So hearing the reigns of Castamere at the beginning of this episode was quite appropriate. Larys Strong meets with the alien Aegon and denies him milk of the poppy that was prescribed by Orwyle, but really just because Larys needs the king to recover and be sharp as a tack. He delivers some hard truths, that Aegon will never run again and he will never be whole, and we're reminded of the kindness that Tyrion Lannister shows Bran Stark.
I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples, bastards, and broken things.
Larys says,
My father named it sorcery, maligned spells.
He must be referring to Alys Rivers, who in Fire and Blood is a bastard of Larys's father Lionel, who also serves as a wet nurse to Larys. But in the show, for Alys Rivers to be perhaps over 400 years old, she must have not been Lionel's bastard, but perhaps she was still a wet nurse to the Strong family. And just a reminder that if she wet nursed Larys, she also wet nursed Breakbones, who is a father to Jace and a Joffrey. So she has had an influence in this family in various ways. Larys says Lionel accused Alys of sorcery, but I don't know if Larys shares that resentment or even that belief. I think he more so resents his father for judging his condition as a curse. While I don't think sorcery had a role in Larys's condition the moment he was born, I do think he grew up with Alys counseling him and maybe grew an appreciation for her ways and her links to the natural world. Daemon the Dreamer finds himself back in a dream/memory with Viserys, but not a memory because he was not there for this. This is the moment when Viserys was sobbing over the body of Emma with the Silent Sisters waiting off to the side. It kind of seems like they might have gotten Sean Brooke back for this. We did not see this in season 1 because Daemon was not there for it. He just wishes he was. And it's so sad to see him kiss his brother on the back of the head. And because Daemon now finally seems haunted not by something he was there for, but by something he knows deep down in his heart that he should have been there for, it seems to have a different effect when he wakes up in the morning light. Sir Simon reports that Lord Grover Tully at Riverrun is finally dead, and Oscar Tully, the kid that he talked to before, is now Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. Now there is a tipped goblet beside him, so this probably was more of Alys's drugging, but overall, this has been the gentlest wake up he's gotten yet. It looks like he finally listened to Alys and he did the right thing, which was just nothing other than just reflect on his sins. And by doing so, he was rewarded. But Sir Simon does hint that there might have been some literal foul play here.
Our own healer, Alys Rivers, volunteered her renowned skills.
So, like Arya waiting for Jaqen H'ghar to fulfill his promise at Harrenhal, Daemon is now rewarded by Alys delivering for him, and we're just kind of left assuming that she physically made it happen. Maybe she stuffed an attendance ball in his mouth. And I love how Daemon just sobs with relief, still in that emotional state of holding his brother, and it kind of feels like an Ebenezer Scrooge sob of relief at the end of A Christmas Carol. Sea smoke swoops down on Adam of Hull. It's really cool how we stay in one shot for several swings of the camera, because sea smoke totally would have been a VFX added later, but they choreographed the camera to know where he would be. Adam thinks that he's lost the dragon, and he sees his flapping bird in the sun, which distracts us long enough for the always hilarious gag of a dragon jump scare, which, given their size, should be impossible. But could this bird be one of the spies of Alys Rivers? Does she know about this as well? While Adam braces for death, when the dragon does not torch him, Adam begins to relax and sense a bond forming. So how does this work? As a bastard of Corlys Velaryon, along with Alan, Adam does have Valyrian blood, but Corlys was not a dragon rider. The Velaryons do have Valyrian blood, but they are not dragon riders. Only Targaryens are, at least in the book. Rhaenys was a dragon rider because she was a Targaryen, and then her kids, Laenor and Laena, were because their mother was Rhaenys, and they were Targaryens as well that way. Now in the book, Adam and Alan are implied to be Laenor's sons, which could be why Adam can bond with Sea Smoke. But on the HBO series, it seems like they're just related to Corlys, which would make them only Velaryons and have no Targaryen lineage, but they would have Valyrian bloodline, and maybe on the show, they're saying whether you're Targaryen or Velaryon, that's Valyrian enough to be a dragon rider. Rhaenyra and Mysaria discuss in the same chamber where Rhaenyra and Daemon had it out before he fled Dragonstone, and that's what's on her mind now. She says that she wishes she was born a man, and with Emma Darcy identifying as non-binary, I feel like that might have factored into some of the writing of the scene. Mysaria reveals that her scar on her neck came from an abusive father who impregnated her and left her unable to bear children. She tells Rhaenyra that she deserves to be the queen, and Rhaenyra, feeling validation for the first time in ages, hugs her and then makes out with her. So Rhaenyra and Mysaria do not have a romantic relationship in Fire and Blood. This is new to the show, and I do remember reading that Millie Alcock and Emily Carey hinted that they played their scene in the Godswood in the pilot episode with a bit of a flirty energy. I actually like this show exploring this side to Rhaenyra's character, but I was talking with Gina Ippolito, who helps write all of these House of the Dragon breakdowns, and we kind of have some mixed thoughts about this. Like, I totally understand Rhaenyra has needs, and Mysaria finally made her feel seen. We just also, at the same time, would have loved to explore just a true female friendship on this series. And on HBO, it sometimes feels like sex is the only part of adult relationships. Like, yes, it is a part, a very big part, but it's not the only part. But in shows like Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, it's all sex, because it's not TV, it's HBO. Dear me. really, I think I just have issues with the way they're writing the Mysaria character, from having some agency in season 1 to back into bondage for season 2, and now later in season 2, her best idea so far to be starting a gossip train and floating fruit baskets, and now she's just kind of serving as a tool for Rhaenyra to explore her sexual appetites, and by the end of the episode, I suppose to get her blood pumping, to take her dragon out for a ride. And really it just comes after this moment where the writers are using scars as character development. Like, doing that was cool for Heath Ledger's Joker, which is really more for the way he refused to tell how he actually got the scars, but using scars for character development has since evolved into something screenwriters consider to be an overdone trope. So much so that the British Film Institute in 2018 stopped funding films in which villains' faces are scarred. Like, I think everyone has had enough of this. Anyway, I've been ranting too long. Rhaenyra learns that Seasmoke has a new writer and she takes Syrax out to investigate, and a little detail in these final moments, as she marches down the walkway, you can see ashes billowing off. These would be the ashes, all that is left of Sir Stefan. Okay, let's end in the spoiler dungeon with plot details from Fire and Blood that might get addressed in upcoming episodes. Okay, Dalton Greyjoy, the Red Kraken. It's ironic that Alicent and Orwyle think that he might be more trustworthy than the Triarchy, because after they offer him Master of Ships in Fire and Blood, the Blacks also try to recruit him, but they just tell him, hey, just attack our enemies for us. And Dalton's like, okay. And then he just chooses to raid the nearby Westerlands, with Jason Lannister away defending the Riverlands. And then the Red Kraken burns Lannisport, but the Free Cities are also gonna end up pretty vicious in the Gullet with the Triarchy. They're gonna attack High Tide after the Battle of Gullet. So Alan's line in this episode about Corlys would rather see High Tide claimed by the sea, there's a lot of pirate madness ahead. So spoiler 2, Sir Criston is headed back to Harrenhal, and Aemond says that he will join him with Vhagar when the time is ripe. This might be the last time Sir Criston and Alicent see each other. Not because something bad's gonna happen to Sir Criston, but because something bad may happen to Alicent by the end of the season. And Fire and Blood, this campaign ends with Aemond finding Harrenhal empty, and with Vhagar no longer in King's Landing, the city is undefended, and Rhaenyra and Syrax are gonna take King's Landing. That could be where we end the season, but as a bittersweet victory for Rhaenyra because of what I think is gonna happen in episode 7. Spoiler 3, I think episode 7, next week, we're gonna see the Battle of the Gullet. It's clear to me now that the sowing of the seeds and the dragon seeds is just going down a bit differently than it does in the book. Like, in the book, they're just throwing like body after body at the dragons, and here they just seem to represent that all in Sir Stefan. And actually, Adam of Hull may be the only new writer we see in action in these final 2 episodes. And maybe Hugh Hammer and Ulf the White will bond with Vermithor and Silverwing respectively sometime after that, like maybe in the final scene of the season, just because they are not anywhere close to Dragonstone yet. But so much of this episode was focused on the Gullet blockade, and I think Jace on Vermax and Adam on Seasmoke are gonna get involved when bad stuff starts happening over the water, to avenge the Gay Abandon and to defend Corlys and Alan on a Velaryon ship as the Triarchy is attacking, and Jace and Vermax are gonna go down. Okay, spoiler 4, Rhaena and Sheepstealer. Okay, perhaps this is the biggest change from the book, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm not crazy about it. The show establishes the brown dragon known as Sheepstealer to be in the Vale, but in the book, Sheepstealer is a wild dragon on Dragonstone, and they try to bond Sheepstealer with all kinds of folks, including Alan of Hull, but Sheepstealer refuses all of them and ends up bonding with a young woman named Nettles. And Nettles is awesome, a true fan favorite character, but now the show seems to have erased Nettles and reassigned Sheepstealer to Rhaena, which is surprising to me because Rhaena was given 4 dragon eggs, and we know 3 of them are going to become Daenerys' eggs, so I just assumed that 4th one was going to hatch into her pink she-dragon Morning. I don't know if that's the case anymore. It seems like we're going to see Sheepstealer find Rhaena and present to her the way that Seasmoke did to Adam. It just sucks to lose Nettles though, but hey, maybe the show can introduce the character in a different way in season 3. Okay, spoiler 5, Pentos and the Gay Abandon. So in Fire and Blood, this boat gets attacked by the Triarchy. Aegon the Younger escapes by clinging to Stormcloud, and Viserys ends up getting kidnapped. Both do end up surviving and becoming kings, but they go on a pretty wild journey. But in this episode, Stormcloud was way too small to fly, or to have a boy bigger than him cling to him as he flies. So I don't know, I think these kids are gonna end up truly lost at sea on very different paths from the book. Okay, spoiler 6, Reed taking Rook's Rest. Bartimos Kaltigar and Rhaenyra brought up Lord Mouton trying to retake Rook's Rest for the Blacks, but this is gonna fail, as Sunfire is still there, grounded but still very, very deadly, and takes out Lord Mouton's very small force. Okay, finally, spoiler number 7, Helena's cricket who stopped singing. Could this be herself? In Fire and Blood, she loses it after the death of Jaehaerys, and after the battle above the God's Eye, and after the death of Aemond, she leaps out of her window and dies on the spikes below. And I feel like we nearly got that with that spiky wall outside the sept this episode. They didn't look that spiky, but you know, there's been some like coat hooks on walls that I've leaned against too hard and I thought I might die. This is a breakdown of House of the Dragon Season 2, Episode 7, The Red Sowing. This episode smashes open to this epic opening shot, a standoff between Rhaenyra and Adam of Hull, with Syrax behind Rhaenyra and Sea Smoke behind Adam. Ryan Condal said that they took inspiration from the silent standoffs in Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West, and that they liked the idea of the dragon, Syrax, and Sea Smoke as the guns on the hip holsters. The sea wind that blows Rhaenyra and Adam's hair also flaps the membranes of the dragon's wings, and I just like that little VFX detail. Really, the first words of the episode are spoken not by the humans, but by the roars of these opposing weapons. I love the unique sound design of each dragon roar. Syrax has a feminine sing-songy quality to it, a cry of a dragon who has never really seen battle, whereas Sea Smoke has more of a seafaring, battle-tested dragon who has inhaled more salt and smoke, and it affected his vocal cords. But since Sea Smoke once belonged to Rhaenyra, these two dragons were once bound by marriage in a way. Now, George R. R. Martin had established a rule that dragons are not supposed to be able to bond to a new writer while their previous writer is still alive. So many took that to mean that Rhaenyra must have died off screen. I don't know, the show has contested the world logic of the text before, and I think that they are keeping Sir Rhaenyra alive for some reason that they're gonna pay off in a future season. The beach where Rhaenyra forces Adam to meet her actually looks like the same dunes where she and Rhaenyra strolled when they became betrothed. I think they actually shot in the same location in the UK. Adam says that he only wants to learn the ways of dragon riders, and he bends the knee to Rhaenyra. He says that Sea Smoke sought him out.
And if the gods call me to greater things, who am I to refuse them?
Answering the call of the gods as justification for these brash actions is something Rhaenyra will later echo to Jace.
But I cannot gainsay that which the gods have laid before me.
Just a reminder that some of the small folk consider the dragons to be literal gods, and a dragon approaching you is kind of like being selected by a god for a divine purpose. Adam says that his mother was a shipwright while his father is no one of consequence. Yeah, he's probably not wrong to place his more important lineage on his mother's side if Corlys's Velaryon blood truly didn't have the dragon rider ancestry, but in this line is a hint that Corlys has never acknowledged him. Now we'll see later how Corlys says that like his family is not supposed to have dragon rider blood in it, but in the text, the Velaryons and the Targaryens have totally intermarried over the centuries. Corlys's great-great-grandmother is the mother of Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys, the conquerors of Westeros. So he should totally have dragon rider blood in his specific bloodline. This is what I mean about the show just having a very different approach to things at times. We just have to be okay with that. But this entire opening sequence is not in Fire and Blood, because in the book, Alan and Adam volunteer themselves as potential dragon seeds, and Adam gets lucky with Sea Smoke in the Dragonstone Dragonmont. So the fact that this show separates out Adam's moment with Rhaenyra this way, as a man who bends the knee after gaining a dragon without Rhaenyra's involvement initially, places the ultimate power of the selection process in the whims of the dragons. The dragons don't give a shit about the blood. In fact, we could just as easily look at this standoff as a conversation between dragons, as their pipsqueak pets are just kind of nipping at each other from their feet with growls of little meaning. Meanwhile, Orwyle cleans Alicent's cut. This is the one she got on her wrist during the riot in the previous episode. This parallels the cut Alicent put on Rhaenyra's arm using the Valyrian steel dagger in season 1, episode 7. So now both queen mothers are marked the same way.
You'll have a scar, but it will be easily hidden.
Whereas the men of Alicent's family get scarred, like Aemond, Viserys, Aegon, and show off their scars for all to see, Alicent is expected to hide her battle wounds and maintain a facade of perfection. Alicent hears a rat scurrying and says nothing is clean here. Remember, the rats have taken over because Aegon hanged the rat catchers. In Fire and Blood, Otto Hightower suggests to unleash cats around the Red Keep to catch all these rats, but Otto left King's Landing in the show after getting dismissed, so we get no kitty cats. Alicent sees these rats both as a reminder of what happened to her grandson and of the moral rot that has taken over the castle. Alicent orders Sir Rickard Thorne to take her out to the Kingswood, just the two of them. And Sir Rickard gives off the expression like he knows what Alicent likes to do with Kingsguard knights and doesn't want to piss off Sir Criston. Two of Aegon's 3 lickspittle drinking buddies, Sir Eddard Waters and Sir Martin Rain, are stripped of their knighthood and sent to the wall. I had thought all 3 of them might have died in the riot when Sir Leon Estermont cut that guy's arm off, and then the crowd dogpiled on Sir Leon, so I guess I have to retract the Reigns of Castamere being played for Martin Rain. Larys Strong and Ironrod watch over this from the same balcony where King Viserys and Lionel Strong watched the boy fights in season 1, when Viserys was like, "This is the stuff." But whereas Aemond was useless during those sparring sessions, now he's commanding the courtyard below, as Larys and Ironrod talk about the rumors of Seasmoke's new rider, and Aemond accuses Martin and Eddard with endangering his mother and sister and ordering that they forsake their white cloaks for black. So I wonder in the show, why stage these scenes at the same time? Why put Aemond in the background of all this and have like a scene concurrently happening? Well, it might be to show that Larys and Ironrod are more focused on dragon gossip than Aemond removing anyone in Aegon's orbit who could stand between him and his alien brother. Like, they really should be worried about Aemond sneaking in there and just doing things to this alien king, you know, like stuffing an attendance ball in his mouth. Ironrod says that he heard the Seasmoke rumor from his squire, who heard it from a stable hand, whose father was a fisherman, and that fisherman heard it from a first mate, and then they heard it from like Mrs. Lovejoy, who heard it from Kevin Bacon, who heard it from like a New Rockstars Taylor Swift theory video. Yes, not always the most reliable game of telephone, but sometimes there's some truth in it. But Larys says,
perhaps this is one of those whispers best left to the wind.
Ah, to the wind. We are back to Alys Rivers' line to Daemon in the past about learning the news from the wind. Remember, there was that cryptic bird that Adam of Hull was looking at right before Seasmoke jumped out in front of him. It's just, you know, if Alys Rivers is using these birds to warg and to spy on the events of Westeros, the wind might be an actual way of carrying news. But Aemond seems to sense that Larys is hiding something from him down from the courtyard below, staring up in Larys' direction, making Larys uncomfortable and stepping away. Meanwhile, the Black Council debates Rhaenyra's decision to teach Adam High Valyrian and to accept him as a dragon rider. But notice how this whole scene is shot around Jace. Like, Jace is right behind Bartimos Celtigar when Bartimos is pushing back, and then Baela turns to look at Jace, and Jace just kind of tenses up and demands, "Where is the queen?" Because Baela knows, based on her and Jace's conversation about his parentage through Harwin Strong, that Jace knows he's a bastard and that having a dragon is the one thing that gave him unique dignity over everyone else. Mysaria tells Rhaenyra,
I once worked in a pleasure house where generations of Targaryen princelings had their revels.
She was referring to her work in season 1, episode 1, when she was with Daemon in the brothel. The idea that all these princes of the Targaryen family since the conquest had bore bastards from women in this brothel is just an open secret among anyone who worked there. Rhaenyra is hesitant to recruit lowborn writers because she thinks highborn nobles are bound by honor and ancient fealty. Obviously, this isn't always the case. Highborn lords within the Targaryens, the Hightowers, and the Lannisters set aside honor all the time to maintain power. But an argument could be made that there is kind of like a new money privilege to many of these treacherous lords, where if their ancestral wealth and power comes from trickery, like with Lan the Clever, or from lucky dreams like Daenys the Dreamer, or just from privileged geographical proximity to the Citadel in the case of the Hightowers, that these families might be less likely to care about this kind of ancient fealty than, say, the Starks or the River Lords of this episode, whose power comes from honoring oaths, even at great costs. Mysaria argues that the Targaryens are ancestrally invaders who rule by dragon might and even kinslaying. So why should Rhaenyra care about highborn versus lowborn?
The order of things has changed, Your Grace.
Rhaenyra recognizes that for 20 years, people have insulted her sons by calling them strong bastards. So hell, why not?
Let us raise an army of bastards.
You know, I don't think I'm spoiling anything by bringing up later history beyond the scope of this show, but a few generations after this will be the first Blackfyre Rebellion, in which Daemon Blackfyre, the bastard son of Aegon IV, claimed the throne of his older trueborn brother Daeron II, which started a whole big civil war, fought really with an army of Targaryen bastards. Whereas Corlys was eager for his bastard son Alan to serve him, all he can really muster for Adam now is,
well done.
Well done. That's how all the other dragon seeds are going to be cooked this episode.
Cook my meat. I don't want to see not one speck of red.
But this is an interesting parallel for Corlys to struggle with the second son. Because remember, in season 1, he and Daemon had that whole conversation about being the second sons. Like Daemon as the second son to Viserys, House Velaryon as kind of the little brother household to House Targaryen. And once again, the younger brother, in this case with Adam, has succeeded. And I just think Corlys is dealing with being the dismissive force that underestimated the second son. Now, there is some incredible music as House Tully approaches Harrenhal. It sounds like Ramin Djawadi is using some synth tones in the melody that's uncommonly modern for the House of the Dragon show or for Game of Thrones, and I think it's meant to reflect the younger generation of House Tully, of Oscar Tully, a true Lyanna Mormont-style badass this episode who schools the older generation. We saw Oscar earlier this season where he was much more nervous and bumbling and inexperienced, wherein his grandfather Grover Tully was still alive. Now in Fire and Blood, the family tree is a bit more spread out, as Grover is really Oscar's great-grandfather. Oscar had a father named Elmo and an older brother brother named Kermit, and yes, George R. R. Martin named all these characters after Muppets, and yes, Kermit the Frog is a Muppet because he was a Jim Henson creation who originally appeared on Sesame Street. They're all Muppets, we are all Muppets, but on the show, they just kind of condensed it so that there's just Grover and Oscar. And Oscar now is a bit of a Gen Z grouch. Now he looks off to the left when he rides up rather than up at Harrenhal, which at first I thought might be him looking out at the God's Eye Lake and beyond it to the Isle of Faces, but actually I think he's just approaching the castle from a different side and he's looking out at the Riverlands, the lands that he is now Lord Paramount of. And notice the blue tents of the campsite of all the Riverlords who are forced to sleep outside of the castle grounds, even though it's being built to house all of these soldiers of the Riverland armies. These would be those Riverlords who shamed Daemon in episode 5, who probably insisted on sleeping outside because they're like, we're not going to sleep in this cursed castle with this asshole. And the fact that Oscar would be talking to them first before going to see Daemon tells you how this is really going to go down. Daemon congratulates Oscar for ascending as head of House Tully and Lord Paramount to the Riverlands.
Really glorious. Well done.
I did nothing.
Ah, another well done. Now for Adam, it's meaningful to get any validation from a father figure, even if it was really a dragon who found him and chose him. Truly, the only thing that Adam actually did was to bend the knee to Rhaenyra afterwards. That is really the well done he earned, but for Oscar, the well done is just for, you know, his grandfather dying. And he knows that, and he's not gonna put up with the bullshit of Matt Smith's hilariously dismissive, truly glorious, well done. Daemon rises from the broken chair that we saw back in episode 3 of the season, and I wondered if this could be Harren the Black, or at least a chair that Harren the Black had made for himself to sit in that got torched by Balerion when the castle was burned. But now Daemon finds himself paying the price as a Targaryen being burned by the justice of the townies. Whereas Rain, or runoff from recent rain, normally shrouded this castle in gloom, in this scene strong beams of light cut through the room, an indicator that truth in the eyes of the old gods are upon Daemon now. Oscar says,
It does seem to me that you've made rather a mess here.
Oscar uses the word green to refer to his inexperience, but I think it's also a threat to Daemon, that he knows Daemon needs the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands, and that Lord could just as easily align with the Greens if Daemon doesn't play this right. Oscar reminds us all that his grandfather declared for Viserys' named successor Rhaenyra, so he's bound to honor that, but he checks Daemon by calling him King Consort, knowing that Daemon badgered Sir Simon over the necessity of the consort part, and later in the Godswood, notice how he calls Daemon Prince in front of everyone else.
No matter how loathsome I may find her representative, the Prince.
King.
So where did young Oscar get his brass balls in the past few weeks? Did just the death of his grandfather kill the boy and let the man rise? My theory is that, remember, Sir Simon said that Alys Rivers had gone to Riverrun to help in Lord Grover's final hours. And I think Alys, who does not appear in this episode, was actually there to counsel young Lord Oscar how to speak more directly to Daemon. I'm not saying she scripted everything he said this episode, but she just gave him the confidence he needed to stand up to Daemon. So they go out to the Harrenhal Godswood, where all the Riverlords are present. We see House Blackwood from Willem Blackwood. We see House Bracken, represented by Amos Bracken and his son. We saw Amos Bracken outside Stonehenge earlier this season. There's House Mallister, that's the bird sigil. There's House Piper, that's the sigil with the dancing maiden. There's House Mooten, the sigil with the red salmon. This would be Wallace Mooten, Lord of Maidenpool, referenced by Bartimus Celtigar and Rhaenyra last episode, as the one planning to lead a small host to try to retake Rook's Rest. And there's House Derry. Lord Derry is at this meeting. I think that's the group with the 2 circle bronze medallions on their shoulders. Now, the behind the scenes video revealed that the trunk of this weirwood tree is practical, but the taller branches and the red leaves would be CGI. Also, the face carved into the trunk was based on the likeness of George R. R. Martin. And I love that idea because it suggests that the creator god of all these events, other than, you know, the 6th book that he should be writing, is watching through the eyes of this tree at justice being served. Now, the roots of this tree are especially exposed now and extend thickly into this courtyard so that you really feel the old gods continuing to grasp and strangle the castle. Oscar says that he has no love for Daemon.
He has dishonored himself and the crown with his comportment here.
Ah, comportment, meaning the behavior or the demeanor of a royal. And really, Oscar's pause is what conveys a judgment that that behavior was bad behavior. Many online are thinking that after last week's use of the word salubrious, that the writers might just be inserting one word each episode that we have to go look up. Oscar tells his men to seize Willem Blackwood and tells Daemon that he must denounce his crimes and dispense justice.
Oh dear.
Dear me. The music that now overtakes this scene sounds kind of like a mix of shrieking birds and screams, like all the women and children of House Bracken being killed by Blackwood and his men, the crows picking at their corpses, echoing back to Daemon through the wind and through Alys Rivers. His rush to behead Blackwood seems largely motivated by just trying to silence all this noise. in this edit, they include this insert that shows Willem Blackwood turning away from Daemon at the last second of the sword going through his neck, and then cutting back to Daemon, and we stay on Daemon's eyes as he is unable to turn away from what must be Willem's severed head, suggesting that Willem's eyes may be looking back at him, and Daemon is remembering his dream of young Rhaenyra when her severed head spoke to him. Daemon again encounters this goat. He passed this goat in episode 4, and in that moment, since Sir Simon did not react to the goat, we speculated that Daemon might have been hallucinating the animal, and sure enough, he seems to be in a dream now. So what's the deal with the goat? Is it an animal being used as a nanny cam by Alys Rivers? Possible warg? Is the goat a reference to the Black Goat, the central deity of Qohor, which began as a cult of religious dissidents in the Valyrian stronghold? Or is it a bit of pagan and satanic imagery from our world? I see a parallel with the sheep in these past episodes being fed to dragons, the sheep being toasted and stolen by that dragon in the Vale, and I think the solitary goat haunts Daemon in Harrenhal, and the goat is a reflection of himself, the second brother, the outcast, never desired as heir. Daemon finds sitting upon his bed another ghost of his brother Viserys, Paddy Considine again returning, but now in his later years, where his decay had really begun to set in. Just a reminder that this bed frame is made out of a weirwood tree trunk, and here on the bedposts you can see branches of that tree with the white bark giving away to the inner layer, and in the cross section of any tree, these layers are referred to as the heartwood or the true wood, which is made up of cells that are actually dead, but they give the tree supportive strength, and these layers are actually more durable than the outer layers of sapwood. This parallels what Viserys is to Daemon, something that is starting to decay and is a representation of death as he's a ghost, yet he is still a durable core component of Daemon's soul. Viserys' scarring isn't quite as bad as it was in his final days. He still has some of the hair, but Matt Smith noted that his appearance would have been the last stage of Viserys' appearance that Daemon would have remembered and would have seen before he and Rhaenyra went to Dragonstone. Daemon never saw what he looks like after that. He still looks pretty rough though, and Daemon is likely remembering when Viserys had dropped the crown and Daemon placed it back on his brother's head, but now that Viserys says he never wanted this crown, Daemon may be feeling guilty over doing that, putting that additional weight on his dying brother's head, like he further doomed his brother's physical decay. Remember, the first of those 1,000 cuts happened when Viserys angrily removed Daemon as his heir back in the first episode of the series, and then he leaned back on the Iron Throne and the armrest cut his finger. And I love that Paddy Considine holds the crown in a way that looks like it's eerily floating in front of his fingers. As Viserys asks if Daemon still wants it, the focus shifts on the great houses represented on the crown, with the direwolf of House Stark featured directly in the center, because these shows know we love the Starks the most. By the way, it was confirmed that Cregan Stark will return in the finale. Grand Maester Orwyle helps Aegon try to relearn how to walk, and when that walking stick breaks, we kind of fear for a second that it's one of his bones. Ugh. It's interesting to pair this scene with the shots of Aegon's father Viserys looking rough, because Aegon is now very similarly looking, bald on half of his head, but just in this case scarred from burns. But Larys impressively shoulders part of the weight when he himself has a club foot to help the king back to the bed. Larys is really rushing Aegon's recovery because he sees how fast Aemond is consolidating power in the Red Keep, and he needs the king back on his feet, as these rulers' power comes not from true health, but from the superficial appearance of vitality. In fact, the Greens even delayed telling everyone that Viserys was dead. On Driftmark, Corlys is back to wearing Velaryon blue, whereas on Dragonstone, he always wears a completely different black outfit. It seems like he switches based off of where he is, so that here, Velaryon sailors would see him still as the Sea Snake, and not as just a servant within Rhaenyra's Black Council. Though, notice he still wears the hand pin, because he's not like lying about himself, he just wants to fit in wherever he is. Corlys orders Alan to charter some fishing vessels into Blackwater Bay, so this is how they have those ships standing by to ship all the Targaryen bastards back to Dragonstone. They aren't ships marked with Rhaenyra's sigil, they're just kind of fishing boats. But still, suspiciously loading up a whole bunch of silver-haired smallfolk, you would think some Hightower watchman would be like, hey, is there like a convention at sea that no one told me about? But Ryan Condal did say that these recruits are meant to kind of feel like a cult, so maybe they're just equating it with like the Scientology Sea Org. Corlys says,
our people are of old Valyria. We are no dragon lords.
And he attributes Alan and Adam's affinity for dragons to their mother's heritage. Again, Corlys' ancestry in Fire and Blood has plenty of intermarrying between the Velaryons and the Targaryens. This shouldn't be an issue, but it just seems like the show wants to make this character fully a man of Salt and Sea and don't want to bring up the question of, hey, why doesn't he have a dragon? And speaking of Salt and Sea, that's what Alan says he is as well.
I am of Salt and Sea.
Remember, Bela used these words in episode 5.
Driftmark must pass to salt and sea.
So based off of that conversation, I think Corlys now sees Alan as a good option for his successor. In the Vale, Rhaena leaves the Eyrie following the retinue with Aegon the Younger and Viserys, all headed for the gay abandoned ship planning to sail for Pentos. I couldn't make out a container with 4 eggs on that cart, or a cage where the baby dragon Stormcloud would be kept, but I assume they are all with them or maybe already loaded up on the ship. But then Rhaena darts away and finds a burned patch of sheep skeletons, much like the one she and Joffrey found. This despite promising Rhaenyra that she would accompany these 2 kids to Pentos and be a mother to these very important princes. And I'm not sure what that retinue's gonna do when they turn around to see Rhaena just suddenly gone. They're like, oh, where'd you go? Oh, well, we got 2 out of 3 down to the boat. Onward to Pentos! And I love how HBO Max's closed captioning describes Rhaena's escape music as, quote, tense, mischievous music. It's like they want us to think of this as Rhaena going, tee-hee, I'm gonna get me a dragon. Look, weirdly blocking this scene so that Rhaena would be like 40 yards behind the group, a group that I guess we're meant to assume never turns around and just kind of forget she exists, and her timing it with Lady Jane closing the door is like Ferris Bueller cutting class. It kind of feels like an afterthought of a scene, and the reason I'm so mad about it is that they are erasing one of the best characters from Fire and Blood to create this storyline. So if you're gonna do that, make the storyline better and more entertaining than what's in the book. Don't make it like a stupid, goofy scene. Okay, in the Kingswood, Sir Rickard asks,
when does your grace mean to return to the city?
Ryan Connell confirmed that we are meant to see Alicent's camp out to be her thinking about maybe taking her own life. Rickard is now wondering, well shit, what's Aemon gonna do if I bring back Alicent's corpse? Maybe I'll just run away to tense, mischievous music and tee-hee, wait for a dragon to find me. Jace describes the lowborn bastards that Rhaenyra is recruiting for dragon riders as, quote, mongrels.
What if one of your base-born, silver-haired dragon riders decides he wants to rule the Seven Kingdoms?
While Jace is being a bit of a snob here, his caution is not that wrong-headed, because we don't know where Hugh Hammer and Ulf White's loyalties are going to ultimately lie. But Jace, as a fiery boy, really is undercutting his point by insulting his mom about Aegon's Song of Ice and Fire, suggesting he thinks it's some kind of silly mom superstition, and we know that it's what Rhaenyra cares about the most. And Rhaenyra has that book open to the same page that we saw in an earlier episode, showing Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys. She's reading up on the last time dragon riders flew west from Dragonstone and sought to conquer Westeros, and how decisive the dragon's victory over the continent really was. Rhaenyra wants to expand dragon power to stop a needless war. And since the show has compared the dragons to weapons of mass destruction, we are reminded of the US's justification for dropping atomic bombs in Japan as being the only way to stop war, to stop all wars maybe, when really it only opened the Pandora's box to make the world a far more terrifying place. But Jace is actually feeling anxious over something else. Dragons being given to other bastards makes him, a bastard, more at risk for being challenged in the future. And it reminds us of the only other time we've seen these characters talk about his parentage, back in season 1 episode 6, when a younger Jace asked,
Am I a bastard?
You are a Targaryen. All that matters.
And now, with everyone looking back on that, it kind of feels like a false promise. Mazaria passes a message to Alan. Alan passes it to a fisherman, who passes it to that gold cloak that Alinda talked to get back into King's Landing, and that gold cloak directs the fisherman to Alinda. So they know that using fish to transfer these messages will be safe, because food is one thing that's a precious protected commodity in the city. And Alinda goes Silverhair hunting. First, a washerwoman. This is actually the woman who later hides behind a boulder next to Hugh Hammer and nearly dies a horrible death, but I think she actually gets away. Next, there's a man who might be one of the first to step up to Vermithor later. It's either the one with some facial scarring or the one that's right next to him. Then we see an older gold cloak tearing down a pro-Rhaenyra banner, which shows the tension surrounding Alinda on this task, but also a sign that pro-Rhaenyra sentiment has taken root. So much so that they're not afraid to talk openly about this recruitment process in the pub. Alinda returns to her gold cloak friend, who goes into that pub, the one with the rooster on the side, and this is where we saw Ulf drinking with his buddies back in episode 3. Ulf joins these buddies, Muja and Clay, and Muja says Rhaenyra is recruiting Targaryen bastards and that they are leaving at the hour of the bat, which is just after sundown. And when Ulf seems hesitant, Clay says, all spark and no tinder. Interesting words, because later we see Ulf meeting the dragon Silverwing with nothing but a torch, but that spark of that torchlight may be exactly what he needs in that moment. We learn that the daughter of Hugh and Cat did indeed die. That pale color that she turned as they tried to flee the city was apparently the Crayola color of corpse. The subtitles say dog barking outside, so maybe Hugh adopted and did not eat Cheese's dog. Cat wants to go to Tumbleton, where her brother lives, which is a market town in the Reach, and it's the second time Tumbleton has been brought up, so it's probably a location we will see at some point. Hugh reveals that his mother worked in a pleasure house and that she got special treatment for, quote, who she was, and because rich men paid more to be with a woman with silver hair.
She used to tell me I was no different to her brother's boys, Viserys and Daemon.
So Hugh's mother would be Princess Sarah Targaryen, the 9th child of Jaehaerys I and Alysanne, and the younger sister to Balon and Alyssa, Viserys and Daemon's parents. So Sarah would be Viserys and Daemon's aunt, but because she was the youngest, she would have been roughly around Viserys' age. So Sarah grew up as a precocious prankster, and she was actually caught up in a pretty big scandal with the young lords Jonah Mouton, Roy Connington, and Sir Braxton Beesbury, who were found in the pleasure house called the Blue Pearl, tormenting a fool named Tom Turnip. Many of them said that the prank was Sarah's idea. Sarah's friends Perry Ann Moore and Alice Turnberry snitched, saying that they had all practiced kissing and got naked at one point. And Sarah confessed to her father, King Jaehaerys, that she had lost her maidenhood and had slept with all 3 boys. So she was sent to join the faith in Old Town, but she got away, probably to some tense, mischievous music, to Lys and eventually to Volantis, and opened her own successful pleasure garden. And all 3 of her bastards, according to Fire and Blood, came to the Great Council of 101 to try to claim the throne. And actually, a very fun detail from this time in Fire and Blood, on Jaehaerys' deathbed, he mistook the young Alicent Hightower for Sarah, thinking his daughter had returned. So with Alicent at Viserys' deathbed on the show, part of a big misinterpretation in his dying breaths, it's just kind of a recurring role for her. All of Alicent's caring for Viserys was really rooted in her childhood caring for Viserys' grandfather, Jaehaerys. So with Ulf claiming to be Balon's son, and thus a half-brother to Viserys and Daemon, that would make Hugh and Ulf first cousins, and Hugh will end up this episode bonded to the dragon of their grandfather Jaehaerys, Vermithor, and Ulf will end this episode bonded to the dragon of their grandmother, Alysanne, Silverwing. Now to be clear, these lineages for Ulf and Hugh are not detailed in Fire and Blood. They are creations for the show, and we don't even know if they're true on the show. They seem to be, but we don't know for sure. Either way, in Fire and Blood, it would not be something the Septons or the Maesters or maybe even Mushroom would know about. As Alicent wades into the lake into the Kingswood, we hear a string cover of Ramin Djawadi's song for this series, Fate of the Kingdoms, which was last heard in episode 2 of the season in the aftermath of young Jaehaerys' murder. It seems like Alicent hasn't forgiven herself for that tragedy. As she floats in the water, her hair fills the frame, and in a way, it kind of forms its own red sowing. It seems like she might have drowned herself, kind of like Ophelia in Hamlet, but she sees this bird flying overhead, and it's much like the bird spotted by Adam of Hull in episode 6, and I'm just gonna assume that all these birds are how Alys Rivers gets all of her information. The Dragon Keepers resign in protest, saying that Rhaenyra sent an Andal before Sea Smoke. So Andals refers to one of the 3 major ethnic groups that formed modern-day Westeros people. The Andal invasion 6,000 years prior to all these events was really the first major group of outsiders to make it to Westeros, and it was they who really brought the faith of the Seven to the continent. The Andals had come from a settlement called Andalos and Essos before all this, and no one is quite sure where they came from before Andalos. But these Dragon Keepers, who descend from Valyria, would view the Andals as perhaps more primitive, or at least just culturally from a completely different world than they are. The Elder Dragon Keeper says, "The dragons are sacred. They are the last magic of old Valyria in the sad world. They are not playthings for the games of men." Playthings for the games of men evokes the title A Game of Thrones, and the recurring motif of these characters just being pieces on a chessboard. My theory is that it's still a game board, but that the dragons are the ones moving the pieces. As the last Dragon Keeper walks out, listen to the background. I'm trying to get perfect at recognizing dragons by their roars, but I'm pretty sure this was the she-dragon Silverwing down below. Rhaenyra tells the recruits that she thought she knew what it was to claim a dragon.
I understand now that what I thought I knew is ash in the wind.
In the final scene of episode 6, Rhaenyra walked down the launch pad, brushing the ash of Sir Steffan to the wind. And that's how most of these recruits will end up after they're cooked well done. According to Ryan Condal, he and Emma Darcy wanted to play this scene kind of like a cult leader trying to reassure followers before a mass death.
If you survive, you will be transformed.
Yes, cult leaders like Jim Jones claimed upon all of their deaths they would be transformed. Rhaenyra leads them to meet Vermithor, the Bronze Fury, and already we feel very nervous because no Dragon Keepers are there singing the lullaby that Daemon sang to this dragon at the end of season 1, and way too many of them are crowding the walkway, and none of them can speak High Valyrian. There's no way this can go well, but Rhaenyra is aware of that. She faces them to pronounce "Come forward, Vermithor" in High Valyrian slowly, so hopefully some of them can start to pick up the High Valyrian. But from the complete darkness, the beast lumbers forth, and Rhaenyra's eyes angle higher and higher, as if she might have even forgotten how big he is. first. Before we even see Vermithor's head, we see his wings eclipsing the sunlight. So imagine that. Their first understanding of what they're even looking at is the cave itself just becoming weirdly darker all of a sudden. And the first person we cut to after Vermithor growls is Hugh Hammer. And he sensed just a bit of positive adrenaline pumping through his veins. Rhaenyra says, Likiri and Doheras! And Vermithor allows Rhaenyra to pet his nose. The sound design of this moment is just so effective because we're able to hear every little vibration in Vermithor's gullet as he purrs. Like even his calm purring is something that's really loud and scary. And the dragon's eyes close, relaxed. So Rhaenyra turns back to face the crowd, perfectly framed with Vermithor's head behind her body, and you can see his gray horns around his chin, which have the effect of looking like the whiskers of an old man, similar to the gray whiskers of Hugh Hammer. Ryan Condal said that with this particular shot, they wanted to recreate the season 1 poster to deliver on that visual promise. Rhaenyra leaves them alone with Vermithor, and the dragon stretches his head over the crowd and pauses for a moment to clock Hugh, whereas Seasmoke gave a bit of warning as we saw the fire starting to glow up through his throat. Vermithor does not have that warning sign. The initial burst lights up 5 people, and shortly after, Vermithor fires warning shots above the heads of the crowd, like he's just trying to terrorize them. Rhaenyra refuses to leave. She intentionally brought all of them out at once to see if any one of them could connect to Vermithor through the massacre. And she even had her soldiers there to stop them from leaving, but even those soldiers die in the fire too. This is despicable. I think perhaps the most despicable thing Rhaenyra has done on the show. Now, according to the behind the scenes feature, the production burned 45 people in different ways. They used, of course, flame retardant masks that were already made to look half burned. And in the shot of the guards getting swept up in fire, that shot alone had 16 people burning in it. And that leads us to the floor of this room with a 3-minute long take following Hugh Hammer. 3 minutes, folks. That's a long time to stay on one shot. Though these were actually separate shots stitched together in which they hid the edits. So really every time there's like a quick pan or a big visual effect that fills the frame, like Vermithor blowing a plume of fire, there was definitely an edit there that they used VFX to remove. And when Hugh looks up over the rock and Vermithor now fills the frame, and then when we come back down to Hugh, that was a separate take. So throughout this, we're staying in the moment with Hugh as he goes from a panicked run as flaming bodies rain past him, and then he finds purpose in this chaos with the washerwoman, telling her to just stay put for a second, and then together they face Vermithor, and he saves this woman's life by pushing her out of the way, and then saves her again by shouting at Vermithor to distract him, kind of like Alan Grant in Jurassic Park trying to get the T-Rex away from the kid's car, and Hugh just faces this thing down. Come on! It kind of reminds me of like Ripley when she's in the loader, and at one point she just screams at the alien queen, come on! And I think it's that show of force, plus the virtue of saving a woman twice, and yeah, maybe even old man Jaehaerys' dragon seeing the son of that long-lost daughter that he probably wanted this dragon to bond to. These things together could bring Vermithor to heel. And now at this point, you can see Rhaenyra having walked back out on the edge to see this moment. They kind of did a little VFX thing to just have Rhaenyra appear at the very end of the long take. Meanwhile, Ulf stumbles away with that torch that initially frightened him when he picked it up, and now he stomps into, a clutch of dragon eggs. And I like how if you listen closely to those dragon eggs, you can hear some like stirring inside of them, like it's so steamy that any one of them could hatch at any moment. Yes, it also kind of feels like Jurassic Park in a way. And Silverwing is actually so huge, we don't even notice that it is a dragon in the background initially. So Ulf is like, I done up, and he accepts his fate, too tired to run, and he just drops his torch, but he drops it right by the eggs. And that might be a good thing in Silverwing's eyes, because these eggs need to be kept near heat. Ulf falls into a puddle of some kind of fluid. It's either mud or like a mixture of dragon urine or some of that oily bile, whatever it is. Ulf, by just demonstrating submission, or maybe bringing fiery warmth to those eggs, or yeah, maybe being the grandson to her most recent rider, Alysanne, Silverwing decides to accept him. So why do these dragons bond with the bastard sons of Adam and Hugh and Ulf? Is it what this show is hinting about their lineages? Could Hugh and Ulf have been anointed with some puddles of oily bile in the dragon mont and coated them in the dragon's scent? Or do Vermithor and Silverwing, at least, remember what scared them about the wall, and they no longer trust the highborn Targaryens to do the job and fulfill Aegon's Song of Ice and Fire? Does Seasmoke know about this song after consulting with Cyrax in the true opening exchange of this episode? So back in King's Landing, Ironrod reports that Ormond Hightower's forces have been stopped by the forces aligned with House Beesbury, and he's referring to Alan Beesbury and Alan Tarley. Yes, the Alan Alliance! Ironrod also reports that Tessarion has finally taken to wing, meaning we might actually see Alicent's fourth kid, Darren, and his dragon Tessarion in the final episode of the season. Oh please, oh please. Meanwhile, outside they hear the screams of dragon, and Ironrod looks at Larys like, uh-oh, we should have told Aemond about Sea Smoke, but it's not Sea Smoke, it is Silverwing, which is gonna be pretty scary to them because they're like, wait, there's like another one beyond Sea Smoke? Flying above King's Landing, seeing the city from an angle he never would have seen it before, Ulf is just delighting in this ride. And he's got one arm up like a bucking bronco, swaddling this weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, he kind of looks like Major Kong at the end of Doctor Strangelove. And then Ewan Mitchell does an impressive running leap onto his horse, Legolas style, and rides out to Vhagar, who is too big to fit in the dragon pit, so she has to sleep outside of the city. Aemond and Vhagar chase Silverwing back to Dragonstone, but they turn around when they see both Syrax and Vermithor the Bronze Fury waiting for them. I love this final shot. All season long, Rhaenyra has been pouring through history texts about Aegon and his two sisters, making the three-headed dragon of the Targaryen sigil. The lullaby the Dragon Keeper sang was Haros Batosi, meaning with 3 heads. And if you look closely at her necklace, 3 points are hanging from the ruby. So Rhaenyra has more dragons than these 3. She also has Vermax ridden by Jace and Moondancer ridden by Baela. And they're all at Dragonstone in this moment, but she only chooses to have 3 of them visible. Partly because those other 2 would be too small to see from a distance, but also because it's a symbolic show of force. To tell Aemond that not only are these 3 big dogs out here ready to fight, I got 2 more and maybe even more that you can't even see and don't even know where they are. And ultimately, to prove to her half-brother that Westeros can and will be invaded again. Okay, we're gonna end this penultimate episode in the spoiler dungeon, talking about some stuff from Fire and Blood that might get revealed in the finale episode or beyond, and I'm gonna look at some interesting details from the next episode trailer that came out. Okay, spoiler 1, let's revisit this line from Jace.
What if one of your base-born, silver-haired dragon riders decides he wants to rule the 7 kingdoms?
Yes, Jace is not wrong, because later on, Hugh and Ulf will defy Rhaenyra and want more from their respective stations until ultimately they flip and join the Greens. Ugh. Those guys. Spoiler 2, the final episode trailer includes a shot of Rhaenyra flying Syrax to Harrenhal with Adam and Sea Smoke at her side. So we're gonna have another confrontation with Daemon, and I doubt we'll get all the way to the fall of King's Landing in this season. I'm curious to see what comes of Daemon and Rhaenyra's relationship, since this season literally sidelined Daemon for all of the middle episodes of the season, just to kind of transform the character with spooky dreams and visions from Harrenhal and Alys Rivers, and some shaming from the Riverlords. There are some trailer shots of Tyland Lannister meeting with the Triarchy, and Corlys and Alan armoring up, so I think we may end with the Battle of the Gullet in the finale, after Aegon the Younger and Viserys get lost at sea after the Triarchy attacks the Gay Abandon, which would also spell an unfortunate fate for Jace and Vermax, which would make his big moment asking if he is a bastard to his mother a very tragic final confrontation with the character. And maybe the fact that he rejects the Song of Ice and Fire the way he did in that conversation is meant to be a clue that he isn't long for this world. Spoiler 4, I think we also see in the trailer the moment that Rhaena finds the wild brown dragon sheep stealer in the Vale, and God, I hope it pays off and they write some better lines for her in season 3 to make her a more interesting character. And then spoiler 5, we know Aemond will respond by beefing up dragon power with the Greens based on this trailer footage, encouraging Helaena to ride Dreamfire again. And there's also a shot of Tessarion flying over marching high towers, maybe Ormond's forces, which could be part of the Battle of the Honeywine when the 2 Allens unfortunately get defeated. Man, when reading it, I had high hopes for the Allens alliance. This is a breakdown of House of the Dragon season 2 episode 8, the season finale. Okay, the hanging rat catchers have finally been cut loose, but now we get a new angle of the Battle of Rook's Rest in this opening tapestry imagery, and remember, that shot has Vhagar at the far end of it, while Aegon stands between Sunfire and Meleys holding up the sword. So all the dragons beneath Sunfire and Meleys must be other dragons. And remember, I did break down all the dragons that exist during the Civil War period in this video. So we start with this new bluish grayish dragon with dark wings surrounded by a golden ring with spires radiating outward. At first I thought this might be Dreamfire, the dragon of Helaena, a character with perhaps the most surprising reveals about her in this episode, as she's not just a dreamer or a green seer, but also someone working perhaps in tandem with Alys Rivers to affect the signs and portents witnessed by Daemon throughout the magic of the Weirwood tree. While her dragon is not yet in action, Helaena has far more connections to the other characters than we realized. One of these spires connects with a golden dragon. I think this is Syrax, Rhaenyra's dragon. I think all the dragons behind her are one of the dragons of the Blacks faction. There's also a chance that this first bluish grayish dragon facing Syrax is more gray than blue, and it it might be Sea Smoke, Adam of Hull's dragon, and this could be restaging the moment that they met on that sandbar in episode 7. I only say that because going forth from here, it's kind of hard to make a case for any of these other dragons being Sea Smoke, and if he's not this one, he would be missing from this lineup. But this next one we see is a dragon with orangish wings, and I guess you could say a body a shade of green, because I think this is Vermax, Jace's dragon, who would be a smaller one right beneath Cyrex's wing, and right behind that one there's a dark dragon with red wings. I'm not really sure, but based on the size and position and just the general redness, it could be Caraxes, Daemon's dragon, but the neck isn't that long, and that long neck is why they call Caraxes the blood worm. But in this wider shot, which I thought showed those two at the top, I now think the dragon up front has wings red enough and a neck long enough that that one could be Caraxes. I'm just not sure. Vermax at the end of the day is smaller than Caraxes. But then the next shot shows a silver dragon and a bronze dragon that must be the two dragons claimed in episode 7, Silverwing by Ulf the White and Vermithor by Hugh Hammer. Vermithor is the Bronze Fury, and this one's definitely the Bronze Fury. We saw these dragons when they were younger in their lives, ridden by Jaehaerys I and his wife Alysanne earlier in this tapestry sequence, when their heads were by Maegor the Cruel, who was dead on the Iron Throne, and their bodies were down by those riders when Jaehaerys took the throne after him. Behind those are two more dragons, one with pinkish wings. I think this might be Sheepstealer, the brown dragon in the Vale found by Rhaenyra after running around the hills for a while, to tense, mischievous music. I like its design on the show. They gave it pink splotches on its wings. That could be a nod to the dragon that Rhaenyra hatches in the book, the pink she-dragon named Morning. The other dragon I think could be Rhaenyra's sister, Baela's dragon, Moondancer. Just kind of makes sense that these two sisters would be beside each other. So you see what I mean? If that first one wasn't Sea Smoke, we don't really see Sea Smoke anywhere else here. Now, among this faction's dragons is also Tyraxes, it's Joffrey's dragon, currently in the Vale, and Stormcloud, Aegon the Younger's dragon, who would be on the Gay Abandon with him at this point. But, you know, those dragons are both very small. I don't think they would be in the historical record at this point. Now, before the black threads leading toward the Iron Throne oozed like black fluid, but now they shoot upward to form what I think is the shape of Dragonstone. So the tapestry began with the blood mages and the human sacrifices of ancient Valyria, and the bloody lineage reaches its destination in Dragonstone. So we open this episode in Tyrosh, one of the free cities in Essos. In Fire and Blood, this meeting with the High Council of the Triarchy goes down in Tyrosh, but it's actually Otto Hightower representing the Greens instead of Master of Coin and Master of Ships Tyland Lannister. Tyland was sent here by Aemon's request to find a naval option to break the blockade of the Gullet without having to wait for the Lannister Navy or the Greyjoys. Tyland's ship, with Aegon II's green sails with the yellow dragon sigil, looks bulky and weary compared to the smaller, faster ships of the Triarchy forces anchored closer to the shore. I believe this is the first time we have seen Tyrosh in live action, and the show lets us know that we are not in Kansas anymore with a rhesus monkey, aka a rhesus macaque, that's native in our world to South Asia and Southeast Asia. Either way, a monkey in Game of Thrones? That's fun. While Tyland deals with the three leaders in Fire and Blood, the High Council is actually composed of 33 magisters, 11 each from Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, and I actually think the other 30 sitting around them might actually be those leaders in this room, and they just have 3 designated speakers. The leader in the middle has hair and a beard dyed blue, which could be a reference to Daario Naharis in the book. He's a Tyroshi, and he's described as having blue hair. Since this guy's in the middle, and since he would be hosting this in Tyrosh, he must be the Tyroshi leader of these 3. Actually, later when Lohar and Tyland mud wrestle, you can see others with hair dyed shades of blue. When 100 golden dragons per man is too steep, the Tyroshi suggests the crown give them control of the Stepstones, which Corlys and Daemon's combined forces won in a series of wars in the first half of season 1. Tyland reluctantly agrees, but he really has to win over Admiral Lohar. Now in Fire and Blood, Sharako Lohar is a Lyseni admiral for the Triarchy. Here the character is played by Abigail Thorne, former YouTuber turned actor who recently cameoed earlier this season in The Acolyte as one of the witches of Brendock. Sharako Lohar is a male character in Fire and Blood, and the Triarchy leaders here in this episode refer to the character as male. Abigail Thorne is a transgender woman. The show seems to be leaning into Tyland's adjustment of seeing Lohar as a man and just the way the character identifies. And I just kind of like the running theme in Game of Thrones and in House of the Dragon that the cultures of Essos are in some ways more progressive than the cultures of Westeros in most ways except slavery. And later Tyland seems to be a little confused by what Lohar means by taking Tyland to bed before Lohar says to bed all of Lohar's wives. I just love how much fun Abigail Thorne is having playing across from Christopher Nolan's favorite character actor in this episode. Lohar says,
"Well met, Lord Tywin."
It's Tyland.
Yes, Tywin Lannister would be a family member further down in Tyland and Jason's family tree, the Tywin Lannister from the Game of Thrones era. Lohar asks if Tyland is a poet or a philosopher, which might be a nod to Abigail Thorne's past as the host of the YouTube channel Philosophy Tube. A close-up of Vhagar's nostrils includes the blurry heat waves to emphasize the heat as the fire continues to glow in her throat and smoke billows out the side of her mouth. She and Aemond have just finished burning Sharp Point, the town at the end of Massey's Hook in the Crownlands, the seat of House Bar Emmon, who we learned in season 1 episode 10 declared for Rhaenyra, but this attack did not happen in Fire and Blood. It makes the version of Aemond in the show far more villainous. We hear the wails of the Bar Emmons, and we see at least one victim running around on fire, and then we cut to another one of Aemond's victims, his brother, Aegon II. The alien king asks Orwyle for rum, one of the sweeter liquors, and while his melted eyelid has opened, the pupil beneath looks melted in his eyeball, rather like one of the marble attendance balls that has been a literal pain in his side. Larys advises him to flee King's Landing now that Aemond has gone nuts, and Rhaenyra has found 3 new dragon riders, to which Aegon says,
What was the f***ing point in all this then?
It's so sad to think that the one silver lining he clung to was that maybe his injury has also led to Rhaenyra's side losing one of their dragons and dragon riders. But now both he and Rhaenyra's son Jace feel useless by Rhaenyra just packing her numbers this way. Larys says that if they tried to push out Aemond, Rhaenyra would descend on him with her 7 dragons. So those 7 would be Syrax, Caraxes, Seasmoke, Moondancer, Vermax, Vermithor, and Silverwing. Later, Corlys only counts 6 because he isn't yet sure if Daemon is with them. Larys says that he transferred his family wealth from the Harrenhal to the Iron Bank of Braavos, which is why Sir Simon Strong didn't have the money to improve the castle this season. Aegon finds the idea of living abroad a joke.
You want to take me to Essos to live with the goat f***ers?
He might be referencing the people of Qohor who worship the black goat, which I brought up in past breakdowns in reference to the goat Daemon keeps seeing. Now I think that thing might be something else. Larys responds,
It's best to live, I think. However you do it.
I pointed out before how he echoes Tyrion Lannister, appreciator of cripples, bastards, and broken things, and this line reminds me of Tyrion's line to Jaime in the 2nd episode of the series.
Death is so final, whereas life is full of possibilities.
Aegon says that his dragon is dead, which is interesting because Sunfire is still alive in the book, but I don't know why he would think that or anyone else would lie to him, so I think the show might have killed off the dragon instead of leaving it wounded. So hey, Lord Mooten going to retake Rook's Rest might not end in an oh shit, that thing's still alive after all. Aegon says that his bits burst into flame like a sausage on a spit, reminding us of Ramsay Bolton using a cooked sausage to taunt the castrated Reek. Earlier this season, Aegon struggled to come up with a proper moniker, and now Larys offers him some options. Aegon the Victorious, Aegon the Peacemaker, Aegon the Rebuilder, and finally Aegon says,
Aegon the Realm's Delight.
The Realm's Delight is what Rhaenyra was called back in season 1. Tom Glencarny lets his injured face give off the slightest tick of a smile. He has been so good in the 2nd half of the season. Jace finds Ulf and Hugh at the painted table, Ulf sitting in Rhaenyra's seat at the head of the table, feet on the table, stomping all over where the wall would be. Ulf has no manners.
Look at that hair. As dark as they say. Let them tell us we don't have Targaryen blood, eh?
Oof, Ulf! He insults Jace for being a strong bastard, and losing credibility with other bastard dragon riders is exactly what Jace feared would happen. In episode 3, Ulf actually toasted Jace this way.
I'll tell you who else doesn't have silver hair. The rightful heir to the Iron Throne, my nephew. Prince Jacaerys Velaryon.
Ulf claims to be the half-brother to Viserys and Daemon, a bastard son of Balon, which would make him a great uncle to Jace. Jace says that if Ulf hinders them in any way,
I will see you hanged and your body fed to the dogs in the street.
In our very first shot of Ulf earlier this season, we saw him looking up at the hanging bodies in the street, and Cheese's dog waited beneath his corpse, which I think was also so that starving dog could eat. Rhaenyra discusses next steps with her hand, Corlys. He reminds his queen that besides Vhagar, the Greens have Tessarion in Old Town, Alicent's 4th child, Darren's dragon, which just took to wing last episode and we see at the end of this episode. They also have Helena's dragon, Dreamfire. Rhaenyra remembers that Dreamfire was hatched when the Conqueror was king and that she's formidable. We saw Dreamfire only once when Aemond as a boy tried to claim her in the dragon pit after being humiliated with the pink dread, but Rhaenyra actually took an egg from one of Dreamfire's clutches, and that is the egg that she put in the crib for her unborn baby brother, the egg that Daemon stole and took to Dragonstone. Corlys says that he's ready to depart.
Let our foes beware, be they Lannister or Greyjoy.
Man, he really does not see the Triarchy coming. He also says that his repaired ship is no longer the Sea Snake, but rather is rebuilt and named the Queen Who Never Was, after his late wife's Rhaenys's nickname. But he kind of brings up the Ship of Theseus debate here. How many planks and parts of a ship can you replace before it becomes a new ship? Similarly, how many dragon riders can you sub into your ranks before your arsenal of dragons is no longer one you fully control? Last episode had a 3-minute long take following Hugh through the chaotic Dragonmont. What I find more impressive is a long take without hidden VFX cuts, like the West Wing style walk and talk following Daemon throughout Harrenhal here. They're showing off a real big set with lots of turns and extras. We followed Daemon talking to the River Lord about how his sheep were sold upriver, so he's providing pigs instead. I wonder if these sheep were actually eaten by Sheep Stealer flying over from the Vale, which wouldn't be that far away. And then without cutting, Daemon bumps into an armorer to flirt with stealing his sword, and then he runs into Sir Alfred Broom. As Sir Alfred asks for a word in private, he does this little pat on the shoulder of this passing soldier. It makes me think that he might have gone around chatting with the men to see where their loyalties lie, before telling Daemon that he should take charge. So in the Godswood, before the Weirwood tree, Sir Alfred promises to never serve the traitors or the whelps of Old Town, leading to what I think is one of the most interesting moments this season.
But there are battles to be fought. And in times like this... Did you hear something?
In case you missed it, the closed caption actually clarified that in the wind, Sir Alfred heard a voice whispering the word traitor. As this episode goes on, we will see how Sir Alfred's shifting loyalties continue to haunt him. As here, he tells Daemon to betray Rhaenyra, and later when Daemon has a different vision from this tree, he turns down Sir Alfred and bends the knee to Rhaenyra, and Sir Alfred is spooked in that crowd. So whose voice was this? In the behind the scenes featurette for episode 7, we learned that the set designers modeled the face carved into the tree on the likeness of George R. R. Martin himself. And of course, Alys Rivers will later take Daemon to that face to see far into the future of the A Song of Ice and Fire series. So we have to assume that it could be her, or the Three-Eyed Raven, aka Lord Bloodraven, or the Children of the Forest, or George R. R. Martin, or all of them whispering this word traitor to shame Sir Alfred. Daemon says,
I never took you for a turncloak.
Aemond tells Ironrod to inspect all fishing boats to stop the recruitment, which will only make the food shortage worse because fish is the only protein that people are getting, and fully unnecessary because Rhaenyra made it sound like they only had Sea Smoke, Vermithor, and Silverwing available to bond, and mission accomplished. They don't need anyone else, at least for now. Now in Fire and Blood, there are even more unclaimed dragons at Dragonstone, like the Cannibal and Grey Ghost, but on this HBO series, no one else has been mentioned. Alicent gives Helaena something to drink. It may just be tea or something to calm her nerves, but I'm wondering if it might be moon tea that Alicent may be worried that Aemond has started to bed Helaena, you know, with Aegon sausage being an overcooked Jimmy Dean. Aemond wants Helaena to fly Drinkfire again. We have not seen her fly it since they all departed Driftmark after Lady Laena's funeral in episode 7 of last season. But Helaena says, I don't want to burn anyone. And she gives this pointed stare to her brother, indicating that she knows what he did, as she will later reveal that she actually saw it. Alicent snaps.
But you rain ruin and death upon its small folk when you've been insulted, because it makes you feel strong.
Ooh, strong. She levies the word that he and others have used as a double entendre to insult Jace and his brothers as impure bastards. Alicent asks about Helaena.
And who will she be if her mind is broken?
That is really the question the writers seem to have asked about Helaena, leaning into her beautifully broken mind and giving her a much bigger and much more interesting role than the fate that the book gives her at this point in her life. Alicent says that she wants to prevail, but
not like this. Not like this.
Yes, it's impossible to have a character say that, especially twice, and for it not to be a reference to this.
Not like this. Not like this.
We next see Alicent going to Orwell's chamber to ask for safe passage in his discretion, but she walks in with scales in the foreground. Scales are an archetypal symbol of justice, legal or cosmic, and this episode is one of the most just that we've seen Alicent behaving this season. We also were reminded of similar measuring scales used by Alys Rivers when we first met her, as she took over the chamber from the Harrenhal Maester who fled into the night, and Alys Rivers seems to be dispensing a sort of cosmic justice upon these characters, or at least trying to see that through by just counseling them. Kristen Cole keeps Alicent's favor, her handkerchief embroidered with an A, also evoking a scarlet letter A for adultery. Shame, shame. Throughout history, women would dab their handkerchiefs with perfume, mostly so that they could hold it over the nose to mask the stench of death or just the stench of everyday life, but it would also give the man they gave it to a kind of scent-based way to remember them. But it is this gesture of smelling Alicent's cloth, I think, that gives Alicent's brother Gwyn a smoking gun that Kristen is definitely banging his sister, but he's been suspecting it since the looks that they shared on their way out of King's Landing. Kristen reveals that Alicent saved his life twice, once from the headsman's axe, once from himself, and since then
she has been the beacon I follow.
Beacon, evoking the House Hightower sigil of the lighthouse. Gwyn tells him to resist the urges.
Oh, would that it was so simple.
Haha, another line that I don't think any screenwriter can write without thinking of the all-time best movie usage of it.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple. Would that it were so simple.
Watch my mouth. Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
I'm trying to say that, Mr. Lawrence.
Lawrence?
Fabian Frankel delivers my favorite monologue from this character on the series in this scene.
Or perhaps all men are corrupt, and true honor is a mist that melts in the morning.
I feel like this is a stated theme of all of George R. R. Martin's works, and I just love the alliteration of the mist that melts in the morning, as there's perhaps some unintentional dragon allusions here. Mist referring to sea smoke, morning referring to Rhaenyra's dragon from the book, and melt, what Sir Criston witnessed Vhagar doing at Rook's Rest. Both times that Criston's heart opened to women, Rhaenyra and Alicent, it was in the nighttime mist, and it was dawn that sobered him after Blood and Cheese. But then he drops another great line.
The dragons dance, and men are like dust under their feet.
He says that they march now toward their annihilation, and to die will be a kind of relief. Birds caw as he says this, like the cawing of crows coming to pick at their corpses. He's alluding to George R. Martin's descriptions of Targaryen infighting as a dance of dragons, but there's also an allusion to Shakespeare's passage from As You Like It. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. A passage familiar to George R. Martin and the writers of these HBO shows, as the Mummers of Silk Isle and House of the Dragon Season 1 Episode 4 reflecting history with a stage play, and the players of Bravos in Game of Thrones Season 6. But the second part of Kristen's line, all our fine thoughts, all our endeavors are as nothing, evokes Macbeth's tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow soliloquy, where the king laments, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Kristen is now kind of in the J. Robert Oppenheimer, now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds stage of his existence, trapped in existential nihilism. And by the way, I did a fully in-depth breakdown of Oppenheimer over on the Deep Dive channel, you gotta check it out. And notice how before, Kristen used to wash his sword with lemon and salt. Now he doesn't care, he just washes it with a stained rag. And speaking of stains, we go from this slop to lots of slop as Lohar wrestles Tyland and Tyrosh. Tyland finally lets go of his honor and fights Lohar like an equal. Lohar invites Tyland to eat the flesh of their enemies before revealing it was just in jest, which I feel like must be a reference to M'Baku and Black Panther.
One more word, and I will feed you to my children.
I'm kidding, we are vegetarians.
In George R. R. Martin's texts, only the Thens were confirmed cannibals. Later, Tyland is forced to sing a sea shanty before the Tyroshi, and as someone who spent this year breaking down all of Tolkien's drinking songs lyrics on the Deep Dive channel, and I come from a Navy family, I love a good shanty. Here come my lads, my comely boys, and split your sacks ashore, for you'll be sailing many days afore you get some more. So grease the mast and send it up betwixt the wind and water. Hoist me lads and hoist again, salute the captain's daughter. And I absolutely love this. It's kind of like a dirty limerick competition. Split your sacks refers to bags of coins, but also reminds us of Aegon's sausage line earlier, so it kind of feels like, hey, come split your sacks and get an STD. Grease the mast, obviously an innuendo, and then salute the captain's daughter. It's the kind of line you'd see with the Navy pilots in Top Gun Maverick, how Maverick hooked up with the Admiral's daughter, and of course the Admiral's daughter comes back in the 2022 movie. They feast on octopus, reminding us of the Kraken sigil of the Greyjoys, so in a way they do feast on their enemies here. The people of King's Landing are sick of fish, but here they love seafood as a delicacy. Rhaenyra also dines with her new forces, wearing Viserys' crown and her formal dress with the two dragon heads on the shoulders, so that her own head would be the third head of the dragon. She says that they'll be targeting the green strongholds of Old Town and Lannisport. Yes, killing innocents, and that one of them will have to face, inevitably, Vhagar. Ulf really is being the schmuck at this dinner for schmucks.
A knight will comport himself with grace at the Queen's table.
Best make me a knight then.
And notice how Sir Laurent behind Rhaenyra grabs his sword at the disrespect of Ulf's tone. When Rhaenyra hears of Sir Simon's fears about Daemon raising an army for himself and not for her, she tells Adam to come with her, not Jace, which would be because Seasmoke is a more seasoned battle dragon than Vermax is. But you know that Jace takes it as a slight. He and Baela stare at each other, but in the final second of the scene, Ulf, who has been demanding more of these little birds from the kitchen, he just says under his breath this.
Birds.
Yeah, he just goes, birds. I assume that they're like roasted quails or pigeons or something like that. Yes, birds are like a whole thing in this episode. We pull back from Daemon sleeping on his weirwood bed to Alys Rivers sitting on his bedside for who knows how long, and she is crying. Why? Why? Is she mourning the deaths of characters to come? Perhaps the tragedy at Summerhall, if she is truly the same woods witch brought by Jenny of Oldstones to court? I have another theory down in the spoiler dungeon. She leads Daemon out to the God's Wood, and holy shit, what is that? A little fawn-like creature walks on two legs, and if you listen closely, those feet are definitely hooved, as well as there's this animalistic growl. And when Daemon looks back, it has disappeared behind the tree. I think we might be looking at one of the children of the forest, which were smaller fantasy beings who inhabited Westeros and warred with the first men. But it was the children of the forest who used their magic to shatter the land bridge that used to connect Westeros and Essos, leaving the island chain that's there today. The war ended with a pact that was agreed upon by the first men and the children of the forest, where? Right across the lake from Harrenhal, on the Isle of Faces. So I think that island still has a ton of children of the forest, and they are hiding like Keebler elves inside a lot of the trees around Harrenhal. We did see a few children of the forest guarding the three-eyed raven in the far north in Game of Thrones Season 4 and Season 6, but they were not antlered like this exactly. I wonder if some of the southern children of the forest in the Riverlands could take different animalistic appearances. And now I'm thinking that that goat that Daemon saw might have been connected to these children. It's also possible that this could be a human from the past wearing an antlered helmet, which may be making this one of the early members of House Baratheon, whose sigil is the stag. So Alys says that there are omens here for those who seek it, and Daemon says that he's no longer longer feeling inclined to scoff at this, which I think is the signal that Alys needs to hear that Daemon is finally ready to learn what is given to him. This whole season has been her priming him with spooky dreams and visions so that his mind would be more open to this lucid imagery to see the world beyond himself and his own wants. She places his hand on the trunk of the tree right above George R. R. Martin's face, where the dark sap oozes like blood. Normally, this blood-like sap oozes from the eyes of the face. And remember, Daemon has woken up from dreams this season with blood on his hands. And all season, I've been talking about the dark fluid in the opening tapestry art that is not blood. Now I wonder if that could be sap from the old god's trees trying to seize back control of the narrative. Like Bran Stark when he touched the weirwood tree just north of the wall in the Game of Thrones season 6 finale, Daemon is given this surreal vision of the history to come, well beyond his lifetime. This is crazy, and perhaps the craziest canon breaking thing on this show so far. We gotta talk about everything we see. Okay, we see the black sap oozing through the frost-covered roots, leading up to a sapling entangled in the roots is this figure with silver hair and a wine-stained birthmark. My God, this is Brynden Rivers, aka Lord Bloodraven, and this is a huge deal. Brynden Rivers is gonna end up being the bastard son of King Aegon IV in the future from this series. He ends up being a Targaryen loyalist during the Blackfire rebellions. He serves as Hand of the King to Aerys I and Maekar I, and when the other side ends up taking over, he's later sent to the Night's Watch by Aegon V, where he rises to the position of Lord Commander. Rumor has it he actually takes Dark Sister with him. That's a sword Daemon currently carries, and Bloodraven takes it with him to the Wall. But Brynden Rivers disappears north of the Wall, and he becomes the Three-Eyed Crow, who appears to Bran in dreams, a green seer, someone who can see into the future, taking the form of this three-eyed bird. But in the Game of Thrones HBO series, this figure was known as the Three-Eyed Raven, played by Struan Roger in season 4 and by Max von Sydow in season 6. He uses the roots of the tree to see through time. And while in season 4, that version of the Three-Eyed Raven quotes 1,000 eyes in one from Brynden Rivers in the text, von Sydow's version departs enough that made it unclear if he was meant to be the same person as Brynden Rivers. That was always kind of a mystery coming out of the show, and it was frustrating for book readers that the show never actually just confirmed it and made him the same character. So now this is House of the Dragon correcting that and firmly establishing the Three-Eyed Raven and Brynden Rivers to be the same person, and also part of the same Targaryen lineage as Daemon. Daemon knows that this guy is coming now. And I love that this detail is still a sapling in this cave, as Brynden Rivers would have found it decades before it becomes the giant weirwood tree that Bran Stark finds on top of the cave. And now, currently at this point, even further back in history, Daemon is seeing this tree several generations before either of those characters find it. Now, in front of the wine-stained birthmark, a three-eyed raven flaps, and we push into that bird's middle eye to see from its point of view on a snowy path north to an army of undead led by, whoa shit, a White Walker. It has this long silver hair, and since Game of Thrones season 4 established that White Walkers grow their numbers by converting human babies, I wonder if this could have been a Targaryen baby, and maybe the Night King as part of that lineage. That could be why he was able to ride the converted dragon of Viserion in Game of Thrones season 7. And again, it is just crazy that Daemon looked into the eyes of a White Walker. Next, we see a dead dragon with a gash on its neck, which I thought might be Caraxes, but its color doesn't look as deeply red, and its neck is not as long, so it actually might be Syrax. It has a long, like, finger claw thing at the end of its wing, which Syrax has. There are other dead dragons in the background. I'll get into what might be happening here in the spoiler dungeon, but Daemon walks past these and past a bunch of human corpses, and mixed in with the blood is more of this black fluid that could be that flammable, oily bile of the dragons, or maybe the sap from the tree mixed in with the human's blood. So Daemon plunges into a puddle of this, and we follow him down. It reminds me a lot of Frodo in the Dead Marshes and Two Towers, because something similar is really happening here. Daemon sinks deeper and deeper into the dark water, and then we see the Red Comet, the sign important that marked the return of magic to the world of Game of Thrones in season 2, interpreted one way by those in Essos, hailing the return of dragons, and by Melisandre as a sign of the Lord of Light. And then we push in on an Oppenheimer-style close-up of that comet. It looks like it's burning, but if it's a comet, it would be covered in ice, a song of ice and fire in and of itself. And then we dissolve into the fires of the pyre that Dany walked into, roasting her 3 eggs, which hatch into Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaegal. And they appear behind her naked body here. We don't see her face because they're not gonna bring Emilia Clarke for this, but that's Daenerys! These 3 eggs were confirmed to be among those 4 that left Dragonstone with Rhaena, Joffrey, Aegon the Younger, and Viserys, and are supposedly now aboard the gay abandoned ship that left for Pentos. We didn't see the ship in this episode though. Daemon sees Rhaenyra on the Iron Throne, and for once it's not young Rhaenyra, it is adult Rhaenyra, which means that he can finally see her adult form sitting rightfully on the Iron Throne as someone he can bend the knee to. But then this voice tells Daemon,
It's all a story. You know your part.
Yeah, this comes from Helaena, proving that she's part of the chain of Targaryen greenseers and dreamers. She is speaking with the voice of George R. R. Martin, giving Daemon a meta perspective on his life path and telling him that it is not his story. It's a story that has existed long before him and will exist long after, and he just has a part to play. We end the sequence with Helaena saying, "You know what you must do," but we cut to Helaena actually there at the Red Keep, looking in the northern direction. That voice came from her uttering the words to the wind right here. So many questions from this, folks. Like, are Helaena and Alys Rivers working together, or are they both unaware of each other but working altruistically toward the same goal of writing the course of history and trying to influence these men to do the right thing? Are we seeing two sources of magic? The magic of the old gods through the weirwitcheries, the children of the forest, carried on by woods witches like Alys Rivers, and then the magic of old Valyria, the blood mages, the dragons, and the dreams of Daenerys, and now the dreams of Helaena, a song of ice and fire, singing in harmony to save the realm? Or is this all one source of magic that just took two different paths, like the forks of a river? Either way, this completely changes everything we know about Fire and Blood and makes it a far more mystical show that makes me so excited for season 3. And in this moment, it completely changes the power dynamic for Helena's team with Aemond. Even though Aemond is taking a softer tone as he asks her to take on Dreamfire and join him to retake Harrenhal, Helaena is ready with a comeback.
Will you burn me as you did Aegon?
And she hits him with some prophecies that Aegon will be king again, that he sits on a wooden throne, referring to a wheelchair, like the throne that Bran the Broken will sit, and that Aemond will be dead.
You were swallowed up in the god's eye, and you were never seen again.
Now, there are all kinds of things from this part that we just have to wait to talk about more in the spoiler dungeon, but what I love about Helena's line is that she uses the past tense. Like, she tells Aemond, you were swallowed up in the god's eye, and you were never seen again. Like, she witnessed those visions by looking back upon them from an even distant future. It's almost like this might have come from a conversation with a three-eyed raven or with Bran the Broken, even. So Syrax and Seasmoke fly across the God's Eye Lake and the Isle of Faces, and both dragons shake the camera as they pass. It's daytime now, and you can see far more of the weirdwood trees on the island. This episode really wants us to know that these trees and the children of the forest and the old gods are really at the center of everything. Caraxes awakens to cry out to Syrax, and the men of the Riverlands and the encampments run in terror past their Tully and Mooten tents. The small folk never really know which dragon is which, and right now they don't know if Rhaenyra and Daemon are on good terms. While Syrax initially waits outside, she flaps up to an opening in the ceiling created by the burns of Balerion. As she looks down at Rhaenyra, there is a beam of sunlight perfectly on the queen. Rhaenyra talks closely with Daemon in a hushed voice, but when he says that the army is sworn to him not a moment too soon, she steps back and speaks loudly, forcing him to speak loudly in turn.
And to whom are you sworn?
So now the spotlight is on Daemon, and Daemon responds by doing what Aemond did with Aegon earlier in the season when they were in mixed company. He speaks in High Valyrian, but it's not a threat or a power play. It's to meet her where she is and to try to connect with her, because what he has to say, he believes, is only for Targaryen ears.
Planon, Merisa, Sola Armazis.
Ha! He said the thing! Quoting the Stark family words and the recurring warning of the Game of Thrones series could feel like a bit on the nose, but the fact that he says it in High Valyrian makes it so worth it. Sonar Amasis. Winter is coming. Daemon is demonstrating to Rhaenyra that he knows the very real threat of Aegon the Conqueror's Song of Ice and Fire, and he knows what it looks like. He even knows better than Rhaenyra or Viserys, or now Jaehaerys knows. The message just came to him in a different way. Him speaking it in High Valyrian to signal to Rhaenyra that it's a precious family secret not meant for outside ears proves to her that he treats this matter like it is dead serious. So this High Valyrian exchange is what makes the peace between the two. Really, the kneel is a performative gesture to follow through with action in front of everyone else watching. He promises to serve her.
Until death, or the end of our story.
He indicates that more important than his mortal life is the role that he plays within that life. All the world's a stage, but unlike Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow, it's not a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury signifying nothing. It's a story full of meaning and hope. As everyone else kneels, notice Sir Alfred is the last one to do so. Daemon rallies the army, and Sir Alfred does not cheer, and he even awkwardly sulks away in the cheering crowd, worried that Daemon will now tell Rhaenyra that it was he who tried to turn him against her. Yikes, dude, just play along for now at least. Meanwhile, Sir Simon, over Rhaenyra's shoulder, out of focus, is just completely stoked. He's like, yes, I'm so happy. With the queen who never was ready to depart, Corlys observes,
Gulls are flying low today. The weather will change.
Another example of birds being indicators of shifts of fate. While these two are confident it'll be Lannisters and Greyjoys that they face, they don't realize they are sailing directly into the Triarchy Navy. Alan and Corlys finally have it out over Corlys going years without acknowledging his bastard sons.
Do you know what hunger does to a boy?
what grief does, or shame.
Hunger, grief, shame. These are three struggles carried by the three new dragon riders. Ulf, driven by hunger, Hugh, driven by grief, Adam, driven by shame. So we're getting this subtle warning that Rhaenyra has welcomed in bastards with chips on their shoulders who grew up in the world not trusting that promises will be kept, and then just growing up in a world where they had to fight for short-term success. Alan recalls seeing Corlys with Laenor with furs around their shoulders shopping for sweetmeats, and points out that Laenor and Laena and the heir who replaced Laenor, Lucerys, are all dead. Rhaenyra watches as two dragons play in the mist. I assume this is Sea Smoke and Cyrax, as this was where they saw Sea Smoke alone earlier this season, and I think these two dragons might have bonded over their recent trip. I would say it's Vermithor and Silverwing, but they're older and they probably don't bother going out to fly for fun. Approaching them is a ship. This would be Alicent, bravely coming to visit thanks to Orwyle's passage and discretion. So the meetup in Fire and Blood that's orchestrated by Orwyle but fails does end up happening on the show. Another big departure from the text. In retrospect, I will say it makes the clandestine sister act in the Sept a little less necessary, but I think it was important for this HBO series to get the two stars in as many scenes as possible together so that they can draw a contrast between the two women and maintain a relationship. And in the scene, Alicent confesses that she may have been mistaken, and Rhaenyra asks, in what? And Alicent does not confess to mishearing Viserys on his deathbed. She just says that she misunderstood what their relationship was, that she always resented Rhaenyra for freely following her own path instead of staying on the path that was laid out for women like them. And Alicent regrets that because that laid out path could just as easily be taken away by the men who run their worlds. Rhaenyra ends this season in a more powerful position by following her own path. Alicent ends feeling more trapped by her decisions and just desperate to break free. But it's worth noting that although Rhaenyra didn't back down from Daemon, it did take two other women working on him in tandem, Alys Rivers and Helena, and all three of these women together brought Daemon to heel. And in that, I think it's a powerful message that we don't affect change by just overpowering each other one versus one, but finding common goals with each other collectively, and then coming as a group in intervention to open the eyes of the stubborn. And as long as you got haunted castles and spooky magic trees, you can do anything. Alicent says that she just wants to take Helena and Jaehaera and leave King's Landing, and she even offers to lower the city gates for Rhaenyra. But when Rhaenyra doesn't buy it, Alicent goes back to biting her thumb. That was her classic nervous tick that she did as a girl throughout season 1. Alicent admits that Viserys never stopped loving Aemma, and it was his love for his first wife that made him want to keep Rhaenyra as his heir. Remember, his final words on his deathbed were actually Aemma's name.
My love.
Alicent thinks that she can get Aegon to bend the knee, but Rhaenyra cuts her off, telling Alicent that for Rhaenyra to rule, she would have to take Aegon's head. That's the reality Rhaenyra has had to live with, and she's frustrated that Alicent's hope has forced Rhaenyra to now just become the villain in the scenario. Rhaenyra isn't living in a dream world of her own making. They both live in the same world of violence in which rule is impossible while your successor lives. Rhaenyra repeats,
"A son for a son."
Oh my god, so in Rhaenyra's eyes, the price has not been paid. Luke is dead, but Alicent didn't lose a son, she lost a grandson. But the words that everyone accused Daemon of telling Blood and Cheese as his vague order to kill the young prince, we now see Rhaenyra saying out loud, plainly for everyone to hear. But now what's less clear is the reception, because Alicent just gives the subtlest nod. She's signaling in the slightest way possible that she would be okay with Rhaenyra putting Aegon out of his misery if it brought an end to the overall bloodshed. Rhaenyra says that history will paint Alicent as a villain.
Cold queen, grasping for power and then defeated.
Readers of Fire and Blood know that the historians are equally critical of both of these queens, and really their stories are not yet written. Alicent just wants to breathe the open air and be free, and Rhaenyra smiles.
You speak as if from a distant dream.
From a distant dream is how Helena and Alys and the Three-Eyed Raven spoke to Daemon. The only distant dreams on the show really are ones of doom. There are no happy endings, unfortunately. So Ramin Djawadi ends this episode with an incredible score, starting with just piano notes heading into strings, showing every character armoring up. It's quite like the Light of the Seven montage in Game of Thrones season 6 finale. We see Hugh, Adam, and Ulf given armor and Targaryen clasps for their riding cloaks. The forces of Ormond Hightower march, and flying overhead is a blue dragon. This is our first ever look at Tessarion, the dragon of Darren, Alicent's fourth child from Old Town. There is some figure riding the dragon, but I think that's just a VFX teenager because the show has not yet cast Darren. I think we're gonna meet him in season 3. Meanwhile, at the twins, the Stark Greybeards, promised by Cregan Stark, march across the Green Fork. Djawadi introduces the motif of the House Stark theme music, which is the music we heard in the opening moments of the season. And then we see the forces of House Lannister, led by Jason Lannister, and House Lefford, as they march from the Westerlands. Their Lannister lions are in tow, and we hear the Reigns of Castamere music with this group. They approach a river with a fork ahead, and I don't think this is a trident because I'm pretty pretty sure those are the towers of Harrenhal in the distance, and Harrenhal in the God's Eye is much further south than the Trident, and they wouldn't have passed the Trident to get there. Tyland Lannister joins Lohar on the deck of the Triarchy ship. They are hidden in the rain, the shifting weather that Corlys and Alan were referring to. Lohar's sail has a sigil reflecting the forces of the Triarchy, and all their sails are triangular and are held with rope, not by masts, allowing these ships that are smaller to go faster. Meanwhile, Corlys and Alan seem to be way far behind. They're still just being ferried out to their ship while it's still in the harbor. Rhaenyra finally finds Sheepstealer, which has a pretty cool design with the pink splotches on the brown and hooked points of the wings. Now, in Fire and Blood, Sheepstealer is a wild brown dragon on Dragonstone bonded to by a character named Nettles, whom I've been talking about a lot in Spoiler Dungeon, and I'm not happy about this change because Nettles is such an interesting character. She's way more interesting than how they've been writing Rhaenyra to be. Instead, they just kind of erased Nettles and slotted Rhaenyra in that position to give her a fully grown dragon to ride instead of having Morning Hatch, and she has to wait for that. They're very much changing Rhaenyra's destiny, so who knows, they might do a better job with her in season 3. Really, she spent this entire episode just kind of running around the hills and like nearly freezing to death outside, and really that's the most interesting path they could write for her in this finale. But we see Otto in the crypts being approached by someone with a torch. This is very interesting because Otto is not imprisoned in the book. He never left King's Landing after he was dismissed as a hand. He just kind of hangs out. But last we saw, Aemond had told Larys to go fetch him, but this isn't Larys because Larys is with Aegon in the carriage. I think Otto is being approached by his granddaughter, Helena, because they are now writing a very different path for Helena from the book. Actually, the adaptations for Helena on the show are really the opposite compared to what they're doing so poorly with Rhaenyra and Sheepstealer. So yeah, Larys and Aegon flee King's Landing in the carriage surrounded by birds again. So Alicent's plan to lower the gates for Rhaenyra to take Aegon's head are not gonna work out that well. We end this episode with a series of perfectly edited shots. Alicent faces right, Rhaenyra faces left, so that the queens are staring each other down. Rhaenyra is framed perfectly in the cubby holes of the genealogical scrolls, just one Targaryen in a history of hundreds, and a perfect match cut to Alicent, the same size in the frame, but not boxed in as Rhaenyra was, yet facing an open horizon as a female vocalist cries out their inner turmoil. You could see Alicent as being ready to jump to her death, but I think it would be a mistake to interpret it that way. I think her longing to breathe the open air has left her alone and isolated and powerless, yet free. Still, freedom can carry its own crushing weight. The season began with Rhaenyra in the open air, searching for Luke's remains, while Alicent was boxed in the Red Keep, trying to carry out her royal duties. Now the positions have flipped, and Rhaenyra is the one fortified in security, yet unable to stray out of her storied path. Okay, let's close out with one final spoiler dungeon as we look ahead to season 3, starting with Traitor. So crazy, right? The voices of the future in the wind beside the weirwood tree are not just talking about Sir Alfred's attempted betrayal in this episode, but the fact that in Fire and Blood, he ultimately betrays Rhaenyra when the Greens come to Dragonstone. It was the voice of the audience shaming this man. Spoiler number 2, Baela tells Jace that he's not the first noble born from a bastard birth, foreshadowing how big a deal this will be during the Blackfyre rebellions. In fact, the entire Targaryen lineage at one point will pivot upon a bastard. Spoiler 3, Daemon's dream. Okay, could the field of dead dragons be the Dragon Pit? Because later on, after Rhaenyra takes the Iron Throne, when Vhagar and Aemond go to Harrenhal to just find it empty, they pull kind of a switcheroo. After a bit of time, the small folk of King's Landing are gonna rise up, pissed off, and attack the Dragon Pit. And that is where a lot of dragons are gonna die. Syrax, Tyraxes, Dreamfire. It's really like the beginning of the end for the Targaryen dynasty because so many of their dragons and dragon eggs just get killed. I think that's what Daemon is walking through right there. Spoiler 4, Helena basically lays out Aemond's future from Fire and Blood. In the battle above the God's Eye, Aemond on Vhagar and Daemon on Caraxes collide above the lake. Daemon stabs Aemond in the eye with Dark Sister. Both dragons go down. Vhagar and Aemond sink into the water. Caraxes crawls out and dies on the shore, but Daemon's body is never found. And I think that is what we see when he sinks into the water. I still think this show might alter history so that Matt Smith's character survives, because Daemon comes out of the season somewhat a redeemed character. Aemond is really the villain. We never get to see Aemond come to Harrenhal and meet Alys Rivers, and I'm wondering if this version of Alys Rivers is not gonna like Aemond and things could just go differently. And finally, spoiler number 5, why was Alys really crying? I think she might have been crying because she was seeing Daemon's death in that lake, and she felt guilty because she was gonna put this guy on a path toward redemption, but ultimate death. Okay, that completes our breakdown of House of the Dragon Season 2. As we look ahead to 2025, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, the Dunk and Egg stories are gonna be coming to this same streaming service, and we can't wait to break down every episode of that. We think it's gonna be coming out sometime during the summer. Maybe it'll be like a August, September release. As soon as we get a trailer for that, we'll be breaking it down, and you can look ahead to these types of analyses for that series. Thanks for watching. You can follow me at EA Voss. Check out our merch store, nerdriot.shop, where we have a ton of great holiday gift options. Subscribe to all 3 channels on the New Rockstars network. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.